Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very fucking special treat for you.
Yes, we do, and it is an impromptu in-house game in honor of the no-show that has just occurred. And
Yeah.
boy, has it been a journey getting here, Grang. It's went through 2 lobbies, one which you yourself destroyed.
Well,
Uh,
see, I don't want to take full responsibility of it. Yes, it was me, but I wasn't completely sure of what that button does.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, Grang, when you say out loud, "destroy lobby," what does this button do? I feel like it is a little bit self-explanatory.
Well, I was thinking that it would destroy the lobby for me, not for everyone.
Well, nevertheless, we have finally got a game going, and it's certainly going to be a game. We have on one side, we have the team that did show up from the previous game, although there will be role swapping so that it is a little bit more fair. A little bit.
A little bit, yes.
Just
Challenge
a little
Challenge the squad on the red side, and then on the blue side we have some Vespyr curators and casters, as you might recognize Arkram from that beautiful Korean cast last night that he provided us with.
Yeah, that was a lovely Korean cast that they did there, but I must admit, it's going to be a little tricky, especially with Darth on their team. I feel he could be a little bit of a weight in pulling them down.
Yeah, especially if he happens to be killed, especially a lot in the early game, because he's a known tilter.
Yeah, definitely. I do hear that he is a bit of a tilter, a little bit salty, some might say. But let's calm with the shots for now, Grang, and save it for in-game when we can see the tilt in full force.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be a wonderful tilt if it's going to happen. But already into the picks and bans, actually, the bans have been finished, and we have a TSM ban coming up from Challenger Squad, the TSM OP pick.
Yeah, definitely.
Tarek Shako and Master Yi, very in meta.
And Nasus getting picked up, as well as an Echo, although who knows where these could actually be going, because they are swapping.
Yeah, he's got the exhaust on him, so I'd assume it's going to be a support pick. Ah, no, he swaps that pick not as might. Very disappointing.
Yeah. Jungle Echo is a foe, and Kai is breaking out the Donger.
There we go.
The Heimerdinger. I do like a good bit of Heimerdinger, although I feel that if he manages to somehow go against that Nasus, he will, of course, speed up that stacking process, and it could be very painful for them indeed.
Yeah,
because you just give them free stacks with those turrets.
Yeah. Also, it could be a flex pick going off for that support with the grenade, as it's pretty good stun. You could land on the both AD carry and support on the bottom way, and also the turrets actually bring a lot of zoning.
So you're saying that Fresh is also a good flex pick here?
Well, Thresh was played as an AD carry shortly during last year, and with the extra damage that he gets on his play and with the souls, it's just you wait for that auto attack, just a few seconds, and then you hit it, and it's gonna feel like a world that's just struck you down.
That is true. It's a interesting tactic that you see now and again, although I feel it might blow back in their face. Although it looks like Kai's breaking out that TP, so who knows? It could even be a top lane Heimerdinger. Keek hovering over those Galio, potentially, especially against the Swain.
Yeah, I do a lot of support with Galio also. Because he's actually a strong support with the ultimate. Just you get that flashing with the ultimate out of the rand, and it just deals a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, but I mean, we'll have to see what's going to be picked up here. Arkram hovering over the Gragas. He does enjoy playing Gragas. I've seen a few of his little highlights that he likes to send us. A few not safe for work highlights that he likes to send us with Gragas. But that's another point entirely. And Ezreal being picked up by Keek?
I'm not sure how I'm gonna feel like about that Ezreal, because Ezreal is if he decides to go with the Ezreal, That's gonna be a very late game AD carry, and with the damage that's gonna come out of Giants' squad side,
yeah,
I feel like they're not gonna give him any chance to get to that late game.
I mean, I think it depends on how well this early game goes for this side of Challenger Squad. They do have an interesting amount of pressure that they can bring out with Echo attempting to possibly dive early, as well as the Corki, who's got such a strong early game. But we'll have to see what gets picked up as their last pick here. Alistair being hovered.
Well, it's gonna be a fourth pick, as they have a nice synergy. They already picking up from top jungle, mid AD carry, and support.
A lot of TPs though. Could see a potential third TP.
Well, how else are you gonna get that across map pressure?
You do raise a good point. They could easily do a decent split push with this, and then just have all 3 members TP onto a single ward or minion, and then all of a sudden it's a 5-man squad. And
yeah, that's actually interesting little mechanic in game.
TSM!
And now my ears are slightly blown out, and I actually don't think I can continue.
Yeah, I have to apologize for that. A garbage truck just went past my house. But the interesting mechanic in game with the TPs is if actually a multiple person TP into the same ward, it only shows the animation of one TP coming up. So if they do that at the exact same time, they're only gonna think like, oh, it's only gonna be one guy, and then all the team comes from that one ward. Just a huge surprise party.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Udia ganks. Oh, they swapped out that last TP, so now it's an ignite. So unfortunately, a little bit feels bad. I would have enjoyed triple TP.
Yeah,
I think it's hilarious.
Curators and casters with a bit already showing some ace coordination.
Yeah, I must admit, I think this team is going to be very interesting though, with Archeron playing as Gragas in that mid lane with the ignite special on Swain.
Yes. Good pick up against the Swain.
At least they can keep him away with the barrel and kite him well with blue build Ezreal once he gets going. Not sure about how much fun Udia's gonna have, especially into this Nasus, who will wither you and slow you by 1,000,000%. But I think it's not too bad. It could be a lot worse, I feel.
Well, it's actually going to be the Heimerdinger on the top lane, and not the Udia. So if he really gets a jump on him.
Yeah, it slightly sucks a little bit for the Heimerdinger, because you do kind of just put up a turret and then he just one-shots it with his Q and laughs because he gets free stacks. But at the same time, it's a little bit okay for Heimerdinger because it means he still has that ability to just zone people off with his turrets quite effectively. But the problem is when you're against Nasus, who gets that passive lifesteal, it just really is such a pain to lane against, especially in a sustained lane such as this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Hammer.
I think the casters and admins certainly have their work cut out for them if they want to try and get one over Challenger Squad here.
Yeah, really showing that if Challenger Squad are deserving of the spot in the minor league.
Yep, we'll have Challenger Squad versus Challenge Squad, as I feel it should be.
Nice.
As Darth showed with his lovely TSM rendition.
Love TSM love already coming up from both sides of the team. He actually Dark B on the Challenger Squad side, showing that he would be at home with them.
Yeah, potentially. But I think Challenger might just have a little bit of an edge in this. A little bit.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. Oh, and Darth is throwing down some some challenges here, saying that he's going to shut people up with his awesome plays. I feel that we're going to have to really watch him now for those flash backward hooks. Maybe the boxes, when no one's around. Flays sideways potentially, and even lanterns forward. I'll be interested to see what he's going to pull out this game.
Yeah, the full trifecta of flashing forwards, hooking backwards, flaying sideways.
That lovely yellow star tactic. I like it.
Well, it was the yellow star and the X special.
Yes. I like the X special.
It actually has more synergy with the name.
Wonder if Darth can make his own special in this game, though.
Well, he is very special already in his own way. So if he can just get that transition into the game.
If we can channel his specialness into a single point, then it could prove ultimate.
Alright, let's see about those Keystone Masteries. Once we actually get the champion icons into the screen.
Oh dear, that's going to be a fast Nasus. With a Storm Raider Surge on Nasus is... Yeah, he hits you with he hits you with the Q and then just runs at a million miles per hour to run straight past you, so he hits you with another one. Meanwhile, he withers you so that you walk like a snail. And yeah, I don't think you're going to be escaping that guy anytime soon, to be perfectly honest.
Kai has taken an interesting route. He's going with the Bond of Stone against Nasus.
Yeah.
I can understand it. It reduces the damage that he takes, but it's only like 3%.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he would have a lot more damage potential if he'd went for something such as Thunderlords. Also, I suppose if you wanted to go full Furor, you could go Deathfire, but it wouldn't be as effective as someone such as Swain, who's got Deathfire, because obviously he puts that down, it just keeps reprocking. But I suppose it's not the worst mastery. I mean, Fervor would have been interesting on Heimerdinger, I suppose.
Yeah, it's no Windspeaker's Blessing on Nautilus.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And looks like we're getting into the game here as well.
Yeah,
in a sec.
My screen though, Arkham was not connected. I'm not sure if that was the same thing on your screen.
My screen also shows Arkham not connected. He could be trolling. Yeah. Maybe he's just rage quit because he's seen what Laser's doing. And the pause does come out, and it looks like Arkham may have not connected.
The Portuguese network striking once again, and we have the carpet struck.
We have some information. Due to Arkham not being able to join and he crashed, we had to remake the game, so we're currently back again in lobby where we will be picking the same picks. Blame Arkham.
Damn it, Darth.
You just can't get the stuff these days, can you?
Yeah. That's what you get when we spend $0 on staff.
Exactly. And the moral of the story is, if you want success, you need to pay all that money. So if you want Grang to succeed in life, pay him lots of money, and everything will work out.
I would appreciate being paid a lot of money. That's so much better.
It would be a lot better, wouldn't it, Grang? Do you feel like you're not valued because you're not paid?
Well, I wouldn't say completely. I would say just half. It's the other half of being paid, and the other half is being used. Because I was supposed to cast last night. I didn't get the chance because of Riot server issues.
Yeah,
I was supposed to cast the first game, but PS3 just throwing up a wrench and saying no. But I finally get to cast, and it's not even an official cast, so at least.
The curse is strong with you, Grang. The curse is strong.
Yeah, I got in the dark disease from last season.
Okay, so we will try to rejoin this game, and hopefully get this in-house back underway.
Oh, it just... trying to get of the okay.
And just 2 more to go, and then we'll be straight back into this, so we can try and get back in. Hopefully Arkarom has loaded up his toaster and is ready to go again.
He's still not in the lobby though, and either is our cameraman of Christopher either, so we're also waiting on him because we kind of need him because he's the one streaming. So let's actually show a little bit of love to Chris and his mechanics of computer using.
We see some very, very nice icon changes as well. Well, we can't see them because our cameraman's not here, unfortunately. Let's hope Chris shows up soon because it's nice, isn't it, Grang? It's nice and relaxing with all these poros.
Yeah, it is. It has a very hypnotic effect. Makes me feel like a prom.
Do you think this is what Braum sees in his mind? Like he just sees these poros all the time.
Well, I'll imagine that he sees poros and doors.
Poros and doors.
Yes.
Or poro doors.
Doors
like
made of poros. Now that would be a good door.
I feel you've just infected my brain and now it's just melted.
The door is because of the Prom's Unbreakable.
Mm-hmm. But I didn't think that the door was there because of the poros, Grang. I mean...
Well, no, he sees the door because he's holding it right in front of him. So he's looking at the door.
True.
Ah.
So what did we learn here today? Braum dreams of doors and poros.
Well, doesn't dreams, that's what he sees.
You're saying Braum doesn't dream?
About doors.
So you're saying he does dream about doors?
No, I'm saying that he might dream poros, not doors, because the door is the thing that he sees.
Okay, I get what you mean now.
Yeah.
God's sake, Grang. You have an interesting way of thinking that warps my mind into a position where I just can't comprehend.
I have been thought that quite a lot.
Really? Is that the exact phraseology they use?
In a way. There's a lot of modification of that sentence.
With many expletives deleted.
Maybe. Could be. Possibly.
Maybe. And Arkarom has still not shown up. So...
He's really taking some examples from Alex's computer.
Yeah, clearly he's just decided that his computer has just decided that maybe it's the League gods. They're just looking down on this today, and they're just like, nah, we're just gonna crash people's computers. They're just like, maybe that's why the team didn't show up in the beginning, Grang. Maybe all their computers crashed and they just couldn't get in.
Could be. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Arkarom. And we are finally going to start up the game with the same picks and I'll imagine the same bands. There we go.
There we go. So let's get this back on the road and let's try and get this done as quickly as possible. Alright,
so already different bands coming out. We'll see if they spell something out. VP. I know what they're doing. Do you know what they're doing?
I think I know what they're doing. You see the V. Give me an S.
Give me an R.
What does that spell, Grang?
We gotta wait for the rest champion though. Oh,
hey! And we get the lovely Vespyr bands coming out.
Actually, some nice communication between the teams because they did not talk about that in the lobby.
Yeah, definitely.
So the staff really showing that they're not afraid to go speak with the common people.
Please, Darth, don't join and spam Vespyr now, because we heard your TSM, but my ears can't take it. And just getting the last few picks, and last pick, but
I'm feeling that it's
a
going
little
to be
bit of
Alistar, and it is going to be Alistar. I predicted the Alistar.
You predicted the Alistar, did you?
Yes, I have a feeling, because they work so well with Corky.
It's definitely the comp that must do it. But so what you're saying is you have a 100% prediction rate so far
On this game, yes.
on this game. How long do you think you can keep that up for, Grant?
This game, I have a feeling that it's going to be around 36 and 24. I'm actually going to write that down, because when I'm right, and yes, I said when I'm right, I want to have full proof that I called it. My pen is missing.
Okay. We'll see how long this lasts. But I don't know. Already,
there it is.
I think Darth is not having fun at the minute. Seems to be picking a little bit of a fight. I may have to 1v1 him later. Potentially stream that, but who knows?
Yeah, we get some Fight Club going on.
Who would you be if there was a fight club for Vespyr, Grang? Would you be the guy who runs it? Do you think, or would you just be a guy at the background?
I would most likely be the guy in the background, but when the guy is like all beaten up, I go check him and I steal his wallet. Because losers don't deserve money. Especially in the Fight Club.
Yeah, that's true. So in other words, you would just sort of sneak in after everyone's defeated each other and just steal their money.
Well, it's not technically sneaking, because I'll be just walking.
Okay, so you just straight up walk over their unconscious bodies and steal their money.
Well, they don't have to be unconscious, because I'm not discriminating against dead and the unconscious people.
Speaking of discriminating, let's talk about the lovely Korean casting that we saw last night.
Oh, yeah. That was
from our very own Archeron, who showed he has some a little bit of a flair for the dramatic, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed. He really showed that he is a multicultural person, and we actually have a replay of it, and we're going to play it for you 23 people watching it.
Yep.
Fight, I will do the Korean cast, okay, guys?
Speaking of people getting caught out,
okay, I guess it's happening. We still have some time though. Oh, Jiraxi was caught out of position. Here comes the shockwave. Yes, it's ready. Explosive charge. Did more. There's nothing to do with it. Calling! Oh, no! Once again, another one. Shockwave is available. Oh, today, Perrier, Luciano. Oh, shockwave! 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 Isso! Never
Pretty sure that's racist to some degree.
That is maybe the most beautiful thing that I've seen in 2016.
It was indeed a very beautiful piece of casting there by our very own Archeron.
Yeah, it was perfect in every way. The excitement, the speaking. Perfect all the way.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think he practiced that one before going on?
I think that is how every play-by-play caster practices before they go on the air.
Is that what you do? Do you, Grang? Do you practice that Korean casting?
Well, I do it in Finnish. Because, as everybody knows, Finnish is like the most hardest language to learn in the world.
Is that true? Is it?
Yeah, I believe it's like at least in the top 10, but I'm not sure if it's in the top 5. But it's like close.
I like that quote. Finnish is the hardest language to learn. It's in the top 10. Not top 5, but in the top 10.
It could be top 5. I just don't remember.
It could be. We'll have to get somebody to to look that up in the meantime. But we are finally loading in. It looks like Arkarom has connected this time.
Ooh, look at that!
So
it's a game.
It's actually a game, Grang. We haven't seen one of these in a long time. Not sure what it is actually. To be honest, it's been that long.
It looks like a modification of Yoda. Some sort.
Oh dear, there is a lot of spam coming out straight away as they head towards the jungle. Who's gonna come across here? See, we've got to be careful though, because Darth is listening in, and he could be looking for some sneaky tips.
Yeah, but we have a 3-minute delay. Oh, there's gonna be a walking enemy there. Darth gets a hook on the medium air, but the focus is onto the backline. Fire is very low, has to back away. He's looking to get away. Darth has been ignited, turns flash away, but the Glamour Royal starts to get all the back, but doesn't want the kill, get the kill. Arkham trying to get the kill, and there's first blood thrown over the Aces. And Kraken's finally going down the Giants' squad. They might be looking for Waffle now. Waffle's trying to 1v3, has a black over the Darken's speed, but there's 2 flashes coming up, and Rare gets the kill. 4 kills already, 1 minute in. So that means that we have a... you speak a little bit, I have to think.
You have to think, Grung. Okay, well, that was a lot of... I think it was pretty much everything burned apart from Kai and Keek's flash. Obviously the TPs were not used, although that would have been an interesting tactic to walk up and TP in front of your opponents. But straight away we see the first few kills going over to the top lane, jungle, and the ADC of Challenger squad. And on the Challenge squad, we have 1 kill going over to Arkarom with deaths on him, Waffle in the jungle, and on Darth in the bot lane. So Darth already coming out with the awesome plays he was telling us about, giving away a good kill early and getting no assist.
Alright, so I did it really quick. I just had a little moment with my brain where it stopped working. But already the kills per minute is like 2, which is very good. I wanna see that as there's an engage coming up from Bowie. He gets the combo of the kick. He's very low, has to flash away, and he's gonna get away from all that damage that's gonna follow. But will they turn it around? I would say it doesn't look like they're able to.
Yeah, and solid hook there from Darth. Nicely just to...
There's a combo. Gets followers on the Darth. Captain Gun in, and there we go! A missed hook coming up from Darth.
0 for 2.
Exactly what we were looking for.
Oh no, he's 1 for 3. Because he landed the one at the beginning. Oh god, and the spam coming out from Kai in the top lane as well.
We're just gonna keep away from that. Actually, we can keep away from that, but Chris has all the power to go watch Heimerdinger up in the top. Just watch him spam out his taunt, I believe it is. Please don't. I don't. I really don't want to just hear Heimerdinger spam followed by Nasa's spam as well. Well, if Chris does it, it's only gonna show on stream, not on us though.
It's true. But looks like a
from Waffle.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice. A nice zone coming up. Echo is looking to make his way down for Royals. It's kind of converted to throwing a double man stun, already hitting him up, but I don't think there's gonna be enough damage. Actually, usually tries to put the damage down, but they're finally focusing onto the Waffle. Has to run away, attacks with the body slam, gets it away. Oh, but he still gets stunned out. Can't really follow it up. Minerva is very low. One more of the attack should do it, and the body slam does it the trick. Now Royals has no mana though, and there's Heimerdinger coming up from the top lane. Gets those rockets. He will get an assist on it. He's gonna go down. Arkarom gets his 3rd kill of the game.
Arkarom going full ham today with the belly thrusts of doom.
Yeah, really showing that what my belly can do, I can do it on Gragas.
Is that what you do in your spare time, Grang? You go around belly slamming people?
Well, I don't play Gragas.
No, but you said that what your belly can do.
Yeah, it's
so is that what you do in real life?
No, it's what Arkarom was thinking.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Arkarom goes around belly slamming people in real life?
Yes.
We'll have to get confirmation on that one, I feel.
Well,
Kai's...
I'm pretty sure it's gonna do that. There's a Dark Shield's being bought out first on Archon's Bat Gragas.
Yeah, and so it looks like Kai's just gonna struggle to lane here a little bit because he's running a bit low on mana, and Frodo is just nicely stacking up, and he's getting a little. He's not too scary right now, but he's gonna get a lot worse.
Kai finally getting his second CS, and he's missed like 7 from that wave. Finally actually getting some nice stuff, but yeah, he's like almost 1 CS behind.
I wonder if he's trying to play like an RTS style where he just doesn't do anything and just lets his turrets play the game for him.
Well, he hasn't died yet in like 5.5 minutes, so I would say no.
That's true. Maybe he's having a wager with Keek where they're seeing who's going to be the next one to die on the challenged squad.
Yeah, could be Royals trying to run away from the Arkham Waffle combo. That's an explosive cast.
Is he gonna thrust him? No.
Yep.
He just goes for the headbutt.
This is very sad because Yuyu is candy, but he's not getting those kills.
Ooh,
nice arcane shield coming up from Geek. Gets away from me, as Uncle was also coming up for a gang. Come on.
Guy using.
Does nothing.
Yeah, so tickles the Nasus. Tickles the dog.
Oh, he's really pulling out Geek. There's a knife
there's
burning,
a
and
hook.
he gets one more auto attack. That should be the thing, but he doesn't get it, and the shield is there to save him even further on. And they're gonna get away from that.
Lovely hook there from Darth, landing onto Tiol to stop the Corky bulk. Very nice.
Oh!
And immediately shows his true.
He's been exhausted out of the turret. He's gonna go down. Oh, he just barely. Just barely.
Close.
Well, it's very hard to hit on such small target as Nessus.
This is true. I mean, it's always the point blank body slams that are the hardest to hit out here.
Well, yeah, because the point blanks you have like the least time to like think about it. But when you come from the long range, you have more time to think about what if you're gonna miss, then you can follow it up with other damage. But if you do it closer, you have less time to think of what you're gonna do, because you think it's point back, so I'm obviously gonna hit it.
So Frodo currently sitting at 150 stacks at 7 minutes. Not too shabby. I'm going for the.
Yeah, that's all. He knocks him back, but the Royal's just gonna turn up. It's a ravenous block.
The missed Gragas combo makes me very sad. Almost perfection.
Oh, there was TP from Kai onto that minion. So Frodo's like, I'm gonna farm around it. It's slow even, but Kai's not moving at all. He's gonna go down to the minions, perhaps? He has the aggro.
Potentially. Casters are laying into him.
I'm sure Frodo would want to stack from that. Oh, he goes for Israel, but he's such gonna arcane hit over the other bushes, and yeah, there's Kai disconnecting. And actually didn't die.
Yeah, didn't die. Nice bit of. It was nice of Frodo to let him live. Honestly, would have taken the stack if that was me, probably.
There's such a scumbag. Once again, Kai's combo on the feet, but Waffle is just there, so is the medium rare. They're looking to fight there to get the stun on the Dio, but there's no follow-up damage coming up.
Waffle is here.
Yeah, he's still looking very hard. Just get something out of it, even though it's gonna be a kill for them. But there's a hook, but Unbreakable has been popped, so that takes almost no damage from the turret. And they're gonna survive from that. Waffle went a little bit low, about 400 health.
And it seems that the curse of the potato PC has indeed spread, and now from Arkarom to Kai, so Kai has disconnected once more.
It's a disease.
It is. It's just spreading, Rang. Soon it'll be us, then it'll be Chris, and then there'll be no stream.
Oh no, that would be a sad day.
Very sad day, Grang. Very sad. But at the same time, if we go over these teams, Arkarom is currently hard carrying on 4-1-0 for his team. Possibly asking why he got placed with these feeding scrubs.
Yeah, Arkarom is, I think overall, he's the best player on the team as Dart. What the hell was that? You actually landed something, but the Archon paid, which alive, it goes very well. Oh, but he barely survives, if only he had an Ignite up.
Yeah, interesting choice by Darth to go in on the swing.
Oh, Waffle flashes in, get the spell up, right
Arc
away
is
for
here.
Archon. Yeah, but there's barrel convince coming up from Echo. Gets almost doesn't get the stun, but there's two. They're gonna secure the kill. Oh, wow! Oh, surely. Yeah, it's gonna go over the Royals.
Look at that barrel
his first
damage.
kill of the game. And there's another stun up landing on the Archon, but he's just gonna walk up, or he doesn't get the range to pulverize.
I think he was debating doing the combo there.
Oh! A lot of action going up, and Archon is gonna go down. The shutdown kill going over the Royals. It's actually a lot closer. It feels like, especially in the early game. But now we're getting very slowly. We're getting into the mid game, and chances are looking to get even more powerful as Steve almost goes down. Bart gets another untypical hook for him. Lands it. But the turret goes down in the mid lane. Dark actually put down the exhaust, that's more like it.
Darth,
Then
where
gets
are you
knocked
going?
cleared out in the roof. Is he gonna go down? Oh, the rocket misses, but all the lags easy enough to secure the kill on the Royals. Now he's looking to run away from Waffle. He has to do a bit of slow on him. And he's got the support of the rest of his teammates. He's surely not gonna go down. He'll actually put a lot of pressure, but there's the rest of the Giants team.
Oh, and they're going for it.
Oh, Royals, you're so low, you have basically no mana, you're gonna go down once the Waffle gets stunned, and there he goes, it's a shutdown kill going over to peak. As Arthur was almost getting the kill on the teal, there's a flash, mystic shot, but he misses out. Where is Burrowing and play?
Archeron's still going.
Oh, just don't recall there. Oh, actually, Valkyrie over the wall to safety. You don't have any damage though, so I'm not sure if we can get the kill. We're still looking to get those auto attack.
There's a lot of damage from those barrels though.
Yeah, but Partisan should be up in a moment. He's gonna go over the wall, but he doesn't get the chance. As medium rare really sears up Archon.
No, it is Archeron who is dying a little bit out of place here. Now 4-3.
Oh,
Chasing a little bit too hard for Teal.
well, if it's a low health, you are obligated to go for it. As Bowley once again gets cancelled with Kai, but Kai is no with doubles. But it doesn't look like it. He's still trying to kite over the turret, but doesn't. Well, he actually did use the ultimate, but it wasn't on the turret. Oh, the blocking! Oh, such disappointment from. I mean, oh wow, what was that? He just basically waited for like a second or so.
Maybe he just wasn't sure that he was in the bush, and he decided to check, and it was just that little bit too late.
You still go check it, you don't wait. As the recalls are gonna happen, as Royals will be called out, but the box doesn't connect all the Royals. Does get knocked up, and the explosive power is on him, and the group also.
Don't take the ladder.
Take the ladder, yes, there we go. Going activate the invincible will. Dark is very low, no mana, can he get 2 more to that CS? That's to get the kill. Now Arkham is in the battle and he's going to do something of damage on the Royals. But Kai coming out with his seeds or a portal build and gets the kill, but the Royals just beats him up with one siphoning strike.
Oh dear, the raid boss has been unleashed.
He's looking video very scanner cap on the Kai, but there's a turret, so they won't wanna chase that as the true shot power is actually from the bottom lane. It's just a duo against Tio. But
I feel like Kai has gone for the strategy of trying to give Nasus as many stacks as possible, as picking up that Zeroths now. So he now has a constant stream of CS that he can nicely stack with that Q.
Leviathan should be so proud.
Yeah, already doing wonders at 387 stacks at 14 minutes. That's a lot of damage.
He's actually most likely gonna go for the Battle of Command. Pick of that, and so he's gonna get the split pushing.
Oh dear, Archeron. You don't want to fight that guy.
Well, here's Kai. He might want to at least do something, but Burger does not have ultimate available quite yet, but he's just trying to farm up the little turret. There's a slow on the Archon, so he can't get in range. Doesn't have flash. but there's already enough distance between him and Archon, so he's gonna get away. Oh, Dark flashing out, gets over, misses the play, and the hook, there we go! Now, if you only need to activate the buff, but it's not up, sadly so, as Waffle gets the kill on the Royals, which is just completely out of place, as Bo is just gonna flash for kick, gets polarized onto him and the headbutt. Just getting ready for Tio. Bo takes the acro. Tio is looking to get the kill on the third, and he does, but he'll go down, yes he will.
Well played there to pick up the kill. I feel that Darth has made us all proud today. I know the gank comes in, but again, this is gonna be. Oh!
Yeah, no mana on Frodo, so. Oh, he actually gets the kill! Whoa! Oh, Dart, we're looking for the 1v1. Make us proud.
Come on, Darth, you can take him.
Come on, get it on the turret. Gets a kill on the turret. Oh, the Ignite is back. Oh, he gets the kill! Dart! You're average!
Supportal combat coming out really strong there, and they managed to trade 1 for 1. Very nice.
If only Dart was building some damage instead of that not working support build that he's doing currently.
So you're saying his build could be improved with some damage? What do you think he should pick up, Rang?
Let me think for a moment, because there's a lot of items.
Would you build him AD or AP? Because he does have a decent AP scaling with a 1-1 ratio on that ult.
I would say at Quinsos.
Gwinsus.
Yes.
Interesting option. Oh, lovely catch there.
There's a lot of action. I can Royal Speed the next target going up there. Down, yes it is. Waffle gets yet a third kill.
Lovely catch there. They grab Royals as he overextends into the inhib turret there. But let's see if they can make anything happen off the back. Look at this. Oh, he's going for the
gets a
hook.
play. Oh, gets it through. Whoa, that's very much hard. He's obviously scripting or something. As Boy still gets the kill on the guard. Is the next target. He's under a lot of pressure. We get the one. Oh, he's looking to get away, but the rocks are burning. There gets a Walker in the brain, and Meteor is just gonna secure the kill and get out with the ultimate.
Yeah, just not able to get that last little bit of damage to kill him. And Archeron looking for something here. Has a lot of damage.
But there's 3 members there. Not sure if you wanna take it. There is no ultimate quite yet available for Boy. But if he would have gone hard, he might have gotten at least a lot of damage on the game. That's the
Nice to
first.
pick up the dragon there.
Yeah. We're going to put up 5 stacks for the blue seal.
Oh!
Oh! Wow! Oh, no!
I felt that one a little bit.
We see
Looks like they're
Royals
gonna
is
go on
gonna-
Royals.
Taking. He can also feel the damage. Yeah, they're just gonna keep going. Come on, further. One more auto. Mr. Sitting inside. Come on. Oh, Mirror is gonna get the kill and deny a stack from Frodo. So that is gonna be a mistake as it's gonna delay his siphoning strike power even more. Oh, the 3v4 is really showing up. Oh, medium. But I think he just gets in range actually.
Lovely bit of half health Q there. Kai with a nice little bit of troll.
Ah, yes. There we go.
Little bit of troll. That's not the Darth we know and love.
Yeah, Dress is actually a very hard champion to play if you don't know what you're doing. Although I assume Dark doesn't know what he's doing. But he's still getting very lucky with his plays.
Unfortunately, it is the Alistair, and he's just gonna let Unbreakable sort of walk away.
It's going to expire, it's already there, but Royals is there, can he get him out of there? But he can all but the last hit is just gonna hit the final nail in the coffin for him. Just Minimer with it. It's done. Looking for Dark, he has no mana, but there's Waffle is being
Royals is burning mana though.
And he's looking to get away. Oh, Theo, nice pass on the Paisian from Archon, and he's gonna get the kill, and then the explosive right in the hands of Waffle. He might be even looking to get that kill also. Miller is looking to pick off Dark, and he gets it, while Kai watches from the side.
Yeah, Kai just watches Darth get. I feel like obliterated would be a good word. Yeah, as he gets shredded by medium rare on that echo.
And he's not looking for. Oh, Oh, actually goes down from the third acro. A little bit of mistake. Mirror takes the ultimate and he's gonna be safe.
Keeks looking for
coming.
it.
Oh, Dinky barely nicked him. Didn't get the kill.
Just not enough. Rift Herald now despawned and Baron will be spawning soon. Could we see a 20-minute Baron?
Maybe 22 minutes.
I mean, you have got a Nasus with 600 siphoning strike damage.
Yeah, but the challenge team is really putting out the pressure, so it's not going to be free.
Nothing about this game is free, Grang. Nothing.
Well, it's a free cast for us.
I suppose, yeah, that's true. We are free. Oh. As we said, the point blank ones are the hardest to hit.
Especially your Dark, who I think is qualified also. Oh, goes over the wall, gets a combo on the Dark, but he's gonna flash away.
Archeron surviving on just over 100 health there as he hides off to the side.
A little bit. Oh, he tried to take the lantern, but I'm bad. I actually took the lantern. Well, focus on this lot of top lane.
Yeah.
Waffle, it's gonna go in, but he gets rooted up in place. Disengage, but further, Waffle is actually still looking, focusing on the further, while Dart is actually gonna go for the support and the hit laner, and he's just gonna back away right immediately so. Well, he gets a headbutt to give Waffle away, and that is going to be once again disengaged, as Echo is pushing up the mid lane. Oh, nice! Last position for Archeron, showing really why Gorgas is his champion.
Yeah, the Archeron Gragas main, and oh dear, they're gonna chase Swaggins, but
yeah, he's got the ghost. He's gonna give him enough hits to get out and the lantern, so he's just gonna pull him away. Where? Might be looking for Geeks, he's a little bit all around, but the rest of his teammates are there, and a lot of damage from Bruce. Laser. He gets the kill. There's Theo. He's aiming with the Gatling gun on the backline. It's going to be a double kill already for Broder. Might be looking for third one, but finally gets down the kick.
okay.
Might be looking for something. Just one more time. Oh, the rocket misses! But boy, comes in and finishes off the job.
Unleash the bull. And that's what they've done. They've unleashed it. As he comes in for the headbutt pulverized to get that lovely little bit of damage. Oh, Kai. Just too fast, unfortunately.
Yeah, Kai, why you do that? Ooh.
Oh, he's coming back though.
Yeah, TP the Zero portal. I think there's not quite yet.
But the Mega Turret, but it just didn't really do a lot of damage due to his full tank Heimerdinger. Tankadinger.
I was thinking that.
Tankadinger? No, Tankadinger.
Tankadinger. Let us know in the Twitch chat. Is it Tankadinger?
Yeah, come on.
God damn it. Tankadinger. Tankadinger.
Exactly.
It's a tongue twister, isn't it? Try to say it 3 times.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Say it 3 times as fast.
No. I will not. I will say to you, sir. And it looks like they're going to try and catch up Bully Bill.
Oh, Kai gets stunned with the grenade, and that is going to disengage Bully from any more action. Dragon is live though.
Come on, Darth, hit something. We believe.
Or try to hit something and miss. That's what we believe in. As Jungler are fighting the mid lane, it's like either would win that, but there's Bully fighting him right with the third aggro. And Theo also is just going to do enough damage to finish off the kill. First takes the lantern, but Dark with his weak ass lanterns has to put the battery over.
Just keep on that.
It's gonna go down here, it's gonna put the kill, but Rush comes in down the huge bit of damage and gets the kill. Murphy looking for Kai now, but he's full tank. Arkham is over the wall, he's looking for his Bison to come back, and then he gets the jungle rage and the barrel on him, but Meteor is just gonna say no, and I'm not gonna let you kill us. Or can they get the kill on the Kai? Should be, and that is gonna be an ace without Nasus. So
yeah. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Swaggins is just doing his own thing. He's playing that farming simulator. having the time of his life. It's nice and relaxing. He doesn't need to get in these fights. He doesn't need to stress himself out with the pains of team fighting when he can just farm it up in the top lane and push turrets.
This skill out is working better than we would imagine, because if it's on a lane that's not Nasus, it's gonna push against.
Oh.
Royal says no with a Trinity Force and just delete Dark from the game, and Waffle might be the next deleted target. Yes.
I feel
Arkham?
showing why we love Darth.
Well, we have very mixed feelings about Darth.
Oh dear.
So,
I feel this game may soon be crossing the point of no return.
so this is a late game Nasus. 26 minutes into the game.
The late game Nasus with Triforce and a lot of stacks, I think is one way to say
Yep.
it. The
Come
other
on.
way is saying a shed load.
Joe! What does the stack number say about his stacking power?
Oh god, Grang. Please. No. Grang, why are you trying to meme me so hard? Unfortunately, it is not over 9,000 yet. I feel if we keep going, he will hit that point soon though, because he is hitting that 850 so far. Darth missing another 100. Good job, Darth.
That's all, yeah, but it's not enough as well. It just puts in the head and gets in range. But you take a lot of beating from Kai and Arkham. Yes, finally keep coming up, but it's unbreakable will. But he's a little bit surrounded by the Giant's team. Here, touches out on the hook. He is still looking for Alistar, but there's a flash override and the combo, he gets it. But he still goes down, and then the flash coming up from Peak. He's gonna get away from that as Waffle and Kai are chasing onto this Nasus. He has no mana though, so he might be going down finally as Medium gets onto the flash on the top lane and touches out the Mystic Charge from Ezreal. He's still trying to escape. Through supplies come through and it doesn't.
No, he's
Doesn't-
getting out though.
Oh, Arkham looking to get the kill, and he does with a Witchbane. Frodo is actually looking to get away with the passive lifesteal that he gets. As Minior has to put ultimate just to get away. He is still looking, but he might outplay. Can he outplay 3 members? He's looking for Kai possibly, but doesn't get into the parallel convergence. So it's going to be a shutdown kill going over to Arkham.
Arkaram still going strong with the Thrust of Doom.
And
Always
on-
comes in at the perfect time.
And on other news, Frodo's weapons did not die.
No.
Almost like a kill on Waffle.
I think once he hit that point between the inner and outer turret, though he wasn't going down. And Darth, you know what though, we can say what we want about Darth, but he is consistent, and that's what matters. Consistency.
Well, he's consistently inconsistent because he's been hitting and he's been missing.
See, no, he's showing us why though. See, that's got to be at least the 4th, maybe 5th hook in a row. He's making up for it, Grant.
The Dumbledore's going. Might be looking for Alistar now. On the road, and he gets it, but here comes in with a package Valkyrie. There's a lot of disruption going up on the Giant's team side, but there's an exalt on the Royal. 2 supports from through, but it doesn't get any kills. So 3 members currently from Transit Squad on this mid lane. They're looking for Kai possibly. Doesn't get the stun, but there's a couple of combo from Alistar. And the Unbreakable Will. Arkham is standing over, he got the kill, but doesn't get the execution damage down. Waffle might be the first target to penetrate down. Royce gets the kill onto him. Giant's team is very low. Arkham is on the back line and he's looking to get picked off by Medium Rare. Finally Dark getting the hook, but it's still not going to be enough as Royal gets the second strike power down.
Lovely pickup. Still pushing in aggressively. 3 members down for none, and they can keep diving if they want. Kai spamming out that little bit of BM there as he taunts them to try and say, "Come at me, bro."
Well, he's anti, so it's going to be very hard to kill him, but he has no mana. But he's still cannot get away from that. But now the Giant Squad are under the turret line, so they're going to take aggro if they want to get out. But it doesn't look Royal who's going to get out as he gets picked off from Geek to Aston, 8 kill. of the game. It's actually a bit of SKD. Can we see the next target? Great. Just dooms his fate.
Oh, and he lands a hook.
That gets onto Theo. Now medium here. Onto the next target. Waffle getting those bounces down. And the death boost coming up from Giant Squad. The next team called out by the Giant team. Looking for medium rare. Or further trying to deal up with card, but he's the tank. Rare just survived the grand heal. And further still trying to put down those stacks on the Kai. And has to breath away to get out of range. And as well as the lift range is going to be enough from Archon to save Kai's life.
Lovely combo there from Archeron to secure the kill on Frodo, and are they going to potentially look to do Baron now?
They could.
Yeah, looks like they're starting it off, although Rare is up.
And but he's under half health, so he has to time it very perfectly. He has no vision though. Oh, but their Royals actually came in from PG. They're looking for Waffle, they want to take down the Glamour so they can't do the Baron. But there's already enough disengage coming out, but Rare he gets locked up. The Barrel Condenses come through, he gets a stun and a shield, but is there going to be enough damage to secure his kill on the Waffle? Yes it is, he is fully coming in with a class combo. And Archon is the next target, continue to go down, based up on the shield, he's going to keep him alive. And
Oh,
he's on the bow,
protection!
but he still gets locked up.
Yeah.
In CC. Fine. And you get, actually you get the kill. Oh no, you can't. With the face of the mounted from Bowie.
Archeron, what are you doing?
We're gonna get away. Tio flashes in, gets missile barrage, 1 damage, gets a big rocket, and gets the kill on the Archon. Now, this might be the next target gonna go down, dodges out from the Hellstorm head for overrise combo. But it doesn't seem like they can get in range. The rockets, oh, the arcade ship, just enough to save his life. No disengage.
Yeah, this. I think what we can say is they've done an impressive job of not losing at this point. Like they've managed to hold well considering they gave up those early kills, and I think the challenge squad is doing a good job of trying to stall out the game as long as possible.
Yeah, if they can stall it out for 5 more minutes, I'll be a happy camper.
5 more minutes of NASA stacks is that's going to be a thing, and they are doing Baron right now.
Oh, Royals is actually taking them quite hard. He's taking the jungler as well. He's trying to chase him. Kai goes down. Royals is still up. Flash hook, but it gets dodged out. Waffle is still chasing. Finally, Royals is out of mana, so he's gonna go down and gets the lantern to get out of it. There's a slow on the kick, but Archon comes in to save his life. Almost goes down though, but he still gets the kill.
Yeah, managed to take down the main raid boss, and they take down the Royals as well, so that's 2 members down on the side of Challenger Squad, looking to try and steal this dragon, although it is on pretty much full health.
A little bit something done.
Ooh, Dark landing the damage.
I don't see me and Mercury out of this one. Unless he can dodge it out.
He still has the ult.
Yeah, there's Tio, finally, he just has to wait for a little bit longer. And there he finally comes, and he actually gets a kill! They're looking to turn it, and medium rare!
That's not fair.
Against all odds!
That's
survives.
not fair. And Waffle loudly proclaiming that it was a 1v1. I think we can agree.
If only Dark had Guinzos.
You do raise a good point, Grang. I feel that if he had that Guinzus, the damage would have just been enough to save himself from that situation.
This is why Dark is a silver support.
I think you could have ended that sentence with just, this is why Dark is silver.
Well, I'm sure that one also put it out the oh! Did you see that? 2,000 crit from Frodo.
That's a sin.
Well done.
All you can really say.
Now he only needs an infinity edge. As there's gonna be a fight, a lot of Giants team members are gonna go down. Peak should be the 4th target gonna go down. Burial gets killed under the fountain. Waffle might be looking to turn this around on the Tio to just get any hurt down. But Tio has a lot of damage on his side, so it doesn't look like he can get the kill. Waffle also has a Silas portal, he could completely missed it as well. But Banner of Command.
Just pushing in the inhibitors.
That's actually a Rails. bringing up the banner command on his mid lane. Alright,
Next level
combo.
starts.
First
Could be
Nexus
looking to
turret.
finish here.
Come on, it's 2 minutes too soon. You gotta delay. Dark, do everything in your power. But get the hooks, but you only get it to a minion. That's not the target you want. Royal, find a hook you want to backdoor this Nexus with all the members there. Put down the ultimate. But there's a lot of turrets. He's still actually doing the Nexus. And he's looking to get it. It's so low. Can't get in range because Alpha is unavailable. Dio gets the kill. He only needs to get in range to get the Nexus down. Dark gets hooked on the Royal slugging spot. There's a flash from Boulder. Guys. Oh! The Nexus doesn't get the last summoning strike. And it's gonna be delayed. What a game!
The maximum BM coming out. Not finishing the game when it's the German. And all Royals is TPing in.
Oh! There's a TP. Mirror is also there. That's gonna be game. Nobody's there. Arkham is like, I don't care about this shit. I'm gonna be out of here. 35 minutes. No!
And the GG Easies come down.
No! I was off by 50 seconds.
I feel that the end
you
of
have
that
to give me
sentence was
that.
the
It's only 50 seconds.
Yes, good job, Grant. Almost.
But nevertheless, challenge the squad. They do get the game then. Yeah, cool. What a game. Dart. So, give us a little bit of insight what's going through your mind when you actually landed the hook.
Wow, rude. No, most of the time was just, I think our team comms were, God damn it, Kai. Ezra's going to carry, and me just going like, no, leave me alone, no.
So me and Kai, Joe, were actually also going that if you had built Quinzo's Rage Blade, you would have enough damage to actually get the kill onto Echo when he was 1v2ing you guys on the dragon in the later on in the game.
Yeah, the idea was because Waffle and I said we wanted to do he wanted to do dragon, and Echo showed up, and I just said I would help, and we had no idea that Corky was coming, so I was just trying to keep Echo off of him as long as I could, so he could actually shield himself and do the damage. Sadly enough, he didn't have the damage, and Corky came along, so no use trying to run there.
Right, and also the last question I want to ask about the double Zeroth's portal build. Because you obviously had some bit of strat going into the game. What were you thinking when it didn't work out?
When I saw that they were going Zero, I first thought, you fucking idiots, what are you doing? Then we came with the idea, like, if we give them more minions to kill, then we get more Nasus stacks and the game will be over quicker. So, yes, that was the idea. I think, basically, we lost the game when Will just disconnected and left us out to dry.
Alright, thank you very much. Dark Laser, the best dress in your country.
Excuse me, I hear sarcasm there.
I don't. And we have 20 minutes to go until we'll get back to our normally advertised programming with Hexed Gaming taking on 8S Gaming. That's going to be in 20 minutes. And also be sure to keep tuned in as the last game for actually the third game, because there's going to be 3 games today with the CNET Rangers also taking on 3 Hana. And that's most likely going to be the last game for today, but the second game is going to be Flying Mariachis taking on Glamour Girls. So we're going to take a little bit of a 20-minute break, and we're going to be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Laser here, and welcoming you. Together with me is Joe once again. We'll be going to have the shoutcast, the first game of today, the second day of the first week of, you guessed it, the Premier League. So thanks for being here, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Dar, for having me, and that was a lot of numbers that you just went through there. Well played to you, sir. Well played.
Right, thank you. I nearly messed it up, and my mind went everywhere. But we've got our first bands already coming in, Zed and Vane.
Yeah, some straight out. So Zed is obviously really good at the minute, especially with that introduction of the Duskblade, which is so strong on Zed, and Gangplank getting banned out as well, as long as Yasuo. Interesting. Some very target bans I feel coming out right now.
I'm surprised to see that. So the Gangplank is a very usual pick that everybody bans away the moment they see it. And Yasuo, we've been seeing quite a lot of bans lately on Yasuo.
I mean, I think people are just a little bit afraid of the Yasuo who gets ahead, and obviously, once he starts getting a few items behind him, he just starts becoming this huge split push threat, and it's really hard to deal with him and lock him down. In most cases, especially if there's a composition built around that with something such as a Malphite, which is really popular at the minute.
Oh, yes. Just because flex picks at this meta are so strong, and together with the Malphite Yasuo, you're gonna have a big team fight. But we've got a benched Kenge, and Fiora will not be taking part in this one. First pick, Elise.
Yeah, straight up the jungler getting picked away. I mean, it is a really strong jungler to pick up straight off, but I definitely agree with the Fiora getting banned out. I mean, she's such a strong champion at the minute with that, with her entire kit just being really based around just outplaying your opponent. If you have a top laner who can play it, then it just becomes an unstoppable force. But this does leave up a lot of the strong picks at the minute as well, such as Corki, and also that Graves as well.
Perhaps they want to ban out the enemy's top laner because it's vital to their plan, but the Corki, I'm really wondering whether we'd see him picked up since he's so popular. He can go mid, he can go AD carry, and well, some people even go, send him out in the top lane, but it's going to be Janna locked in, and hovering over that Rek'Sai will be locked in here.
Yeah, I mean, straight away picking up that counter jungle as well, and the support. Interestingly enough, don't want to secure any of those strong picks such as Corki just yet. I do see Unna. He does like to play a lot of that, a lot of junglers such as Rek'Sai and such, but he likes to break out in a mostly the aggressive style. If he gets ahead, he likes to snowball it, but there's a potential that we could see it going towards more of a tank-orientated Rek'Sai, but we'll have to see how he works this beginning of the game. And Lulu being hovered, also a really strong flex pick at the minute. Could go support, could go mid, could go top, and probably could do it ADC, but I wouldn't recommend it off the top of my head.
Well, nobody likes it when a spider jumps on you and then becomes a giant spider, but might be actually going to be Alistar Poppy. And I want to go in on this Janna because Janna works really great with Corki. Basically, till he gets that power spike of level 11 with the level 2 rockets, with the Eye of the Storm, he can actually trade very well, especially when it's going to be against an Alistar. Though it could also be a Poppy support and Alistar somewhere else, but I doubt that's going to happen.
The Poppy is really strong into that, though, with being able to interrupt that Rek'Sai dash, and if they do pick up Corki, able to stop that Valkyrie, because you jump on, pop the zone, and then it means that he either flashes or he dies, and it just forces that decision that means that it's either one or the other, and you've got to pick.
And on the other side now, Malphite being locked in as he had predicted, but Yasuo has been banned away, so what are they going to pair it with? Really, such a strong pick in this current meta.
Yeah, I think if they're going to pick something up, it's perfectly fine to pick up the Corki because it is such a strong pick in this team comp, and leave up the mid lane to be countered. But any ADC would actually be fine, and it is the Caitlyn picked up in the end. Possibly looking for a lot of yeah, so gonna try and look for a lot of that zone control, especially around objectives and turrets, just spamming out those traps to make sure that they cut off as many options as they have. Because obviously, you have the Elise and the Poppy, but they do have to get within a certain range to be able to jump on top of you, and especially in the case of Poppy and Alistar, they actually have to walk directly. So if you cut off those points of entry with those traps, it means that it sort of forces the enemy team to play around it a little bit more, and try to come in from odd angles.
True, like with Caitlyn, you've got such a range, and you see Alistar or Poppy coming from miles already trying to knock you against that wall or knock you up, so you're rather safe, especially with that 50 caliber net. So I'm wondering what kind of reply they're going to give to pair up with this Alistar, perhaps even do a lane swap, and they're going to lock in the Lucian and the Corki, which is going to go mid.
Yeah, perfectly fine picks here. I mean, Corki himself, as we've been saying, is such a strong pick at the minute with the damage that he brings, especially in that mid game and towards the late game point, but Lucian is just a straight up good doula in the bottom lane, and if you've got someone such as Alistar, then you can just straight up go in level 2 and try to get something done, and Lux being locked in the mid lane to counter this Corki.
It's going to be the Lux indeed, so being a bit more popular once again ever since the new season, and well, I do love those final sparks, snipe offs, it's always lovely to see them happen. But I'm sort of wondering how well can the blue team here work around that Janna disengage, because you've got Poppy and Alistar running towards you, and you've got the Queen of Disengage going against you. So Hexed, I'm really interested in seeing how you're going to work around that.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of this team is very much about sort of disengaging on the side. On the purple side. So obviously you've got the Caitlyn who wants to be shooting from range, and you've got Lux who wants to be poking down with all her abilities, and then you've got Malphite who's just there as just... I feel that the Malphite ultimates will mainly just be to either catch a single person out, or just to mainly try and get that huge wombo where you just land like a 4-man ultimate, and then you get Lux just ripping through them with the final spark.
Blur.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's pretty much what the sound is, right? It's like a blur, right?
But you do have to say, like, if Caitlyn does fall behind slightly, because either she has a wondrous start and gets very active in the mid game, but usually when she's just having a normal game, she has to wait till late game to really hit that power spike. So I'm wondering if they might lack a bit in damage with Lux also. Well, Lux being the main damage next to Caitlyn, and Malphite probably going main tank.
Yeah, I mean, Malphite's got to really go tanky, and it'll be interesting to see what he can really do against this Poppy, because Poppy just has such high base damages early game, and she can trade out with the Grasp of the Undying, I would expect, on both sides. I mean, she can just trade aggressively as much as she wants, and I don't think Malphite's really going to be able to do anything until he hits that 6 point, as is the most case with most Malphites, to be fair.
And I'm really interested in this jungle matchup because we see these Rek'Sai so often and it always goes 50-50. And I've had people tell me that the advantage is usually in the early game on that Rek'Sai, but I myself am a very big supporter of Elise, so I would like to hear what you think about that.
Well, I think Elise herself is really strong because obviously if you do manage to land that cocoon, it's pretty much just force flash or dead, like instantly. Rek'Sai, you've got a little bit. It's a little bit easier to sort of play around him because you force him to do some kind of flash if you can see him coming, because obviously he has to tunnel. If he saves it, he's got the ability to obviously catch up to you a little bit, but I think Elise is a slightly better ganker, but I feel that Rek'Sai is a slightly better team fighter when it comes to how you play it out. And we'll have to see who can really get snowballing here, because I think both sides are just as aggressive as to who can gank early.
Indeed, and I feel like with Rek'Sai, you'll always be sort of a factor even in mid and late, even if you fall behind. While Elise, if she does fall behind and she goes squishy, she can just be easily pulled over by, I don't know, by a Malphite simply squashing her to the ground like a little bug. Oh, actually, she's not a bug.
Yes, she will get very much splattered if she manages to fall behind. I would expect a slightly tankier build from Elise. I mean, you never really want to go full glass cannon because you just become more of a... You just become a little bit more of a hindrance as you go on, especially if you don't get snowballing. I mean, it's just not even worth it. If you start to fall behind, it's probably even better just to go straight up Cinderhulk, as we see a lot of players do. And it's just generally a better way of playing because you're a little bit more reliable. Even if you can't do the damage, you don't really need to because you've got that Corki, you've got that Lucian, and they'll both go crazy as you start to hit that mid-game point of this match.
I miss the times when Elise was like this flex pick that could also go to the support role, where Creppo actually introduced that. So it was in Season 3 and Elise sort of went everywhere because that was when she came out and she was just like every other champion Riot usually releases early on, super imbalanced.
Well, who knows? I feel that for every set of imbalance, there's always a way of playing around it. Except Fiora. You can't play around
Except Fiora. Like, yeah, never mind that. Just you play against a Fiora, just give up.
Yeah, no, don't give up. Just, surrender 20. That's all I'm saying.
Lie down and roll over. Just be nice. Just ask them to be gentle on you.
Yeah, that's the easiest way. You've got to get the old chat in there straight away, so you can show that you know what they've done, and they can feel slightly bad about it. Not too much though.
Well, we can start by introducing the teams. On the blue side, we've got Hexed with Salamander 117 on Poppy in the top lane. Elise will be played by Mad Marius in the jungle, with Corki in the mid lane played by Hey. Hired Gun Lucian will be played by Dudex in the bottom lane, with supporting Alistar by Squeedo.
Yep, and on the other team we have Second Gamers who are going to have Chrome C in the top on Malphite. In the jungle it's Unna on Rek'Sai. In the mid lane it's Lux with Vespyr. And in that bot lane we're going to have Telpi and Wuxi on Janna and Kate. And I think this is going to be a destructive game once it gets rolling. I feel that one side's going to get a kill, and then it's just going to be forced fights all the time.
Well, you know how I like my games, about 5 kills a minute. Welcome to the ref once again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in those votes. I think the votes were pretty 50-50, and I like both these key team comps. I have to be fair, I really hope there's going to be one big shit fest.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a fest, but we'll have to see how it goes, because I think both teams, although they have the potential to be able to just keep forcing fights if they get ahead, they also have the ability to stall out if necessary. Because obviously, if say we have the blue team getting slightly ahead, obviously you've got that Caitlyn, you've got that Lux, who is so easy to just clear waves and poke from range that they don't really care if you're just going to try and force fights, because they can just sort of sit a mile away from you and just do a little bit of damage here and there, and they're just happy enough to do that and stall out. But at the same time, if they start sieging up and pushing in aggressively, they can turn that poke into an advantage and start trying to take objectives. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Could be a long game because both teams have quite a lot of wave clear. We've got Lux on one side with Caitlyn's Peacemaker, while on the other side Corki's Rockets and Lucian with his guns. Let's just go with that. No, but there's a lot of it can just really tag on. I remember the time when it was, I think, Expected playing Nidalee, and just with his poke by himself, he literally dragged out the game to 50 minutes and won by that. So that's sort of the things I hate about that kind of meta with poking.
Well, the thing is, like, it helps to stall out games when you can just poke away the enemy team, because especially when it comes to something, as you say, such as Nidalee, when you get to a point where you can just throw a spear, hit a carry, and they go down straight to half a quarter health, then you can't push in. And that's why poke is so effective at just stalling out games. But at the same time, poke doesn't really matter if you can jump straight on the enemy team's face with something such as Poppy, such as Alistar, such as Elise, even Corki to an extent if you use that package. Because you can just jump straight through, get in range, and just do damage.
Equalizer. I do agree, but I do have to note that the time we'd expect it was still unchanged Nidalee. It was still the old Nidalee with the spears doing like pretty much one-shotting from time to time. But no, in the mid lane, Igby and Cordy are a bit taking quite a lot of poke here. We'll have to back off and play a bit safer, I think. But meantime, in the bottom lane, we do see both teams being very aggressive and putting some damage onto each other.
Yeah, well played by the bot side of 8 Second Gamers, though, to read that Squiddo was about to hit 2 and they just back off. Play it safe, don't want to get flash pulverized, because obviously you don't have enough peel as of yet to really stop an aggressive play, but it looks like we're going to gank from the mid.
Valkyrie away should be safe for now. Some nice spider instincts, spidey senses. It would have been so much better if it were released, I know.
Yeah, it would, but maybe it was maybe it was like his radar going off. It was pinging him out as he came flying in there.
I see what you did there.
And a pause.
Apparently we've got a pause coming in, some technical difficulties. We'll be reporting on that whenever we've got something. Apparently some lag in the mid lane for Lux. We'll be covering from that in just a moment, but in the meantime, let's take a look around. So, nothing really interesting to talk about, really.
Well, I mean, the only interesting thing to really talk about is obviously when you've got that mid lane who are aggressively trading against one another. We see Unna come in to try and get something, try to make something work, but he can't really do anything because you can just Valkyrie away. Whereas on the other side, I think if Marius had tried to make something potentially happen, if they weren't as pushed up, he could have potentially made something, because obviously Lux doesn't really have anything to keep herself safe other than that shield. I mean, you can bind one of the people, but even then, the other person's just going to lay into you. If it's Marius, he's just going to use that high base damage on his execute from his spider form bite. And if it's Corki, then, I mean, he's just going to do Corki things to you.
Yes, Corki does Corki things. That's excellent sense there. I mean, thank you.
Corki has such high base when he uses his phosphorus bomb and orders. Yeah, and once he starts shredding you with that spray, I mean...
The Gatling gun, indeed.
Yeah, exactly. Another interesting thing to point out, though, is on the top lane, Salamander's actually losing out on farm, even though he's been pushing aggressively into Chrome. Chrome is slowly running out of mana, though, because of that, so we'll have to see if they can really make anything happen. And Marius is currently doing Scuttle, I believe, But from that, he could either go top or mid, and we'll have to see what they're going to try and do there. Although it does look like he's been pinged out by someone on 8-second gamers, so they could potentially know that he's hanging around there.
This could also be the sign for Honor to actually go to that top lane and help stop that Poppy, or at least make a recall to give the advantage to Malphite at the very least. And this could open up this mid lane Lux who's being pushed in. So she does have her heal, but once again, it's a Lux early game. She is she's very squishy and will go down very easily, especially when Elise can just repel out of turret range.
Yeah, exactly, and you've really got to start to put that pressure on, because once you start putting her a little bit behind here and there, it just starts to snowball further and further, and it looks like we're going to get straight back into gameplay.
Yes, welcome back, and we do see Matt Murray's taking this Rift Godler. I always hate it when they take it. It's such a nice guy. He doesn't even attack. He's just like that kind, just being.
Yeah, he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately.
He's like one of those hippies. Just let it be. Let it be. The hippies of the river.
So you're saying that Rift Scuttler is a hippie?
Obviously, make love, not war.
Make love, not war. Rift Scuttler 2016.
Oh, but here it's Wokti actually being called out, takes a bit of damage by the top lane. Salamander is being attacked pretty badly here. That was a corrupting potion by both Fox, and Chrome C really using that advantage is slowly racking up.
Yeah, and everything I said before, Chrome C's just pushing in so aggressively for this Malphite early game. I mean, those orders were shredding Salamander.
He will have to go back and probably use that teleport, both of them, unless they both decide to walk back. There's a possibility. But in this mid lane, I do have to say, Corki with that Thunderlord's Decree still makes me sick. I hate League of Thunderlords.
Well, I feel that it's not as, to be fair, at least it's not as bad as it was. It's not as simple as auto-include anymore, to just have Thunderlords and wind speakers on some other people. But at the same time...
Bananas.
Yeah, bananas. That's,
PTSD syndrome.
Don't give me flashbacks, man. That's all I'm saying. Don't give me flashbacks of Soraka.
Some people have Vietnam, we've got Soraka in Season 6.
Yep, exactly. I don't think those are on the same level, maybe, though.
Well, we do see Elise being pinged out. She's been noticed and making her way down to the bottom side. Perhaps she can try to make a gank here, but look at that. Salamander is still there. He did not go back, so he's a bit ahead in CS, but he has to be careful now. He is a bit low on health there, about half health.
Well, the thing is,
I would love to see something happen.
Yeah, and a gank coming in as well.
Wooktie might be in trouble. Here comes a Cocoon. It's going to connect. Wooktie in so much trouble. Ignite, flashed away, heal, everything being used, propel forward. He wants to kill the first blood. Ignite, that's it for Alistar. And Elise just walks striding out, triumphant from getting a kill.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting play there by Marius to go full ham, and he was like, nope, I'm not letting this Janna get away, and goes full mental with the repel forward under turret, and manages to secure it for Squiddo.
It's kind of rude actually, like you go through so much to get that kill and then there's like the ignite finishing it off, and the mid lane we do see Unna trying to get a gank off with that tunnel, but Corki with the Valkyrie, not really that dangerous for him, but we do see Salamander, he's one level ahead but he still has to back off, he's very low on mana.
Yeah, and if Chrome had ult there, I think he could have actually potentially killed Salamander there. I mean, he's doing so well to just aggressively push into Salamander, who's now having it back. He does have a fair amount of gold, though, at 1.4k, and he is going to come back with at least something to try and respond to this aggression, picking up that Bammy Cinder and a Pink Ward.
Oh, surprising to see that. Perhaps a bit afraid of this. Rek'Sai is now lurking in that enemy jungle. Both junglers in the same part of the jungle. This could be explosive, but for now, Rek'Sai will be backing off, taking the Rift Scuttler, I believe.
Yeah, he's just going to take Rift Scuttler, and Elise is going to spot out that tunnel, so she'll know he's been nearby, and I think she might just head straight up to the lane here as well.
Malphite might be in slight trouble. He's got his level 6 now, but low on mana. We'll be catching out this ward here. We'll be getting rid of it. Meantime, in the mid lane, we do see Logs pushing in a bit deeper now when Corki was gone, but they're still fairly similar in CS.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vespyr started to fall behind early, but he's managed to pull it back. He's got that little bit of CS that he needed, and now he's going to start being able to trade a little bit more effectively. But that sheen on Corki is going to be a little bit more painful, I feel.
Why, indeed. Meantime, in the bottom lane, you see they're going on to Telby. Telby being knocked into the air. The combo was successful. Telby taking so much damage, has to flash away. Now they turn on to Wukti, but he will be backing up. But that was a nice combo there, taking so much damage and the flash of Caitlyn. So this might be a sign for Marius to make a little visit in his bottom lane. He's already at his red buff.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully played there, and this is the whole point of how you beat poke comps, is you just go in. And that's all you can really do, and obviously whenever Squiddo goes in, Dudex just follows straight up, and they land every little bit of damage, space out those abilities nicely, get the autos in with that passive, and manage to just pull out a flash straight away.
Oh, in the top lane, Salamander and Chromesy are going at each other, and that's actually the ultimate coming out. But, you know, this is all just because Poppy was left unchecked when Chromesy backed off while she was low health to farm up.
And the thing is, like, for Chrome C though, that's worth, because there's no way he was going to kill Chrome C that quickly. If he'd landed the stun, he would have potentially had something, but then Chrome could have just backed off.
So they go down again, and here's Mariachis to help, and not even necessary. Dudex picks another kill here. Wow, not a good day to beat Caitlyn.
No, I mean it's never a good day when you're against an Alistair who just flash pulverizes you.
Yes.
It's like
it's just Oh, Wuxi might be in a bit of trouble here, takes a bit of damage. That's a chilling smite. Cocoon did not connect, but Marius is not done just yet. Going through those potions, does not have a flash. Is running under the turret, will be safe for now. But meantime, in the top lane, we do see Rek'Sai making her way for Salamander, but will be spotted by that wards. Salamander, will she back off? No, she's actually sticking around. The owner is here. Not knocked into the wall just yet. Flash away. That unstoppable force did not connect. Sad times.
no, that is sad, unfortunately. And for something that's pretty much an instant cast, it's just so sad when it misses.
Well, it was a nice flash. You have to give it to Salamander. That was a nice flash. Waited when he had the chance, did not panic. Meantime, look at the bottom side with the jungle. That's a lot of people in there. They're trying to make this Caitlyn tilt, and they're pretty serious about it. That was the Valkyrie coming through with the package.
Yeah, apparently Marius is taking the Darth Laser approach to hitting skill shots.
Wow, you just went there. I actually hit quite a lot of skill shots. Like, that was one game. I was tilted. That was just one game. I am so angry.
Yeah.
Anywho, they're going to start off this dragon, and unless we've got a miracle seal coming from Lux, I don't think they can contest this one.
I mean, with no vision, I don't feel there's going to be anything coming through. And yeah, it literally looks like they're going to back straight back off. He's going straight back to mid, and he's just going to catch up on that farm that he's missed out on.
Slowly but surely, Lux is getting a bit of a CS lead over that Corki. On the top lane, Salamander and Chrome C. This seems to be going in Salamander's advantage right now. Not knocking him into the wall just yet, but they're just going against each other. Chrome C is grabbing the shoulder end of the stick. That's the shield coming up. Creeper's verdict. Will it be enough? Lots of damage. Doesn't want to go for it though.
No. I mean, there wasn't anything he could really do. Once Malphite throws out that shard and then gets the move speed boost, he gets straight back out of the queue, and that means the second proc of damage doesn't go, and just not enough to really do anything. Looks ult for free casters there.
Yeah,
Efficiency.
just taking that farm, not bouncing it to his jungler. Rude. It's like the payment for the jungler. Like, he's defending your lane, at least there's something to work with.
Well, I mean, he's trying his best. He's got 51 farm, to be fair, over the season.
Mad Marius coming in. Cocoon did not connect, flashed away. They're going for it though. Mad Marius, just one bite was enough. That was a lot of damage coming in from Mad Marius.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this goes back to the point we were raising of the difference between Rek'Sai and Elise. And although Rek'Sai has been doing a little bit of sort of a lot stronger farm, because he is almost double of Marius's farm, but he has had a lot less impact, I would say, on this game, because he's 2 levels ahead, but he hasn't transitioned that into anything across the map. And picking up that warrior enchant early, you'd really expect him to be sort of trying to make his presence felt, going for that high aggression early, and then going into full tank later.
Exactly, like mainly been walking around that mid lane and to get something onto Corki, but Corki's a very slippery one with that Valkyrie, and you're 2 levels ahead, but you've got no presence on this map. You always seem to be just a tad too late.
Yeah, I think the prioritization has been a little bit off this game. I mean, they tried to gank top, and obviously it did burn out the flash, but they've had multiple ganks on mid where the 40 was on low mana, but it's still not enough because he gets just enough for Valkyrie and gets away, and once he gets that distance, it's just, there's no dice, there's no way, and they haven't actually managed to burn his summoners, really.
Well, on the other hand, that Mara has been mostly ganking all over the map, but a bit of a concentration on the bottom lane ever since the nice kill coming in from Lucian and Alistar. And now they're so far ahead, about 30 CS in front of that Caitlyn, has a kill and an assist with that Caulfield's Warhammer and, of course, the BF sword. But look at this top lane, Honor and Chromesy, but that's a nice knock into the wall. Now, man, Marius is making his way in. Honor is very low on health. Chromesy is trying to block them off. He's taking lots of damage. That's the unstoppable force. They go to Matt Marius. He has to repel. Keep it burning. Knocks them out, the Rek'Sai away. But now that means that Salamander is still going against him. Hey comes in. Wukti flash forward from that Squeedo. Wukti's in zone and Chopper will be going down. Hey picks it up.
Yeah, beautifully played there. I mean, Marius playing that really well to manage to get back out. He uses the repel, but doesn't risk the potential of Chromesy just throwing out the shard for the last hit, and flashes immediately as he comes back down far away. And it just means that the perfect roam from Squiddo and Hehe can just pick up the Janna, who's trying to come up to help, but 3-6, there's no way of getting them off, and oh dear.
Oh, Una Dudex was being pulled out a bit, but that's the teleport coming in. Una takes quite a lot of damage. That is the calling. But he gets saved by that Yordle snake trap being placed by Telfi. And I just realized, a Yordle snake trap, does that mean she literally hunts for Yordles and snakes?
Or is the question that she... Oh, and Hehe getting caught.
Going to be safe though, that's an Alistair Mad Mario is going after him, Liasby. He'll be knocked off into the air, but is quite safe and that's okay.
Yeah, so, as I was saying, does that mean that she hunts snakes and yordles, or does that mean that she thinks yordles are snakes?
Oh!
In the sense of she just doesn't like them.
Racism.
Yeah, some Piltover racism right there.
That's why the Lulu Caitlyn lane does not work at all. She just can't work with her.
Just too many cultural differences right there.
And I have just been confirmed that's a Yordle snap trap. I'm an idiot.
So she thinks that yordles are snaps. There you go.
In the end, she is still going after yordles. Like, why would you do that? Those traps are big enough.
I mean, have you seen Timo? I mean, I'd go after him if I could, because I mean that guy.
You make a very good case for him. Indeed, Salamander being called out here a bit, but he is fairly tanky. He is going to be safe. Just walks off, swaggering around.
Yeah, but Corky's got the package and he's heading up top.
Valkyrie equalizer, do it!
Aww. He was thinking about it. His mind was telling him no.
He wanted to.
And his body was also telling him no. This time.
What? That's different than I expected it to.
But at the same time, I think that Unna's ganking top, like, even if he does manage to knock them up as they did, even if Chromesy had ulted, I mean, Salamander's still got his ult, he's still got flash, and that Sunfire kit just means that that early warrior doesn't do as much as he would want.
Quite indeed. And Caitlyn is now also... This is what happens when the Caitlyn falls behind. She is of no use in this mid game right now. She can't deal with Lucian. The only thing she can do is farm.
Yeah, I mean, that is the main problem with Caitlyn, is that mid game is so sort of lackluster. It doesn't really have a massive presence as opposed to someone such as Lucian, who can just go so aggressive with that one item, same as Corki.
Meantime in the mid lane, he's got that blue buff, he's going aggressive now onto Liasby, but here's Salamander as well. Liasby sees him coming, stops, with the light binding, will back off safely. But there's a lot of concentration around his mid lane now. We might see something explosive happening with that Dragonov being started by Exile. I'm an idiot.
8 seconds are so far away though. I mean, you've got most of the members around the mid lane turret, you've got Rek'Sai on the top side jungle, and Caitlyn just farming bottom. You've got no pressure whatsoever in these objectives.
Are we going to see double lift-esque strategy of taking farm when your team needs you? I always love calling them
I
out.
hope not. I mean, we do need this Caitlyn to farm up if she wants to be of any pressure in this game, especially since she's now 50 CS behind. Like, that is a deficit, to say the least.
And then you also have to add in the kill and the assist coming from Lucian, which adds up to about 1,700 gold difference, more or less.
Yeah, it's just painful.
Oh, coming through. They're trying to poke them away from this turret. They really want to take it here. They're going to be successful, however. That's something else. Trying to take as many hits as they can.
Yeah, using that second
is that
round
side?
to get a little bit of damage on the turret with that little dot, but not able to really get anything too big. Gonna clear out those waves though. Vespyr has got the Morello though, so he can spam out those abilities to try and clear it.
They're going in, Malphite, unstoppable force. Hey, is taking solo, Mad Miners as well, coming onto Unna, but Alistar's trying to, he's keeping up 3 people in there. Unna will be going down. Alistar did his job. He took little damage due to his unbreakable will, and they get 1 kill, and they can probably even go for the turret if they want to. Well,
yeah,
it is fairly low.
That was so disappointing. Chrome C lands a perfect ultimate, catching 3 key members of Xfire, but just no follow-up, unfortunately, to really convert anything, and it ends up being that Unna just pays with his life because he was that little bit too slow. He went forward to try and get the knockup, but everybody just dashed out the way, and it meant that there was just nothing to really happen, and then he was out of position, and that's all you can say, really.
But also, big props to Squeedo there. He literally just zoned out 3 people, not letting them pass, popped Unbreakable Will, and they had the time to simply slowly kill Unna, back off, even though Hey was pretty low.
Yeah, and Salamander making sure to get straight back in there on Unna so that you can't really do too much, slowing them down with that Q, and it just means that they can't really do anything in these fights. They're just so constrained, with Squiddo just able to tank up so hard, and it's why Alistar's such a strong pick, because he is such a huge presence when he just gets towards the backline and threatens those pulverized headbutts, and then just takes 0 damage due to Unbreakable Will.
They're now going to take Rift Herald, will be picked up. Who will be given to? Will be given to Lucian, and Lucian, he dashes in, but that's Chrome C being in trouble, has to flash forward, running for his life, will be going down. Salamander picks that one up. That's only 1 kill for now, but he has to be a bit careful here. Yes, he's a big lump of stone, but stone can crumble. Oh, Squeedo with the sneaky steal. Oh no, running for his life. Mad Mario's in pursuit. Howling Gale is going to zone him away.
A lovely pickup by Vespyr in the end there to get the 1 kill back on 8-second gamers, but it's a key kill that they need. They need to get rid of Corki and then just start to do something. I mean, just get these little advantages and try to snowball them into something around the map and just try to stop the bleeding mainly, because they're just getting constantly invaded on, such as right now.
Oh, on Uri's damage troubles, running for his life. Monsoon saving him for now, repel over it, but enough healing done, he can back off Vespyr. In a bit of trouble here, trying to back off. Meantime, in the top lane, Dudex with that Void Herald buff will be pushing this one in. Eye of the Storm will be saving the turret for now.
Meanwhile, Telpy in the bottom lane just still farming and pushing that tier 1 turret.
I think we've heard this one before, and Vespyr being pumped upon will be going down. Goodbye. No final spark for you. Vespyr went out.
Very nicely played there, just go straight under, just trust that you have the damage to kill it, and just gonna try and siege up this turret, but they haven't really got any way of taking it down. Bottom tier 1 does go down though to Telpy on that Caitlyn, and she's gonna start heading straight back up to this mid lane to try and help the team, but with that Baron buff they're doing a lot of damage, and tier 2 goes down.
Salamander was mainly taking the poke and the damage there, even a couple of turret shots, but she's fairly tanky, so no worries there. Meantime, in the bottom lane, we do see Corki being sent to go against this Caitlyn, and honestly, I don't think Caitlyn can take this.
Well, it's a really good choice, to be fair. I mean, Corki's so strong with just a single item. You've got a Caitlyn who hasn't even achieved a single item yet, and once you get that Tripole Soak Boots, it's just, you absolutely shred squishies with that, the Phosphorus Bomb and your empowered auto attack, so it's perfectly fine to have your Corki just solo laning against Caitlyn, and then you've also got the Valkyrie to be able to either go aggressively if you manage to do so much that you think you can just straight up take her out of the fight, or if somebody comes to try and gank you, you can use it defensively to try and get away. So it's the best person to really send down a field.
Yeah, fine. So Pings are going out. They're just going to take that jungle. It's been a while since they've been in their own jungle. Why not take a visit? Just to break the constant trend of being in the enemy jungle. Why not?
Nicely obtaining vision though in their own jungle. I mean, we see the ping ward line for Xfire still covering most of their own. They're covering just about the river and their own side of bottom side jungle. There's one in the top which is a little interesting in the tri-brush, but I feel that was placed a long time ago just in case of another dive coming out from under, because he'd been showing so much pressure top. But 8-second gamers are doing a good job of taking back the vision, putting out a pink ward in the bottom and the top side, and then spreading out their own wards and clearing them out with the single sweeper. But I feel they're really going to have to start pushing it up a little bit more once they start to take up these objectives, because they can't spend too long trying to just defend their own. They've got to try and push something at some point. And stalling out the game is like, it's great and it's fine and it'll work, but your Caitlyn's still pretty far from becoming a real power play in this game, and you've got to do something at some point.
Oh, we do see that. That's He coming in with that package. Monsoon will be saving him for now, puts him onto Liar's feet. Salamander wanted to have a piece of that, and with that third dragon coming in, that moving speed is going to help quite a bit. Meantime, Malphite had sent into that top lane to actually push that one out. He's got his teleport, he can come back. Well, unsurprisingly, Caitlyn's still in the bottom lane, but she has to be careful. The rest of the enemy team is coming around.
I mean, they could just straight up dive this if they catch her, but she's just able to get away with the net.
Good, give 50 caliber net, and there are some walls there from the 8-second gamers, but that turret's not going to stand for long.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming out from that culling on Teleport.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto D-Dex. He has to back up. Untitled going in, takes so much damage. H comes in with a good unstoppable force. They get the main damage. The illusion is down. They had to trade their jungler, but still, I believe they like this trade.
I like it and I don't like it. That's the problem, is that Dudex goes down, which is obviously their main power source at the minute, but they still have some good damage. I mean, Marius has some really good base with his, obviously because he's playing Elise and has that Abyssal Scepter and the Runic Echoes. You've got Salamander who does massive base damage on that Poppy, and you've got Corki who's got that Triforce Soak Boots. So, I mean, even if you do take out one power player, you've still got so much more to back up the team, and you still can't really push too much into this, but that's the kind of plays that they need to make. Get a single person. I would have liked to have seen Una not go down, but it's fine to lose just one person. It was well played though by Salamander to pop that zone so that Una couldn't get too far in, because as soon as he got to the end he just stopped.
Quite so. Now we do see that the game has been reset quite a bit. Everybody in the mid, around the midway of lanes. So they're going to push that one in, Salamander in that top lane, Corki in the mid, Dudex in that bottom. And while Squeedo and Hey are going to be a bit invasive here, going to play some wards, spooky ghosts. Gilly.
It's a little bit spooky, but I mean, not too spooky. They're not too scared.
It's like Casper. Remember Casper?
Not
yeah,
he was. I don't like Casper. I don't think he was that friendly.
Oh,
I think secretly I think he had a dark past.
Wow, are we going to like psychologically analyze Casper now by his constant emotional abuse by his big brothers?
I think you're going towards that Darth, and I'm totally fine with that if you want to do that, because I think he was exceptionally bullied by those big brothers he had.
I know what it's like. I have a big brother myself who always bored me, and look at me, I'm scarred for life. I'm damaged good people.
Now look at you, you're Darth.
Wow, rude! Savage! Anywho, the Baron is up. There are many people around that. They are trying to look perhaps to do so, but Ona might be called out here a bit. Should be fairly safe. He's got a lot of tunnels and some vision. The rest of his team will be here to back him up. But Mad Marius and Hey, they don't know they're in that split of vision. Hey's exploded! Mad Marius running for his life. Chilling time will not be enough. Here comes Crow-C. That's a nice unstoppable force on the Dudex and Squeedo. Another life binding, loose in singularity. It's not enough. Dudex is still alive. Alengale will stop them from going any further. Pops the Unbreakable will, but here comes the slow. Colling will try to poke him out, but Squeedo will be going down, and Mad Marius is here for the emotional backup. Repel will be coming down. Mad Marius, goodbye. Oh wait, no, he flashes over. He somehow lives to flash forward. It's not enough. You're not going to reach him with that Prey Seeker.
That is what they needed. I mean, I'm surprised that Xfire tried to keep going so aggressive. They tried to just deny Rek'Sai another red buff as they've been doing all this time, but even so, you've got to expect that they've warded their own jungle, because they've had it mostly warded this entire game. You've already cleared out a few little wards here and there, so you know they're trying to keep some kind of vision. They're not going to ward your jungle, because they barely went past the Rimmer at this point. So just expect them to use them at some point. They're not just sitting there rotting away in their inventory, and it just means that Vespyr can pick up a really beautiful combo and instantly burst out Dudex, who has to back off, and they pick up a couple kills, and that's exactly what they want in this game, to try and slowly start coming back. While this Caitlyn's slowly building up as well, about to hit her third spike soon-ish, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that because she still needs a lot more farm.
So, looking forward to now is, to make this a European game, we need a Baron dance, and to make it even worse, to make it a North American, we need a Baron throw.
We can only
Why
hope.
not?
We can only hope.
We can only hope.
Only-
I'm just
Marius, all we're
widely
saying,
wishing for it.
all we're saying, Marius, is pray to your god Kyrie, and miss these fights, please.
Why
Make
not?
it interesting.
Perhaps one day we can have some sort of timer as well for them. Some timer like that long till Smite is missed.
That would be pretty cool if there's like just sort of like a green button lights up and it's just like, yeah, it's gonna kill it now. But then it would be such a split second that it wouldn't matter, because I mean, these smites, when it comes down to a smite steal and both junglers are there, it's either you hit it or you don't, and it's such a split second decision that it's not worth even knowing.
Oh, the dragon is being split, and the rest of 8-second games are here, but Hex is coming in. They're going to pull him away. Colin coming through, putting some nice damage onto that Janna. She's nearly dead already. So, clearing them away like this, will it be enough?
Yeah, Corky's got package.
Oh god, I feel a Korean teamfight coming. Korean Moon is going to be activated. That dragon is going to be started off. Chromsy is in the front. So much damage onto Wuchti. He has to be careful, just simply not to be poked out. He steals the dragon! The final spark! Oh
Wow.
god. State, is that you?
Wow.
I'm just baffled.
I mean, Marius listened. We said to channel his inner Kyrie, and he's certainly doing that now, making sure to miss those key smites. So, we have ourselves a game, and Corky's still...
Oh, took a wrong turn in my jungle, and well, I came out there to have a fun time, and now right now I feel so attacked.
You, so yeah, you came to the wrong neighborhood, son. And that was not the bush that you want to go into.
That's what happens when a normal Englishman goes to Newcastle. Oh yes, I went there. That's right. Bring him.
See, now you make it personal. Hold off, come on.
Of course
Come
I'm
on,
making it
come on,
personal. Why have you been doing like all the times you've been casting my games?
It's fine,
The
it's
BM
fine,
is
it's
real,
fine.
man.
The BM is real. But at the same time, this team fight is... It's so
Madness.
strong for 8-second gamers if they can land it, but it's just finding those right moments to pick it out. Whereas Xfire are just so good at pushing in aggressively and picking a single member out. Just providing a little bit of vision, a little bit of slow on Salamander, but not going to make too much fuss over that. Baron is up, and they're just going to have to back off because they can't really pressure it with a potential of a Lux ultimate coming across and just killing off carries without them being able to finish off the Baron in time.
Or taking the Baron.
Or taking
Definitely
the
an
Baron as
option.
well. Already shown up with the Dragon, who knows?
I want to see how much damage Lightsfire does by now with that ultimate. So it's a normal 500 damage, base damage, and she's got plus 362, so she'll be doing about 850 damage more or less. While the smite currently of Mad Marius will be doing 760, so basically, if Mad Marius combos that with his Venomous Bite, he should out-damage Vespyr.
Yeah, so he can just about out-damage it, but the question is, can he land it at the perfect time? Because obviously, like, the Final Spark does have a channel, whereas the Smite doesn't, and it's instant. So, who knows which could come out on top. I feel that Marius can easily do it, because obviously you can time it with other damage as well, so that you can land it. But if Vespyr can get close enough to the Baron Pit and just throw out all his abilities, then he could just Yeah, he could just splurge it from about 1,000 health plus, so... We'll have to see how well they can zone out the 8-second gamers team from this Baron pit if they're going to try and force it, but I don't think they're going to try it anytime soon. I mean, you've got a Malphite, you've got a Lux, you've got a Caitlyn, you don't want to really fight them.
Oh, look, it's the Baron dance. We ask,
as
we get.
As you said, now we just got to get the Baron throw. Come on, make Doff 2 for 2. Come on.
Oh, God, that would be brilliant. Once in my life, I can actually win something. Just give the bronze man something, people. Well, actually, I'm no longer bronze. I've gone back to silver. I'm happy. Well, Woody, you have the black. Oh! Dudax is obliterated. Salamander going up the their side with all the knock damage. He's running for his life, but Spooky goes. It's going for Corky, and he's just bouncing away, but not escaping it. But still, they've got Lucian.
Yeah, and Salamander with a good ult there to just keep away Chrome C and Wukti. He had to land that ultimate, and I could see Uno was sort of watching it, saying, oh, don't hit me away, and then it goes straight past him and hits the other two. So it's like, well, at least...
Well, yeah, at least, yeah, that's usually my risk when something bad happens to my team, well, at least I'm okay. Like, you guys are feeding, don't look at me, I was out of position, you died for me, but still not my problem.
Yeah, and Final Spark being such a low cooldown, it's just straight back up from that fight, and
Salamander going in, Monsoon saving it for now, but Salamander might be in a bit of trouble here. Nice, the double pull on him, he'll be going down, but that Alistair says, whatever you do, I can do better. Unbreakable will be Popsy, will survive duties at, but still, Salamander is down. Final Spark not connecting to anyone. And they're going once again, Clumsy will be, whoa, Speedo, you're gone, my friend. Dex here, 9 for kills, will be, no, it's actually QSS, we'll be saving him for now.
Yeah, and it's just really well played fights here by 8-second gamers. I mean, a perfect net there by Telpi as well. He saw that the Alistair combo was coming, and he just instantly netted beforehand, so that he was nowhere near the impact area, and it just means he can just keep doing damage on the backline. Vespyr is currently just off to the side, hitting you with abilities pretty much unchecked because he's so low, and I mean, Unner and Chrome C are just so tanky at this point that they're happy enough to just frontline for long enough that they can let the carries do their job.
Right, indeed. And now, trying to take this Rift Scuttler, I once again feel so sorry for it. It just wants to swim! Leave Rift Scuttler alone! What has it ever done to us?
I Cree every time. Cree every time.
Cree every time when he dies. Dragon will be up in about 35 seconds, could be the next up contestation because 3 dragons up. If they get to 4, they could put a bomb on the enemy team about 6 minutes times. It would be surprising in this meta to get a 5 dragon game.
Yeah, it would be surprising, but I mean,
if
you start stacking them up early enough and keep doing them just as they come up, it's actually surprisingly not as. I mean, I still remember the meta of like 60-minute games being pretty much expected.
Season 2 or Season 4?
I mean, you can take your pick.
Yeah, we can pick either. Like, we can go CLG or you, or we can simply go, oh well, look at now. We've got, like, Katie Wilson basically was, we've got a meta that's super fast-paced game. What we're gonna do, we're gonna take 5 dragons and wait out the game, completely, and win. Oh, Crosby being called out here, knocked up, takes quite a lot of damage, but he's quite tanky, so he's still alive somehow. At the side, those rockets just pouring out. He's still alive.
Yeah, he's got a nice mix of armor, health, and magic resist, so at least he can tank up against all of the carries to an extent. I mean, in a sustained fight, he's not as great against that AP damage coming out from Corkin at least, but it's better than nothing.
Well, I guess so.
Oh, sure.
Oh, they're trying to go for him. They get Speedo. They're going to get up Speedo. Oh, that was not where he wanted to go. Monty gets, on top of both only onto one. He goes down. Monty saving them for now. Keep his verdict. Honor is taken solo. Will be trying to run away. Matt Murray flashes forward. He's going in. Rappel does not catch anyone. And they get one person in. It's enough to make him back off. And Speedo, well, you get caught by a Yordle snake. How can he get caught by a Yordle trap?
Oh. Oh my god! Oh no, Marius!
Oh god!
Marius, please!
To be fair, he might have not had his smite because he used it perhaps as a chilling smite on someone.
Oh, even so, yeah.
Can we get a replay of that? We really need the replay option.
The worst bit is that at the beginning of that fight, they were clearing out the ward in the dragon pit, and it's currently on 1 health, and it's about to time out, and it has timed out now.
Oh, welcome to the Clown Fiesta. Everybody show your tickets. I'll be coming around to scribe my name on it.
And that was, yeah, it's a little bit of a clown fiesta, but it's not too bad. At least there is some element of, no, there's not really. There's just, yeah, it's a bit of a clown fiesta.
I'm still disappointed though. We still only have 17 kills in 37 minutes. We can do better.
Una is just having such a sad time at the minute, though. I mean, he dashed forward at the beginning of that fight, and he completely got destroyed. He couldn't even unburrow safely without just without potentially just dying. So you had to flash away immediately. And when you can't even complete the Rek'Sai tunnel without losing 3/4 of your health, you've got to be worried. Because that's...
Quite so.
You just can't be the main engage at that point. And Chrome C managed to not... It wasn't a great ultimate to follow it up, so he wasn't able to pick that many members off. But
oh my word, he gets called out again. That's NCC. I used to be a jungler like you, but once again, I took a wrong turn.
He took a poppy to the face.
That's like the 3rd time. He took a poppy to the face. Like, either he just takes he bursts into someone, he's like, nope, nope, or he gets called out. I'm Scalloping that saying him for now, but Toppy takes so much damage, and I was moved too soon. That damage was just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the strength of Corki once he gets rolling. He can just get to the point where if you've got a swishy carry, he's just gonna obliterate them with an ability auto, followed up with another rocket if you want, because he's got tons. I mean, he's got enough to spare.
Salamander, why can't you just completely soak that up and not even care? That is just like, you're a yordle. Why can't you take so much damage?
It's a tanky poppy, man. Have you never seen full tank top Teemo?
No, I actually have not. The only times I see Teemo is when I sent him flying. I punt him from time to time. Like at one point, I actually never mind. Unstoppable force, but that final spark only hits one Chrome C. You're going to be obliterated. He's gone. Now Salamander into the top of Great. Keep his verdict. All 3 into the air. Monsoon saving them for now. Undertakes a crawling to the face, takes so much damage, and he's going to back off, but they're in the base. This could be bad.
That was unfortunate. Chrome C managed another really good ultimate there to pick up multiple people, but the combo was just that little bit too long from Vespyr, so it meant that, again, people could just dash out of the damage, and Final Spark only hitting one person, and it's one of the tanks. I mean, not worth. Not worth. Do pick up the pink ward, so if she's gonna steal this, it's gonna be blind. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I'm just gonna push out that top lane as well as
I'm an idiot. I muted myself.
Good job. Good job, Darth.
I know, I'm great. So
yeah,
they do secure the Baron. I'm happy for them.
Yeah. Hashtag production value. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, you know, I never bought Teemo, and for my birthday, I got him gifted to me by a scumbag friend. And I didn't want him, so I literally sent a tweet to Riot Support, can you remove this from me? And they said, well, yes, we could, but wouldn't you like this funny fuzzball? And my reply was, well, basically, I'm not going to play him, and I'm afraid of him. Like, I'm truly afraid of him, and get him away from me.
So you should
now they just I've got him locked time in the cellar, and I feed him mushrooms from time to time, and they just told me, like, just keep him there, feed him from time to time, but don't go near him.
I like it. I like it. But
nice
look at the siege up here in the bottom lane. I mean, they've got the Baron buff minions, and it's a pretty meaty wave as well.
Waiting for Chrome C here. He's going to try, he's going in, there's a blast, and a couple of balls, but he's already out, and that's Chrome C down. They're following up this, oh my word, they just completely get obliterated, they got
this is
nothing
gonna
to
be
do.
the game.
Yes,
I mean,
that was just sad, that was just a sad attempt. Oh. Wow, that did hurt. Now Lawrence Fire will be the next to follow, shut down. You have to give it to Lux, she tried to hold down quite a bit, but...
Beautifully played there. Chrome C's flash there was just a little bit interesting. I mean, it looked like he wanted to flash forward so it would minimize the time they'd had to react, but it just means that he uses his flash for pretty much death.
Yeah, pretty much. And this game will finally be ended. I think it's the first game of a series of 2, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed, and that is the GG Well players coming down as Xfire pick up a, I'd say, a resolute win here with 17 in 7.
We'll be back in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game of this series, so touch that browser. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Darth Laser here, joined by Bro Joe, and we're going into the second game of the series between 8 Second Gaming versus Hexed, and we're already back into the lobby, so go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so 1-0 in the first game over to Xfire, who showed a really strong game, and I feel there was a lot of miscommunication on the side of 8 Second Gaming on some of these ultimates that were coming out towards the end of the game, but we're going to see the bans start to come down. Same bans so far with the Vayne, Yasuo, Zed, and Gangplank. We'll need the Fiora to come out as well. Obviously, such a strong pick at the minute.
It's disgusting. Like, it's. Remember when she got reworked in the beginning, and literally everybody beat her against everything, and she just vital struck her way to victory. There we have her.
Yeah, because of true damage. But yeah, Fiora gets taken away straight away, and maybe we'll see a potential target ban coming out, but I wouldn't expect it because Xfire seemed fairly confident with the way that their comp played out.
Awkward moment when they're actually playing Hexed. Well, I'm just wrong.
Hexed, yes, sorry. My
For
bad.
once, I am actually right. I like those
For
moments when
once you're
I'm right.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Oh, it sucks. You were right.
I'm slightly disappointed that you haven't corrected me up to this point. So your rightness may be short-lived.
Hey,
let's say.
at least you got right on the target ban. They banned away Lux Livesfy won't be, or Livesfy won't be playing that.
Yeah. So I mean, the last ban was sort of just a. It's usually you do the two sort of meta picks and then you do a sort of a target ban at the end, and obviously they didn't really have much of a sort of information before coming into this. Obviously you could look at solo queue and such, but it's not that much to really go on because people play whatever they want in solo queue and dynamic at the minute. So taking away that comfort pick means that they're going to force them onto something a little bit different, but they could still potentially get the same comp coming out and Lulu getting picked up potentially in that mid lane.
Lulu, one of those flex picks that is really annoying to play against sometimes. But see, so they solo away Mad Mariachis Elise, but on the other side, Hex just went with Poppy Malister. It worked last game, so just go it again and see how it works. So I think that Trundle could be a support Trundle, and it's going to be Lulu either mid or top lane.
Yeah, so I mean, Squidward's Alistar was perfectly fine, and Salamander's Poppy really did some work towards that mid-late game point, and potentially hovering a Malphite here for Salamander.
The BM. The BM.
Yep, it's clearly what it is. It's just next level BM coming out from Hex.
Getting into their minds, we know that you want this.
Exactly.
I would
and,
do that.
it is
wait.
taken away.
That's a
Jungle Poppy.
Kalista. Imagine that's actually Kalista pairing. No, it's going to be with Alistar. But how awesome would it be, Kalista, Fate's binding Malphite, throwing her in double time, throw her in, and then unstoppable force.
Yep, and Jungle Alistar as well. Yeah.
Obviously,
What
but
else?
hey,
I mean,
Jungle
yeah,
Alistar was a really valid thing in season 2.
Yeah, it was indeed, but I don't think it's as seen nowadays.
It's like Jungle Leona. It's underrated. Hey, don't you look down on Jungle Leona.
I'll look down on Jungle Leona.
No, look down on Pulse. Ride's Pulse Cam came up with that idea, so look down on him. On the other side, Corky. Oh,
Perfect
there we go.
backup. And Tristana as well, so yeah, so that Lulu is top lane?
Hold it.
Top lane or support? Depends on where they want to throw the
Top
Trundle.
lane Lulu, Trundle support. Oh well, Trundle would do well against Malphite.
Trundle was picked into potentially Poppy here though, so they might have read this and went for the Malphite instead, and it's not too bad, but we'll have to see how they sort of want to lane this. I mean, Corky mid is... It's shown that it's strong enough anyway, and Squiddo gonna give us a nice little bit of troll here.
No. If he picks that up, I swear to God, I will be no. Thank God. For a moment, I thought he was going to pick it. I would stand up and just throw my headphones against my computer. But it's going to be the Victor. Good.
Yes. So Victor picked up in the mid lane. Obviously brings a lot of wave clear and has a decent amount of burst if he can get going once he starts to hit that mid to late game point. And it's such a pain though once Victor gets his stacks up on his support item and obviously gets a little bit behind him. So once he gets that Lich Bane and then just goes like Q blop and then that's like half your health.
I'm sort of disappointed that Dudex did not go Caitlyn against this Yordle bot lane.
Do you feel the snap traps would have had like
yes.
they'd have had double worth because they are actually Yordles?
Yeah, so you've got like traps off of bears, Yordle snap traps off of Yordles. They're like naturally lure towards them.
Like, yeah, it's like a hidden passive where it just sort of sucks them in like a broken hitbox. It just like traps them if they're like miles away from it.
It reminds me of, isn't it in Dota? You've got, I think I forgot his name, but with the black hole, you suck everyone in there. Yeah, it's interesting.
So that's what it does. It just sucks in the Yordles. And, yeah, maybe.
Hidden passive.
Hidden passive.
No,
Next
she went with
OP.
Kalista.
Yeah, and it is Trundle top lane and Lulu support.
I'm disappointed. I would have loved to see that Trundle support. Trundle support is legit, people.
Trundle support is very strong, and Lulu top is actually not that great for Malphite because, I mean, you just keep auto attacking from range, throw out your glitter lancers, and you make Malphite sad.
No, Malphite is just he's got stone nerves. He's like easily broken, and Lulu just keeps spamming that.
So you'll say.
Excellently done, I'd say. Masterfully done, if I may say so.
That was yeah.
Hey, hey, that was-
That was a very good impression that you had right there.
Oh, come on! She has one of the most annoying laughs in the game, next to Timo and the Nunu bot, and of course Blitzcrank.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see how this one goes as it comes out. We see that the straw poll reads at 92% to Hex though after that resounding first win.
It's going to be interesting to see how this affects 8-second gamers, because after such a loss that they tried to fight it, but they went down in the end, even though Vespyr or Vespyr, I have no idea, actually made some valid attempts, stealing 2 dragons, doing some excellent jobs of catching out 2 decks and still losing. So how's the morale in that team? It's always hard coming back for that second game.
I mean, it is always hard coming back, but it's also all the pressures on Hexed now to try and keep themselves ahead and try to secure that 2-0. They're feeling confident, but they've got to try and make sure that they don't go too overzealous, don't overcommit far, too much, especially into this Trundle who can split them up with the pillar, with the Lulu potential, with just throwing out the wild growths to protect someone who's fallen low. I mean, you've got to really play this right if you're going to try and do it, but they have the potential for that. I mean, Kallista's such a strong pick as well. The ability to just stack and stack and stack and then rend you for everything.
I'm sort of wondering, if I were Mad Marius at this point, I would so focus down this bottom lane, because Talpi might still be a little bit tilted from last game, falling behind so much. And Tristana's like that. If Tristana loses the lane badly, she is absolute garbage in mid, even late for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana really needs to start going, but before she can really do anything. I mean, she has a fairly strong level 2 with the explosive charge rocket jump, but when you're into an Alistair Kallista, you don't want to do that, because you'll just get absolutely shredded if you go too aggressive. Like, any kind of overextension just gets punished really hard, especially with Ignite rocking on both sides.
And to all you people who are celebrating Valentine's Day, happy Valentine's Day. I hope you're all choking your chocolates.
Little bit salty there, Darth. Or not at all.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
I usually tell people on Valentine's Day, if I see you being like all affectionate, there's like a 15% chance I'm going to stab you. But if you're going like overboard and shoving it in my face, then there's a 95% chance I will make both of your lives a living hell. That's easy to remind. That's just easy to remember.
Duly noted, Darth. No,
like you shoving it in my face, like,
it's
oh,
like...
I can't shoutcast the last game because I've got a girlfriend. Well, yeah, right.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Let's calm down with shoving it in your face, Darth. I mean, I'm not trying to shove anything in your face. I mean, come on.
Wow,
calm down.
That was very explicit. I'm sort of scared right now.
It's only explicit if you make it explicit, Darth.
Anywho, we just loaded into a rift as in the same time before, but this time on the blue side it's 8-second games with Chromesy on Trundle in the top lane, Anna playing Elise this time in the jungle, Vespyr on that Corki mid lane, and the bottom lane consisting of Telpi and Mukti playing Tristana and Lulu.
And on the other side we have Hexed playing that Malphite in the top lane on Salamander 117, Mad Marius in the jungle with Poppy, Hey in the mid lane with Victor, and the bot lane of Dudek 797 and Squiddo on the Kallista, Alistair, the Kallistar.
Kallistar, always love that. So we do see the Yordle bottom lane going to be helping out Unna in that bottom side with those Krugs. Well, we do see the usual lines of defense against invades. We all know from the very first game that invades can be quite lethal.
Yeah, no invades coming out this time, and it'll be interesting to see what happens now that the invade obviously hasn't came out. It's impressive to see that Hexed got the edge. No, 8-second gamers got the edge in that previous game from the invade.
Well, true.
But yeah, we'll have to see how this one works out.
So I'm really looking forward to see how Chromesy does against Salamander, now Salamander with that Malphite, because I'd say Trundle has a good lane against that Malphite.
Yeah, I mean Trundle has the aggression that you can lay down early, and Malphite just sort of wants to kind of sustain that lane and just throw down his seismic slams every now and again, hit his brutal strikes. Yeah, and. Yes, exactly.
I had to make it.
He doesn't want to do anything too aggressive. Like, he's not going to be going absolutely crazy diving on top of him, as he just does the seismic slam, does an auto, and then leaves him alone and gets bitten back. And this is the thing with 2 Grasp of the Undyings, you just sort of trade each other, proc the Grasp of the Undying, and then it's like, and I'm now going to sit back while nothing happens.
It's funny to see. It's cool animations. It's like a little disco up there. Just Disco Inferno.
Disco Malphite. It's a
Disco Malphite.
new meta.
No more Nunu.
No more
Disco
Nunu.
Nunu. It's kind of sad. Oh, hey, yeah, stick careful, loads of crease are working. Wow, Telby takes a lot of damage here from the Callisto end. It's a level 2 power spike coming in and already rushing through those potions.
Yes.
And the BM from Squido.
Now level 2 equals on the side of 8-second gamers, but they're not really going to be able to push this too aggressively because they've got to be careful in case that they just get turned on from Hexed, who obviously have that slight advantage.
Quite so. Actually, Crossy is pushing in quite heavily against Salamander, so going to be very aggressive.
I mean, that's what you've
Does
really
get
got to
ulti,
do. You've got to try and push him in aggressively, so you force him to use as much mana as possible on the wave, because he can't last hit as effectively as most champions. So you've got to try and just push him in, make him lose as much CS as possible, and then just sort of get as much pressure as he can to draw attention away.
Whoopsie. Never mind, false alarm, he's just to say, but it does mean that Malphite IDS uses a lot of mana all fall behind the CS indeed, and that's fine. Hey, going against each other here. Comes up fairly unscathed for both of them, just a bit of mana used.
Hey is doing well to trade, but the corrupting potion's enough so that Corky can just sustain up the damage that gets differentiated between the two.
Meantime, junglers just happy with farming up in their jungles. So far, no attempts at making a gank or even putting some vision or pressure anywhere. Oh, speaking of aggression, Whoopsie here, taking so much damage, Ignite being procced, that heal was used, flashed away, Ignite is put, Dunex has to flash away, takes so much damage, will be going down here, first blood, Telpi now has to run away from Squeedo, but that was all so messy. They could have had Whoopsie.
Really well played by 8-second gamers to just try and survive and then turn it around so well. Telpi read that really well. As soon as the aggression came out, he just went in and ganked it.
Hey, tries to turn a bit around, but Mariachis has come his way and flash forward, pushes him in, got enough, Vespyr gets away, nothing to slam him against, I take. Heroic charge was not enough.
Yeah, nothing to really
not much
slam him.
heroic.
Nothing to slam him against. It does burn out with flash at least, so he gets something from it, but not really great. I mean, he didn't necessarily need to flash in there, I feel.
And hey, it still's got his flash.
Yeah, true.
Gank still has a flash. Meantime, in the top lane, roles have turned around. Chromesy now on the defensive, while Salamander's going to back off.
Yeah, but on that bottom side, Dudex just getting absolutely destroyed by the explosive charge that was just stacking and stacking and stacking, and they just one auto was all that he needed to just finish off Wukti, and it was just a little bit of a misread of how much damage they could possibly throw out.
Right, so meantime, everybody's just going to back off and play a bit safer, because that was a heavily charged situation that didn't give too much explosions besides in the bottom lane with that 1 kill happening. I was surprised to see Telpi getting the better of it. Dudex and Squeedo, perhaps some miscommunication in there.
Yeah, I would hope a little bit of miscommunication, because otherwise that is questionable to say the least. But as you can see, these lanes really starting to try and reach the sort of pressure points where bottom lane you've got a BF sword on one side versus the double long sword. So obviously Tristana's going to have
they're
a
going
much
off to
stronger
Telpi.
power.
Never mind. Just showing, just brawling a bit, flexing those muscles.
I mean, there's flexing your muscles, then there's just wasting mana. Which is all that's really happening at the minute, because even if you do go aggressive, Wukti's going to equal out any damage that gets thrown on, because you don't really have that much, because you can just shield it straight away, and then that BF sword just shreds through Kalista. So
It's scaring the AD carry, showing like I can do my combo without missing. And
well,
no, don't go there. I know what you want to say. Don't go there. Wow, I love you so much.
no, it's fine, Duff. It's fine. I wasn't gonna say anything.
I'm
Maybe.
sure you weren't. Meantime, in the top lane, we do see Malphite falling behind a bit now. 9 CS. Tron will have to back off so he can push that wave in. Still, slight CS lead for Tron coming in. In the mid lane as well, Sheen up for that Corky. Will be doing some nice damage.
A little bit of damage traded out, but Callista really can't do too much. Once that health pix goes out, there's not enough to punch straight through the shield and get something extra onto the Tristana. He's now just going to sustain it up just in lane.
Pix is a dick. Honestly, Pix is a real dick. He's a fairy. Like it gets attached to you and keeps following you for quite a bit. It's like a little stalker, like hanging around and dealing damage whenever it wants, just throwing little bolts at you. It's really. I wonder why nobody ever thought about just grabbing the damn fairy and just squishing it.
Have you ever tried to grab a fairy? You ever tried to grab a fairy, Darth? It's pretty difficult.
No, I've learned from Supernatural. You have to microwave it. If you microwave it, it starts bouncing around. Microwave the fairy. It's a legit strategy.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, Squeedo takes a lot of damage here. Self is going in, pulverized, not enough flash away. But Telpy goes down. Now Mariachis keeps burning. Oh no, they're going in on him. Fate Score being used. Repel onto the minions to get away, but takes so much damage. Double kill with the rent. And Callista's back in the game.
That was. I think questionable is one word. Downright the wrong thing to do.
Goes Salamander, and that's the Unstoppable spot. The Unstoppable also. I mean, Unstoppable falls, and he's a force to be reckoned with. Gets the kill onto that Trundle, even when he was ahead in CS.
Just straight up unstoppable. But yeah, so Telpy jumping into the Alistair, he's just gonna pulverize you before you land anyway. Yeah. So that's a thing. Why would you do that?
Well, you should ask them after the game. Why would you ask me? I'm the one here microwaving a fairy. Like, I don't think I'm a legit... Oh, that's actually the kill storm already being pulled out. Quite surprising. Not enough damage with the laser, but they do get the dragon. So don't be sad, hey. You get something out of it.
Yeah, it does force them straight back off, but that's enough.
Oh, very funny. Wow, Fawcett. Wow. The puns are real. I
like it.
Well, no, it's not, you only like it because the viewers and not me. If I said it, then you would probably be hating on me. But like, we've got a limit. With Kai William, our owner, he hates puns, so we've got a limit of 3 puns, or we get kicked out.
How far are you along for doing that? Have you
I think I
used
should
too
have been
many?
kicked out by five times already. But he loves me. Oh no, he does not. But still, I like to give myself the idea that he does.
You like to give yourself the idea that someone loves you.
That hurts. One day I shall create this robot that can give me hugs because I lack physical affection.
Oh.
That's sad, I know.
It was more Wookty taking the crook there.
Man, Lulu, a support needs as well. Like it's sharing. It's the Yordle mentality of sharing.
Yeah, but I'd rather have my Tristana at the 84 gold than my support Lulu, personally.
Have you never heard of Yordle hospitality?
I have not heard of Yordle hospitality, though I feel I'm going to hear about it nonetheless.
Wow, you sound like totally not interested. I'm feeling so offended right now.
After the extremely interesting fairy conversation, I think your theories are a little bit
questionable. They're grounded. They're based on series and the internet. Oh, Lawrence being in trouble here. Chaostorm will be chasing him, but does not enough damage to take him down. But hey, is putting the damage onto that Yordle. You know, 3/5 of their team is actually Yordles.
They are indeed, but at the same time, hey, on half health. Like, he's happy enough to just keep fighting. Takes a little bit of poke from Corki, but I don't think it's going to be enough to force him out. And Marius coming top as well.
Oh, Croncy's taking a bit of damage. He has to be careful. There's the unstoppable force. First line man Marius is making his way in. That's a nice pillar to stop them from advancing. Will be out for now. Meantime in the mid lane, if we take a look around in this jungle here, we do see Honor trying to find a way of stealing as much as he can, and perhaps also a way of entry onto Hey, but he's got his flash and heal up.
A little bit of miscommunication there, though. I mean, he had Poppy coming in from lane, who was just running all the way up, and Salamander just pulling the trigger a little bit too early, keep going aggressive, so Trundle starts to back off.
There's a wall there, he will be spotted out. Lyra's fate should be quite safe. He's got his Valkyrie, can easily get out. Meantime, there's bottom lane. it's been quite normal for now. We do see a little bit of a lead for Dudex in CS. But Mad Marius is making his way around it, going in. There's a laser, there's a kill. Mad Marius picks up another. Now Wookie's being engaged upon 6, quite a lot of damage. While going to save his life, teleport coming in. Telpi running for his life, Ignite is picking with his Salamander, flashes forward, does not have his unstoppable falls, and they back off, not wanting to go under that turret.
Yeah, that was a bit unlucky there for Chrome Scene not to be able to pick anything up. I mean, to be fair, he teleported down without ultimate, and you'd have to expect to be able to just one-shot them with your Seismic Slam and your Shard, but it's just not enough. Like, you just don't have enough to really make anything happen, and if you can't land that damage, then there's no point in even trying, so just don't bother with the TP.
Quite so, but
Potentially
then again,
worry.
In the words of the wise man DJ Khaled, another one. Okay, I'm sorry. I am terribly sorry for that.
Do you want to have another go at it?
TP in again.
TP again, so you can say another one, right?
One day you might get there. Like, I hate that people actually discriminate Malphite. You don't have your ultimate, you're useless. No, Malphite, we love you. You don't have to have ultimates.
Maybe. I think he does need to have ultimate with the TPs. As we've just seen why you don't do it without the TP.
You can hit it, like, you've got massive fists. Look at him, he's got massive fists. Do tell me, you can tell me that does not hurt if he punches you in the face. Look at that, look at the damage.
I think the massive fist hitting you in the face would do some damage, but at the minute he doesn't have too much to really hurt that. He has to have some way of catching them to hit them with the massive fist though, and without ultimate it's just not enough.
Isn't it funny how... Go ahead.
No. After you, Duff. After you.
After me, wow. Isn't it funny how a little Yordle like Lulu can just kite a Malphite all around the map and just laugh? That would be the best thing ever.
I think it must be like hell for some people to just be kited about by a tiny what is essentially a Smurf with a staff laughing at you.
Oh wait, I quote from yesterday, what was it? I'm feeling like a drunk Smurf.
No, a depressed Smurf.
Just a Smurf.
A depressed Smurf, because I was extremely ill.
That's, ladies and gentlemen, that were the exact words that William described him as, a depressed Smurf.
Only because I was extremely ill. Context.
This turret will not be standing long. Watching that Azer does a lot of damage, but
yeah,
the turret will be going down most likely.
Blue buff going over to Unner as well. I like how this season we're starting off strong with making sure that some blue buffs. Blue buffs go over, dragons get stolen. Let's keep it going. Let's see whatever crazy stuff can happen. Soon we'll have Sunfire Cape Steals.
Wow, that would be brilliant. I want to see that happen. Oh hey, get called by the cocoon, but never mind. There's an Alistair to back him up. And when you mess with a cow, you get the horns.
I feel like Vespyr was just sitting there just like face palming as he just finishes his back as the cocoon hits, and it's like, oh.
Oh, come on. It's so frustrating. But it does show that Uno can hit those skill shots. It's once again a threat, like, remember, next time I'm getting it. Like, I've got my eyes on you, man.
Yeah, it's just maximum disrespect. He doesn't need the kill.
Oh, that's why he's got the package, but he's being called out a bit here by Guido. There, uses the package, Valkyrie out.
Yeah, no miracle steals this time. No miracle steals from Vespyr.
I'm having flashbacks to that Team Liquid game, the Baron Steel with, oh god. But Telpi being called out, Fate's Call into Pulverize, busts the shots away, flash forward, Telpi slowly draining, and there he goes.
And Wooktie uses the flash as well to try and get in range, but doesn't manage to get there in time, so just ends his flash for nothing.
No, he was just flashing for moral support. Like I know you're going to die, but I'm here. We'll remember you.
We're here for you. Like at your time of need, we're here, but we're not going to actually save you. Because we can't.
We're all standing behind you, mate. No worries.
Yeah. Just go in there and just do your best. That's all that counts.
Wow. But look at the CS difference. I'm going to take a look at the gold difference coming in here. That's about 1,600 gold difference in favor of that Callista.
Yeah,
What a heap of gold.
that's only equalised by that top lane, which has Trundle pulling really far ahead as he picks up nice kills.
Vespyr being called out a bit, flashed away Valkyrie. Squeedo, nicely done, gets the flash at least.
I mean, this is the good thing about Corki, is that you have that Valkyrie to just manage to pull away, and Chromesy getting a little bit aggressive.
Seems he wants to have it. Don't think you really can kill anyone right now. You can just simply walk away. He's got a flash. He's his ultimate. Not
How's
really.
the Iceborne for the slow though?
True. Isn't that a bit odd? Since he's already got his club, why doesn't he also need an Iceborne gauntlet?
Well,
Speaking of eyes, that's the unstoppable force. Oh no, he takes while or damage and Dutix is here. Gets killed with scratch with the Salamander. They now turn on to Chromesy, who's running away, but the troll is not really caring too much.
yeah, there's not too much worry as he just runs back out, but you do pick up one.
Oh, Mariachis, flash forward, LP, heroic charge, flash away, he'll use as well. Chaos Storm, not enough damage there. Will be getting away, but uses both his summoners.
And the laser damage gets cut out because of the Keeper's Verdict, which makes him untargetable.
So sad.
Synergy, that's what it is. Good team synergy coming out.
Hey, look, I'm Poppy. I'm helping. We all know the meme for Jarvan, and we've had it often used on us.
How many
he wants
turret...
it. Oh.
How many turret shots are you going to take, Marius?
Well, last game we saw that Salamander took about 9 and still did not care. So.
Yeah, but you just half-healthed yourself for no reason.
Ultimate disrespect. I don't need health to take you on just as well.
Exactly, and Trundle getting a lot of spears into him. It's looking like a very blue Trundle.
Isn't it like hard to walk around with that many spears in you? Like, reminds me of Skyrim when your whole face was filled with arrows and you just walked around like nothing was going on.
Well,
Valkyrie away.
It's only a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
And Telpi does manage to finish the recall and doesn't get jumped by Marius in that bottom lane, thankfully.
Aww. But it's
wasn't
fun
his,
to get a bit of... In the Rocky standards, this is a very boring game. Like, 6 kills only 90 minutes in. Like, come on, people.
Yeah,
we can do better than that.
And on the Aladar scale, this isn't even a game. Because, like,
What's the Aladar scale?
If there's not at least 10 times as much as what we've got right now, then, like, it's not even worth playing, is it?
Wow. I had no idea. Like, I've never actually...
You said it yourself that you say if there's not at least 5 kills, averaging like 5 kills a minute, then it's not good enough.
Nah, it's still a game in my opinion. It's just a boring one. It's like a wedding's still a wedding even if there's no deaths. Speaking of deaths, Chrome and Salamander are going against each other, just smacking each other in the face, and they're both just like shrugging it off and keep smacking.
What did you just say? A wedding's still a wedding even if there's no deaths?
Yeah, by detractor standards.
Oh, right. Okay, right, Dothraki stands. Jesus. I honestly thought you said by Tracky standards. Got extremely confused there. Who does?
Do you have
Maybe.
to say, you know, Chromesy and Salamander, they last 2 games, they've been just hitting each other all game long, just like hit in the face and not caring. It reminds me of like when guys just hit each other in the face, like not to cry and just keep on hitting.
Do guys do that often? Like just hit each other in the face? Just to...
That's what they say. Like I'm allergic to pain, so I don't. But still.
Okay.
I have a delicate face.
Oh,
not the
beautiful
face.
cocoon.
Trundle pillar plus that cocoon, but nobody follow up. Once again, Corki face palming.
Yeah, and pushing in this top lane aggressively because Telpi's still bottom, and I mean you've got all 5 members here. You can push on this inhibitor if you really want.
And you don't have too much wave clear without that Tristana. Yes, Corki's coming in from the side, trying to find a way in. You're just going to try poking. He's got the package. He can try something.
Could have peeled off a Baron though, and I mean the bait is available if they can clear out any kind of vision that's around here.
But if they go for Baron now, they'll be losing at least 1 turret and the inner turret in the bottom side. They have to deal with this Tristana pushing in.
And those wolves did not know what hit them as the package lays down on top of them. Telpy's still pushing though. Getting oh
No
god.
flash chain, that's the Blade of the Ruined King and doesn't care, just let me have that turret, but no. Mister said no.
Yeah, and they're gonna just go for this dragon. It's strange that both these games we've had Telpy going on these AD carries who obviously want to get to that sort of late game-ish point where they want to be able to have a few items behind them so they can fight, and he's just been forced to farm these side lanes and hasn't really contributed a massive amount to these team fights.
They drag out this one, and they get it easily. No locks here, only a Corki, and those rockets don't deal as much damage as the final spark.
Exactly, and
Imagine though.
at least they get the dragon though.
Imagine.
Don't want to get them to. Oh god, it's just please stop.
I know.
Dov. Please stop.
No, I just love like. It
You're a
wasn't
machine.
blind. Piglet did it blindly, you know, like with the last rocket. That was a blind rocket stealing it. Brilliant.
Oh, it was, but like at the same time, when you've had it done so many times to you, you get to a point where it's like, please, just let me.
Oh, Crunchy, you get knocked off so many times. Angry in the air, Salamander in the middle of three of them. There is not even what to do because he can only with the double kill. And Mariachis, well, he stayed a bit too long in there, but still, I have no idea what happened there. They just completely massacred them. Throw everything you have onto them. What was that?
Salamander, you beast! Like, he shows you how to do a Malphite ultimate properly. Goes straight in onto the backline, picks up the free, and then just says, let's do this, boys. And they go for the full dive, pick up 3 members, they lose Marius, but they pick up the inhibitor as well and get the back off safely.
It was a good day. We got the kills and we only lost 1 Yordle. It was a good day.
Just beautiful play.
In Caitlyn standards.
Exactly. So they're just going to sort of try and. I feel like they're going to try and push aggressively on the top side now, because obviously you've got the minions pushing where you want, because it alleviates pressure around Baron and means that you can. They either have to deal with you around Baron, or they have to deal with the supers who are going to be pushing in that bot side. So they've got to push up that vision, make sure they've got everything that they need before they started off, because you've got to be worried about obviously Corki package coming in, and then you've got the Elise cocoons that could potentially come out. And even
no, he wants it, but now, there are 3 of them over there. He's running away, but Star is now coming in to just be the moral support, just making them back off. But this Vespyr wanted to take this one very badly.
Yeah, and Hey really needs to back off now. He's recalling now because he's so low. Crow,
You know
Salamander.
what to take this one.
Salamander had the ult. He was looking for it, but holds it. Doesn't want to use it on just a single enemy.
It would be pretty much overkill, like you just smash one little spider.
Well, at least you would get the secured kill though, and that would open up objectives such as Baron. I mean, once you take out Elise, obviously they get so much less pressure that you can just straight up do an objective. And right now they're just going to do the exact same thing they did bot side on the top, just group up. But they don't have Hey here right now, so they can't go too aggressive because they don't have the follow-up damage.
They're now going to let Hey go in the mid lane, but now Mad Marius is still in there. He's taking so much damage. That was not the plan. He backed up. They should have backed up, and now Salamander with the knife at top of foot. Judex is trying to kite it out. He gets one. He gets the main AD carry there. Now that was Ono going down as well, but Squeedo goes in onto Vespyr. He gets a lot of damage here. Hey now joined up, trying to poke as much as he can, but still, Mad Marius should not have sticked around there. That was some miscommunication, I believe.
No, not at all. I mean, the rain gauge goes in so early that Hey-Hey's not even in range to do anything.
Heal.
Laser just misses. Just misses, unfortunately. But yeah, so Mad Marius goes in, and Hey-Hey's not even in the fight, so he can't do any damage. And they just don't have anything that they can really pull out. Like, Salamander gets a decent ultimate on a few of the members, and then they follow that up with Squiddo and the Fate's Call, but it's just not enough to really get a resounding straight-up victory out of what could have potentially been a game ender.
So for now, they're going to back off, probably towards that Baron. Going to put at least the vision and the night vision from the 8-second gaming team.
Yeah, and
But
I mean,
they could try.
yeah, if you're Hexed right now, you want to be clearing out this vision so you can start pressing that Baron.
This Vespyr being a tip idea. Alistair jumps onto you, he takes so much damage. Teleport is coming in, but Vespyr is down. Mad Marius a lot of damage onto him. Telpy in the front line is taking a lot of damage, but Judex came from the side. He gets the AD carry, but he will be going down by himself as well. Cronzy trying to take everyone on. somehow is still alive, but will be going down. Salamander Caneling, unstoppable force. Uno running away now, get Swirl throws it, but it's not enough repel. But what goes up must come down. And that is nearly an ace. Wuchti somehow survived.
Yeah, and supers are on the base as well. Like, this could be a potential Nexus turrets going down, and they've got to back off because they're just so low. But you could have potentially just ended right there.
You probably could have, with only Wuchti being live there, though. The cooldown, the death timers are still fairly low. They will be up in just a moment. Wuchti's doing whatever he can with his little yodel arms. It's not fair, these little yodels against these big machines.
Yeah, it's all you can really do, but they really need to just sort of pressure Baron now and just say, okay, well, supers are already streaming into your base, let's just do this because you can't contest this.
And if they try to contest it, they just simply lose the game, so indeed they have to start clearing out these super minions coming in. And they've got all the time in the world to simply take this Baron and go to the top lane, push that one in and secure the game.
Unfortunate by Dudex not to get in the pit there. Gets the champion mastery as well, so good job, Dudex.
Nicely done. Good on you. You show them. No,
they're just gonna push out that.
Up.
Yeah, just what they should do really is just push out that top lane because you got supers everywhere. I mean, just push out that top lane, get the final inhibitor, then just win, or you just push the mid and just win. Just do something together and win.
Just be there. Being there is enough. Just with the Baron buff. Just be there and be alive.
Exactly, and be careful if you're the one person at far because Corki can just.
Dudex is trying to find a round and wild growth will be enough. There he goes down. Dudex, that was not going to the plan. Oh no, will be so much damage. Repels up, comes down onto the minion, survives somehow. Madlon is being the front line. Trophy taking quite a lot of damage now. Gets knocked up into the air. Lightspeed doing as much as he can, but damage is not enough. There's some tanky people in here. Here comes the Malphite Ultimate. Tristana will be going down. Krumsky has to flash out. There's been Wuchti trying to run away. Pulverize. Flash away. But Krumsky going down. Matt Myers will be falling, however. Nice phosphorus bomb. Lisby's trying whatever he can, but not enough. He could take it down. Hey, picks up another. He's gone deathless this game.
Yeah, beautifully played, and this should be the game going. I mean, there's just too many
going down. Who gets the 50 gold?
No.
The 50 gold goes to Victor.
Yeah, beautifully played there. GG well played in the end, and it was a little bit questionable as Dudex got caught by the Corki, which I was saying you got to be careful if you're the one split, because if Corki lands that damage, he can't just obliterate you as Callista, who is relatively squishy.
Anyway, people, that was it for now for this series. The next series will continue in just a slight moment, so stick around. Don't touch the browser. We'll be right back.
Alright, hello everybody, welcome back. This is me, I'm Tasty Aladar, and with me is Mighty Waffle, guest casting this game as my color caster for today. And we are going to bring you the this game between the Flying Mariachis and sorry, one moment, the Glamour Girls. Sorry.
And from the get-go, we have Fiora Band and Trundle Band. Strong picks from Fiora, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Fiora is definitely considered to be one of the major power picks right at the moment. She's in a very strong place. And Trundle, also a pretty powerful pick at times, considering he can work off the fact that other picks are powerful. For example, Dr. Mundo. Gangplank, another band there that you might usually expect to see. Malphite is an interesting one. Perhaps a few less Malphite bands, but I think that we will be seeing more and more of those in times to come.
Okay, I think the Gangplank is a pretty strong pick as well. Malphite, it could be okay if you can like wombo combo and that sort of stuff. And you can see the Udyr ban here, a pretty strong champion at the moment with a lot of tankiness and move speed.
Yeah, the Runic Echoes on Udyr has been running rampant in solo queue lately, so it makes sense to see him banned, especially when they're coming up against a team they might not know a huge amount about. These teams probably haven't faced off against each other in the past, or not too much at least, so just kind of feeling each other out, banning some general bans, maybe champions they particularly don't want to play against, or champs that they feel would counter their own team comps. The Lucian ban is an interesting one, however. We haven't seen too many marksman bans lately, and Lucian is an interesting one to ban out.
We are seeing that Glamour Girls, the team dev was second last season, sorry, is playing this game. We saw Missing You with this Draven. That was a monster, basically. And we are gonna see if they pick it, but we don't know. I think it's gonna be a pretty strong pick on their side.
Yeah, it's interesting to see it make it through bans and then not be first picked by Missing You's side. They're obviously feeling more confident that he will get it later down the draft. Of course, it is quite unlikely it'll be picked away from them by the Flying Mariachis. However, we have seen 3 picks come in already. We've seen the Poppy for Highlander. Well, I imagine for Highlander, perhaps could flex to support for SLB as well. So the Flying Mariachis have locked in that Poppy, a very good pick at the moment, and also Zed and Alistar on the other side. Alistar, another very strong pick right now, and Zed synergizes very well with that new item, the Dustblade of Drakthar.
Yeah, I think Alistar with Draven could be very, very strong in the laning phase. Of course, Alistar could like stun them, and Draven would just dish out the damage and kill them in an instant. We have the Ahri pick now for the mid lane. Let's see versus the Zed. How can she fare against her? But I think it's looking a pretty good team comp on the Blue Mariachis, Flying Mariachis side.
Yeah, no, certainly a decent team comp so far. Quite AP heavy. I mean, obviously the Poppy not bringing a lot of magic damage, but at least you imagine we'll be seeing a Runic Echoes coming out of her as well as the Ahri. So that's some decent amount of AP on the side of the Flying Mariachis. I think that there is the Draven, by the way. Missing You hovering that Draven. I'm sure he's begging his team to be allowed to play it right now.
Obviously.
It looks like it's going to be locked in here. He might just be hovering it to tease us. We will see.
Nice,
will the other pick be? The other pick's going to be a Rek'Sai as well, so another early game jungler. Elise and Rek'Sai, both pretty good early game ganking junglers. Maybe looking to snowball, perhaps. Well, I'm sure Rage Merkel will be looking to snowball Missing You in that bottom lane. That would be the obvious choice, and you know you could snowball the Ahri in the middle lane as well. Give her a bit of extra help against that Zed. Looks like Madrix will also be running that Exhaust to try and help out with those duels in the middle lane should they occur.
Yeah, Exhaust in the middle lane, I really like it because, especially versus assassins, when my champion has not a lot of mobility early game, because you can just outstray them every single time you try to fight them because you have Exhaust.
Yeah, exactly.
Here in the bot lane we have the Braum and the Caitlyn pick. I think that's pretty straightforward. Basically a lane to survive, per se, Draven. And let's see, what do they pick last, Glamour Girls?
I can't imagine it's going to be that high. I mean, I hope it is, don't get me wrong, but I can't imagine that's going to be what's locked in here. The Teemo, perhaps a bit unlikely as well there. However, I do think both bottom lanes can have pretty strong laning phases. Zilean would make more sense. The Thresh would make less sense considering there's an Alistar on the team, in fact, so I doubt we're going to see that. Yeah, I wonder what he's going to lock in here. It could... Or is he taking it down to the wire, thinking about it, considering what they want to maybe counterpick that Poppy in the top lane, which should be a pretty simple one. Kennen would be an interesting... Kindred wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. We saw a Pantheon yesterday, actually, in the Vespyr League, and that one didn't go all that well. He had one great fight in the mid-game, but he was starved out very early on by a lane swap, so that is a risk you run if you pick Pantheon. However, it looks like we're not going to see Pantheon and Lissandra. Okay. Alright, so Lissandra, a kind of a decent pick. It brings some much needed ability power to that team of the Glamour Girls there, because they were looking pretty AD heavy as aside from that, with only the Alistar bringing any magic damage really there. So I think two pretty well-rounded out team comps. We got two sort of assassinate-y champions on the side of the Glamour Girls, the Zed and to a certain extent the Sandra.
Yeah, and even Draven, with the damage he deals like late game, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
On the other side is more like a siege comp, right? We have Poppy, Elise to cocoon them and get them out of position, Ahri to assassinate them, and the poke from Caitlyn, and Braum basically to disengage if they have to.
Yeah, I think it could be a very strong siege comp actually on that side, because while there isn't a huge amount of poke coming out, you do have the line of Caitlyn traps you can set up around the tower, and if they progress further than that line, they might get hit by a charm, or they might get hit by the cocoon, which are two very good methods of picking someone out if they get too far ahead of the turret. And also you've got the threat of the Keeper's Verdict from Poppy, ready to just hit you away. So they should be able to take towers pretty well, actually. So it's a sort of unorthodox siege comp, but it's one I think could work out pretty well, actually.
Do you think they are gonna do a lane swap in this game?
It's hard to say. I think that I think both bottom lanes. I mean, I think Caitlyn is obviously usually a bully in the bottom lane because she's got that very long range. But I think Missing You feels very comfortable on Draven and should be able to really go toe to toe in a laning phase with most people, really. I mean, obviously, there's sometimes it's unavoidable, but however, in the top lane, we might see a bit of a discrepancy. Lissandra does have the potential to bully out Poppy simply by virtue of being a ranged champion and having some longer range abilities she can use as well.
And the slows, the snares, the stuns, and everything should be a pretty interesting top lane. Let's say that.
Yeah, I think that the mid lane could be pretty explosive as well, actually. I think it's a pretty decent skill matchup. We've seen Madrix actually turn back to that Ignite instead of that Exhaust, which is a bolder move. I mean, taking Exhaust against Zed is often what is done because it just so obviously negates such a huge amount of his damage. But Madrix clearly feeling like they might be able to pick up a solo kill perhaps onto Growth on that Zed. So I think it could be a pretty explosive middle lane. And, you know, the bot lane, you never know as well. Draven always brings aggression because, you know, he really is looking for those kills early so he can start ramping up and snowballing. So yeah, we could see some pretty early fights, especially also with the early junglers.
I think, obviously, the Rek'Sai is going to focus more on the bottom lane, but Elise, I think, is going to be more concentrated in the mid lane. Basically, just trying to get that Ahri to power spike so much that the Zed couldn't deal with her. And I think it's Elise is gonna have a hard time to move around the map and get to where she needs to be, because basically to the point that on the point that she needs to be in bottom lane, Draven is so strong and she will just melt away, because she's not gonna build the tank item in jungle, obviously.
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw a lot of Cinderhulk releases, so most likely going to be Runic Echo. She might go for that speedy spider build as well, which I am a very big fan of. You got the Runic Echoes, they give you a bit of movement speed, then you got the Swifty Boots, and then Dead Man's Plate. You become a very, very quick spider in that jungle, and you can really... obviously, you don't have as much global pressure as a Rek'Sai with that global ultimate, but you still do gain a lot more global pressure than you can have early, and means that people can feel less secure in their lanes, even if they've just seen you towards the bottom side. However, we are about to load into the game now, so this will be the Flying Mariachis versus the Glamour Girls, and I hope it's going to be an explosive game. It looks like it should be a pretty explosive one in the early game. We'll see. I may well be proved completely wrong, but hopefully we'll be able to see some action.
I think they're really playing for the aggression this game. Yeah, especially with that ignite middle lane and the pressure that Elise and Rek'Sai bring to the table. It should be pretty interesting all over the map.
Mm-hmm. One other thing to note, by the way, is that Caitlyn skin might just be the worst skin I've ever seen. Just my opinion, but you know, it's a pretty terrible skin from my point of view. But the old Frozen Shen was pretty bad as well.
Mm-hmm. And the poppy skin, the one with the lollipop.
The lollipoppy, yeah, no, that was indisputably a pretty terrible skin. So we should be loading up onto the Rift any moment now, and we'll be able to bring you what is, I believe, the 5th game of the Premier League so far. And we are seeing Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Okay, so we got the item starts here with the pretty standard item starts. Obviously, Rek'Sai not going for that mana regen item like Elise has. The long sword from Zed, again, as you might expect, pretty standard on both sides, really.
The Doran's ring on Ahri, obviously.
Interesting level 1 actually here from the Flying Mariachis. They do get spotted out by Rage Mare Kerr though, so I doubt they're going to be able to pick anything up here, apart from maybe a couple of auto attacks onto Rage Mare Kerr. Might have overstayed the welcome, but not quite. So they're not going to collapse either. They're just going to invade into the bottom side, the Glamour Girls are instead, so they can get their own wards down there in return for the deep wards that this 5-man invade has gleaned the Flying Mariachis in the top lane. This is something we see quite a lot throughout competitive play actually, and it's not surprising to see it here again.
Let's see how the lanes pan out. They're going to do normal lanes, I believe.
It does look like it, yeah.
It should be an interesting bot lane and an interesting top lane. But I don't know if they want to fight really in mid, especially the Glamour Girls. I think they do. But let's see, they're going to start Gromp on the side of Glamour Girls, so that they can get that level 2 advantage.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Rage Mare Kerr on that Rek'Sai, you see those 2 deep wards, one of them just timed out, but there were 2 deep wards from the Flying Mariachis in that red side jungle in the top side there. And Rage Mare Kerr very cleverly went around through the lane down towards Krugs to avoid being spotted out by those wards. So that was some pretty clever play, perhaps denying some vision of where he was. However, the fact that Falchion on that Lissandra did get to lane late kind of gives the game away anyway. Seeing a little bit of aggression here, a very good pulverize though, prevents the concussive blows from being popped onto Missing You, and he will be able to regen that health back up. Chaos already forced to pop a biscuit, so we are seeing Muyu on that Caitlyn doing the sort of harass that you might expect in a Caitlyn lane, particularly one with such a powerful engage tool as Braum as well.
We can see Alistar trying to zone out the laners from the opposing side, so that Draven can get those stacks of Federation more easily. We are currently 30 stacks on him. Let's see how many can he get before a kill happens.
Yeah, and I imagine they'll be looking to get him a kill pretty early on to really get him rolling, because he is such a snowbally champion, that Draven. And Zed can snowball pretty hard as well in the middle lane, so it's a pretty snowball-heavy team comp on the side of the Glamour Girls, which is perhaps unsurprising to see. Grerith taking a bit of pain, he's just going to be pushing the However, Mino English is going to invade with the backup of SLB there. that Chaos is showing up as well, actually, and there might be a little bit of engage here. Chaos goes for the headbutt onto Mino English and gets the Pulverize off as well. Will Ragemaker be able to get the knockup? He's not going to be able to because SLB was there to send out a Winter's Bite, and the blue buff does go over to Ragemaker in the end, so he wins that particular jungle duel, and even Madrix showed up from the mid lane there to try and put some extra pressure on, so both teams were quite invested into that blue buff, and it was the Glamour Girls that won out in the end.
And with that push on the jungle from the red team, we can see that Lissandra can free push top and just bully out the opposing Poppy.
You see some aggression, however, from Highlander, but that loses more health than he kind of dealt there, so that wasn't perhaps the wisest charge there from the Poppy, however. Went with it, and I mean, it's good to see not rolling over and just giving up the lane entirely. Madrix is quite low on mana, so might start losing some trades to Growth soon on account of not really being able to throw out any more of the abilities that she needs to really do that damage, because the Ahri auto attacks, of course, not very damaging. However, Highlander does have a lot of sustain actually in that top lane because he's started the Corruption Potion, so we actually see him on much higher health now than Falcion, and Falcion might have a little bit of trouble in that lane. However, we are seeing aggression now in the bot lane. The stand aside lands from Missing You, and Muyu is quite low, but the concussive blows are proc onto Missing You. That prevents anything else from happening, and now Chaos is the one who finds himself in trouble. The Piltover Peacemaker goes through him, but it's not quite enough to do it. Another Winter's Bite lands onto Missing You, and he is really quite low on health here. Oh, an engage, a flash pulverized from Chaos, but Muyu flashes away from it. We see a TP now coming in as well from, I believe, Falcion, and he is going to get in there with their claw, and it will be the first kill for Falcion. The Draven stacks don't get used up, but that is still beneficial, certainly, for the Glamour Girls.
Yeah, it was a very good TP, especially with his lane pushing towards Poppy. I was looking at the farm, and
sorry to cut you out there. Guerrera's just incredibly aggressive, using the flash and the ignite to pick up that kill. A simple kill as you like. Mino English manages to negate most of the burst from the death mark by being in the air for the duration of it, so couldn't get that extra damage amplification there for Guerrera, and he only picks up the one kill at the cost of both of his summoners.
As I was saying, the farm with the lanes, we have an advantage on almost every single lane in favor of Glamour Girls. Now it's kind of even out because she TP'd, Lissandra TP'd bot lane. But we're basically seeing almost 20 minions difference in the middle lane. And now it's resetting with the Draven and the Caitlyn.
Yeah, but one thing to note is that Missing You on that Draven has come back to lane with a BF sword, while Muyu only has that pickaxe to his name, so should be seeing trades go much more heavily in favor of Missing You, and they were pretty close to start with anyway, despite those concussive blows and the range that Caitlyn brings. However, Muyu finds himself overextended because SLB is not there to help him out, and Missing You might be able to secure this kill. Chaos comes around the back, and the stand aside picks it up for Missing You in the end. He cashes in. He'll be very pleased about that one, I'm sure, and that puts him even further ahead of the bottom lane. Already this game is looking great for Glamour Girls.
He has a 700 leads on Caitlyn on gold. That's the power of Draven, basically. He's gonna snowball from here on out and just wreck everything that comes into lane. We have movement on the mid lane. Rek'Sai and Elise are hovering around, as well as Alistar.
Yeah, Chaos does get the headbutt pulverize combo down, but Ragemaker wasn't really in a position to do any extra damage there. The Ring of Frost is being used very well by Falcion, actually. Whenever Highlander comes in, interesting there, does manage to burn the ultimate, actually, out of Highlander. Very interesting. A very short animation almost caught me out there, but that was the ultimate used by the Poppy for nothing. Just baited with the Glacial Path. We're seeing more aggression. The Whirling Death does get blocked out by that Unbreakable Shield. Now Missing You finds himself without mana and quite low on health. Muyu might be able to turn this around with the help of SLB. Chaos is quite low, and he doesn't have access to his ultimate. He's going to go down. Muyu picks up that one kill. Missing You goes aggressive, but that just feeds over the double kill to Muyu. He turns it around beautifully, and Ragemaker appears just too late to help his bot laners out. However, he does pick up the kill for himself. The TP is cancelled, and that might leave SLB in trouble. However, he's just delaying, because Mino English is trying to come along now. And Ragemaker finds himself in trouble as well. He's trying to turn around the kill onto SLB, but there's not quite enough with the Thunderlord's proc. Mino English takes him down, and now the Frozen Tomb is used in the top lane, but the flash away from the Glacial Path fools Falcion, and he can't secure the kill in the top lane, and finds himself on the wrong side of the turret now.
Can we see the proxy Lissandra play now? It's gonna be interesting. Is she gonna dive?
Might be considering the dive pick. Goes aggressive onto Highlander. The Ring of Frost is used for the damage, and Highlander manages to turn it around to Falcion. He picks it up just at the last second with the auto attack, and they trade 1-for-1. A big misplay from Falcion there, and Highlander does well to secure that kill on the turret.
We're seeing some plays over the Drake. As we can see, if the camera guy presses F1, we don't have any vision on the side of what's the name of the team?
The Flying Mariachis?
Flying Mariachis, that's right. But we have quite the word coverage from the Glamour girls.
Madrix just staying alive there. Again, the Ignite used by Guerrerith, very aggressive plays, as you might expect from a Zed, and he used the Death Mark as well. Didn't pick up the kill for it though, but does get some pressure on the mid lane turret and forces Mino English to show up to try and defend it. But Mino English is pretty chunked out as well, actually.
We can see Rek'Sai clearing wards over Drake. Let's see if they're gonna make a play bot lane to go to the objective and get that sweet gold.
There is going to be a play here. I believe the stand beside me was blocked there, and SLB finds himself in trouble. He does get away from it though, burning the flash to do so. Missing You finds some damage returned to him on the backside there by Muyu, but not enough to really do anything too much to him, and he will just skate on out of there.
And they're going for the Drake.
They are going to go for the Drake there. That makes a lot of sense. They got rid of SLB's threat on that Brom, so they should be able to take up that Drake for free. Doesn't look like Mino English is going to be showing up to the Drake anytime soon. Actually, I eat my words, because there he goes. But he is spotted by the cacophony of wards that the Glamour girls have in that jungle there, and there's an incredible amount of vision they have, and the Mariachi girls are really not responding to the vision very well at all. Mino English finds himself caught out trying to respond to the vision, doing it at the wrong time. This is going to be a kill going over surely. The repel buys some time, and the flash away, and in fact the cocoon lands, and he might be able to get out of this one. Mino English finds himself solo. The Bracy can take him out in the end, and Falcion has TP'd him. Madrix in midair is frozen in that glacial tube. He will get out of it just in time, and only the one kill there actually. Mino English gets caught out trying to clear that pink ward away. It might not be over actually, as SLB might be in a spot of bother here. The Glacial Fisher comes out, and that should secure his life. Ragemare Kerr hanging around very bravely there, sending the Prayseeker out to the Raptor. I'm not sure about that one. Very low health, might have to back away from this one. Falcion also out of mana, so I was about to say we won't see any more aggression, but that's obviously not the case. The Death Mark goes on to Madrix, but Madrix stays alive, and Guerrero finds himself low as well. But meanwhile, there's a big fight in the bottom lane, and Missing You uses the heal just in time. Muyu, incredible low, the flash will pick it up for Draven. He's gonna get that cash in once again. He stood on the trap, and even that wasn't enough to secure Muyu the win in that 1v1 fight in the bottom lane.
And while that was happening, Poppy just pushed the tower to almost half HP. Obviously, it's not so much worth as Draven getting a kill, but it's something that they need to be careful of, because that way it opens up the map for the top laner to just roam around and cause havoc in their team.
Yeah, one thing we've been seeing the game is a lot of skirmishes, a lot of seemingly meaningless fights, really, because no turrets have been taken yet. Only the one objective in the Dragon has been taken, so there's not a whole lot of macro play going on from these teams. It's more micro-based, more based on mechanical outplays and that sort of thing, trying to get the gold lead that way. And when you have a Draven and a Zed on your team, if you can pull that off, it's going to work, because they're going to snowball so hard. So this game is really looking pretty good for the Glamour girls. SLB trying to reclaim some of that vision we were talking about earlier. Highlander tries to go in and make sure his turret stays alive. It will for now. Falcion backs away. Another jungle fight there, and Rage Mecha are really looking to make particularly that bottom side of the blue side jungle his own there. But we'll see if he's able to do that in the end. Highlander once again with the charge onto Falcion, and Falcion finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Grasp of the Undying brings some more health back to Highlander. He's just going to chunk Falcion out and go straight back to the wave and try and farm it out. Not the way we're expecting to see that lane going with... We're expecting with Lissandra to be bullying out the Poppy, and for the most part she has been, but occasionally we do see Highlander doing some pretty decent plays there on the top lane. He goes in again, but it's not going to be enough.
It's impressive, because even with...
Oh, the charm, a beautiful charm from Madrid, and Ragemaker is going to go down, but Grareth is instantly there to pick up the return kill. An excellent charm from Madrid, but it did cost him his life in the end. Very cheeky play there in the middle lane.
I was saying, like, it's impressive that even with the time that Lissandra spent keeping bot lane, she has an advantage on... Oh, and the cow dies.
Yeah, the cow does die indeed, even through the Unbreakable. It timed out at the end because of the CC lock that was able to be put on him. The using of the Keeper's Verdict from Poppy particularly just helped buy so much time. The Whirling Death coming through there from Missing You to clear the wave, so it will not result in the turret going down for now. But it might result in Ragemaker's death, as he is overextending into that jungle that he seems to believe is his.
We have that Duskblade ready to be used on Zed. So you're gonna see a lot of damage coming their way, and it's gonna be a pretty good fight, next fight.
Not only are we seeing a Duskblade on Zed, but we're also seeing a Duskblade on Draven. Now that is an interesting one. I guess there's no reason not to build it on a marksman. I mean, it's thought of more of an assassin item, but Draven does do well with some armor pen, and the Duskblade Draktar brings a lot of damage and a lot of armor pen. So it might be a good pickup. The repel from me knowing this is going to buy some time, but the pulverize as soon as he lands means that he has no hope, and he's going to go down as well. The charm doesn't land from Madrix, and Highlander blocks the headbutt very well, and Ragemaker is stunned against the wall, but he surely will just tunnel away in the end. In fact, no, he doesn't have the tunnel available. Muyu shows up after the Spirit Rush from Madrix with the Orb of Deception, took him low, and Muyu picks up one auto for that kill. 4-4-0 now on that Caitlyn. A very strange scoreline, but still pretty strong.
Lissandra got that top tower down, and he got more pressure on that Poppy. She really needs to step up and do something more than what she's doing. Even though she's roaming and helping her team, it's not nearly enough.
No, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to be at the moment. I mean, there have been some good reactive plays from the Flying Mariachis, but Glamour Girls are looking to perhaps start to, you know, take some actual objectives now, and that will only consolidate the gold lead they've already built up. So, looking pretty good for the Glamour Girls right now. We'll see. They could get some over-aggressive plays.
We have to break in 30 seconds?
Yeah, we do, indeed. So we might see a fight around that. These teams seem to be, you know, doing one-on-one, two-on-two fights for just about anything, really. So, I mean, why not for the Drake as well? In fact, right there's a great example. A beautiful charm from Madrix. Might have just bought him his life, but the Duskblade of Drakthar, as well as the Ignite and the Deathmark, take him down, and Grareth just gets out alive. However, Falcion finds himself stunned up against the wall and in trouble, but the Glacial Tomb will get the regen required to deter Highlander from doing any more damage to him right now, and Ragemaker actually showing up in the top lane with the time that Falcion has brought, and Highlander finds that he is now the one in trouble, and he will go down. Just about. Falcion quite low, but was confident, used the flash to pick up the kill, but knew he could manage it and knew he could stay alive.
And while that happened, Draven and Alistar took the tower in the bottom lane and took the dragon with the help of the ult from Rek'Sai. Are they gonna pressure mid lane now that they have 2 towers down?
It makes a lot of logical sense actually to take down this turret, as seeing as they've taken out the rest of the outer ring. However, Madrix is there to try and clear the wave, but if they dive Madrix and take him down, then he could find himself in trouble. Mino English is the one who finds himself knocked up, and the charm does land onto Ragemaker. He's going to have to back away. He's actually tanking the turret for them, but the turret's not going to quite die. Falcion TP's in, and Madrix, incredibly low, surely going to go down. The one auto from Draven goes a mile and picks up the kill. Excellent there. Very well played by the Glamour Girls, and they are able to secure the turret and another kill for themselves as well. We might see a return frag, though, coming out. Chaos is able to get out of it. SLB not able to slow him enough to stop him from escaping. And the Glamour Girls, I mean, I was saying they were going to consolidate their lead with a couple turrets. They have done so indeed. Now building up about 7k gold lead. Falcion, however, is stunned up by that cocoon and can't take the glacial path out of there. And Falcion will go down, but Muyu is in trouble. Grerith has assassinated Muyu, but a beautiful face to the mountain shield comes out just in time, and Grerith is the one who goes down, not Muyu. Highlander picks up that kill. And, I mean, very good responsive plays from the Flying Mariachis, but we need to see them making some proactive plays as well if they're looking to really take the lead in this game. However, there is a more proactive play as Highlander flashes into Missing You and tries to take him down. Ragemaker is stunned up by the concussive blows, goes down to Highlander. Mino English trying to escape now. Missing You might be able to pick up a kill on the exit. However, Chaos is stunned against the wall, and Chaos might be the one who goes down, and Muyu picks up another kill now. He's 6-4-2, the most kills in the game. It seems like he hasn't been around the team fight as much, but clearly he has, picking up 6 kills for himself as well as 2 assists. And the kills are now 11-12, but because of the Draven passive and because of the farm differences, as well as the objectives taken, there is still a decent chunk of gold that keeps Glamour Girls in the lead.
It's interesting because you can see they have the double Duskblade build on their team, and you can't see the Mercurial Scimitar not even closely to be done in the side of the Flying Mariachis on that Caitlyn. They really needed to survive.
And survive is not what Highlander's doing right now. He's having none of that. He wants to go down pretty much, positioning himself like that. Another kill for Missing You means that he cashes in once again, and he has so much armor penetration now, and he might not stop stacking it, actually. I mean, it's an interesting Draven build, but it seems to be working wonders.
There goes the Rift Herald for the Glamour Girls. We can see like there's almost 2k difference on gold between Draven and Caitlyn. So you can see how much Caitlyn's struggling with taking the items she needs to be able to do something in this game. Yet she does have the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift completed, which is gonna help her push out the lanes and prevent any sort of pushing idea that the Glamour Girls have.
Yeah, the Static Shiv, I think, is an interesting choice on Muyu. However, I'll talk about it in a moment, because Ragemaker finds himself locked up by the cocoon into the stun. Madrix, using the Spirit Rush to get over the wall, might be able to secure this kill. Ragemaker flashes away, and now Falcion and Missing You and Chaos are there to support him. So he might be able to get away. He does indeed. A Glacial Fissure is used by SLB to secure his team the disengage, and that was a lot used for Ragemaker, but he did flash out of it, so pretty even trade in the end.
Let's see. As we said, they have a really good siege comp, the Flying Mariachis, but they're not using it because they're so far behind that they just can't do anything about it. They need to farm and get ahead, a little bit more ahead, because they're really struggling, and these types of fights is exactly what Glamour Girls want.
Yeah, and one thing is that if they were to use their comp to siege, it would be about picking someone off as they come forward to clear the wave. But the trouble is that if they pick someone off, Chaos will use it just as an excuse to engage on them, and then they'll find it turned on its head, and they'll be the ones in trouble. SLB quite low now. The Whirling Death is blocked out by the Unbreakable, and Muyu just about stays alive. A great Keeper's Verdict, actually, keeps the team alive, and that ult strangely wasn't blocked by Chaos. That looked like it should have been blocked by him, but I guess he stood a little bit too far to the side and will force the recall out of Missing You now, which alleviates some of the pressure that Glamour Girls have been putting onto the Flying Mariachis.
Everyone ducked from that ult. No one wants to catch it in the face. We have the lane top lane pushing, and the tower is going down. Wow, the Casimirs are doing a lot of damage, surprisingly.
Yeah, Missing You is looking to respond to it. Actually, never mind, he's just going for his red buff, so it looks like they're going to speed that turret, because Highlander is going to take it. But however, they are looking to trade it for the inner turret in the middle lane, which is of course a much more valuable target, but they don't really have enough pressure there to do it. Missing You is going to respond in the top lane now, and he might be able to save that turret.
Yeah, he can.
Looks like he's going to be able to, so yeah, that'll be fine.
We can see their movements going around Baron. Are we gonna see a 22-minute Baron?
I
don't think so.
I'm somehow doubtful. However, if they catch out Muyu, they might be able to. The Dust Player Draktar does the initial pop. And in fact, Muyu, with a big crit, takes him down. The Ignite's burning, but it's not going to be enough. And Muyu stays alive. That is an AD carry's dream. The Zed comes to one-on-one you, and you turn it around in his way. However, the Glamour girls are engaging regardless of the middle lane. Even though Grerith isn't there, a good Glacial Tomb, it does a lot of damage there. And SLB is picking with the Ignite. He goes down. The Repel, as soon as Mino English comes down, will be killed as well, missing you with a triple kill. That's a lot of gold for that Draven.
This should be a Drake and an inner turret, right? I think they should. Oh, and Rek'Sai is continuing to chase after Ahri.
Yeah, Madrix is going to be able to get out of that one. The Ragemaker is going to take down the pink cord, but they will certainly take down this turret. Unfortunately by Chaos, accidentally headbutt pulverizes the minion rather than the champion, but you can't hit them all. Looks like they are going to turn towards the Drake as well, so that would make a lot of sense. 3 Drakes already at 23 minutes. That could be looking for about a 35-minute 5th Dragon if they need to, so that would be very good for their team.
That Drake. They don't know it's happening.
Yeah, no, they have no idea. They might be able to deduce it. They saw Rocky where they were running, and in fact SLB does show up and pop a ward down, so they know it's happening now, but Ragemaker is there to secure the smite. The Piltover Peacemaker and the Winter's Bite won't be enough to take it away from him, and he will calmly and coolly collect that dragon.
And they're looking to push the middle lane and take the first tower of the game for them. They really can't do anything on Glamour Girls' side. They're just needed to back. They were so low. But
yeah,
Zed is waiting on the top side so that he can assassinate someone. But
probably going to back away though, now that he sees multiple people. He does back away. He was on a pink ward. He knew he wasn't spotted, so he was just going to be able to get away from that one. But yeah, interestingly, they did stay around to take the dragon, and it took them a while to take the dragon down, actually, and because it took them so long, they did have to seed that outer turret in the middle. They have a Ragemaker looking to engage, but he only lands a knock-up onto SLB, and a good Keeper's Verdict keeps Falcon and Ragemaker away. Now, the fight over the blue buff is won by Mino English in the end, I believe. He took that one down with the smite. There might be a re-engage here. The Volatile Spiderling going to do a little bit of poke damage. Possibly proc the Runic Echoes, not too much. In fact, I say Runic Echoes, it's not Runic Echoes, that's a Cinder Hulk Elise, which, to be honest, I should have noticed earlier. So that is the more tanky Elise build we've been seeing, especially with what looks like a Frozen Heart next as well.
Ooh. And we can see a big wave pushing bot lane, so they have the pressure to do Baron, but they're trying to look for the picks.
Oh, a beautiful cocoon stops Ragemaker in his track, and the Glacial Printer really splits up the team. There is the Dustblade Draktar popping onto SLB. It doesn't do very much damage, and Highlander is TP'd in now. A very good max range Ring of Frost will disengage the fight, probably, but Falcon actually Zhonya's perfect. Zhonya's away from that, and then the Glacial Tomb will lock him up as well and secure some regen. Chaos had to pop that ultimate as well. And Mino English uses the repel to get out of it in the end. No deaths, but both supports are on flashing red health and having to back away from this one.
Let's see, because if they want to, they can keep pushing. The Flying Mariachis can keep pushing, but never mind. They're just so far behind that they can't. Caitlyn's doing red, and they're just backing up.
One thing that is looking positive for the Flying Mariachis is that Muyu on that Caitlyn is getting some big crits down. We saw it when Grerith tried to aggress in the bottom lane. We saw it on that red buff just then. That was an 1,000 damage crit, and it's only going to get bigger and bigger. Secured the QSS as well, so that if gets ulted by Lissandra or by Zed as well,
Zed,
I mean,
yeah.
just can get rid of it. So looking
and
up
that
for Muyu, but down for the rest of the team.
That Dusk Blade will be less effective against her as well. We are seeing some movements around Baron for the last 2 or 3 minutes. I don't think they have the vision though to do it.
One thing they do have, however, is the TP advantage on Falcon. Falcon has that TP up and Highlander does not, so if both top laners stay in that bottom lane as they were looking to do there, Falcon is the one with the advantage because he can TP into the Baron fight should one occur. However, as a result of that, Highlander does back off and is heading now towards the middle lane, probably further towards that Baron. But that does give Falcon a free run at that bottom lane turret there with the split push. SLB finds himself a little bit caught up, but just knocked up a couple times. No real damage put down onto him, and he'll just get away from that one.
I think they're going to trade the bottom lane.
Gareth in the top lane here, looking to assassinate Madrix. He goes in, instant deathmark, but a good charm again from Madrix secures his escape, and Gareth will just be able to pick up the minions instead.
He's been on point with those charms every single time.
He has indeed, and we're seeing this TP now coming in from Falcon. He did take down the turret, and now he's coming in, but there is a lot of damage coming out, and Chaos finds himself in trouble now. The Thunderlord procs onto him, the Unbreakable Will runs out, and he stands on the trap, which secures the big crit for Muyu. But Muyu gets locked up by Falcon, and Falcon takes him down. SLB's down as well, and Falcon's looking to clean up this fight. Highlander tries to get one more kill onto Ragemaker. He does, but surely Falcon has the advantage here. Will this be the quadra kill for Falcon on that Lissandra? Not if he takes that Glacial Pass, it's not going to be. He does flash in, actually, and the Ring of Frost surely secures him. He misses the Q, and Highlander might still escape from this one. It looks like he's going to, but the whole time, Gareth was in the top lane, and it looks like he took down Madrix after all. Ooh, what a crazy
meanwhile,
fight.
Zed took a top lane turret. And you can see, Lissandra.
Oh, and there is the Ring of Frost, and there is the Thunderlords with the Glacial Path. Falcon finally picks up that kill despite so many blunders, and now Falcon is becoming a huge threat for the Glamour girls as well.
Oh yeah, that team fight really is gonna put an overdrive on his damage now. He's building, I believe, Rabadons? He's going for Rabadons now. He's going for that 30% more AP. Let's see if it's gonna be good. And they're trying to do Baron at the moment.
They are trying to do Baron because Madrix is stuck in base and Highlander isn't up for quite a while. However, they are going to peel away from it when the flying Mariachis show up in force. But they might actually turn around and try and cut them off in their own jungle. That would be an interesting move, but they get spotted out by the Farsight Orb in the end. And Ragemaker tries to go aggressive onto Madrix, but not quite getting the range there to really take him down. But they are going to siege up this first inhibitor turret now. So if they take down this inhibitor turret and crack the base open, that will affirm the real how far ahead they are, because they are quite a way ahead despite these team fights seeming so even. There is a big gold lead and especially a big turret lead, as all of the turrets outside of the base now for the flying Mariachis are gone.
6-1 turrets. It's impressive how much the pressure they can keep up this game. And we have a big wave pushing bottom lane. They're trying to do Drake, but I don't think they can do it with the poke that the flying Mariachis have.
Highlander is caught out there. The Keeper's Verdict doesn't land. The Dustblade of Dragtar will be what takes him down. Never mind, it's Ragemaker. The dragon is secured, however, which delays the 5th dragon timing for the Glamour girls as the flying Mariachis managed to pick that one up. Nino English landing the smite. They might look for a re-engage here, but Madrix is just going to poke Ragemaker, and looks like they're just going to go back to trying to siege the middle turret.
There's some really good damage coming from Artie. She has the correct items to do the type of damage she's doing, but she's not very. She doesn't have any kills, and she's struggling a lot for that.
Oh, well, there's a kill right there. Chaos tries to back in the bush. It was too obvious, and Madrix is there to easily pick up the kill, and doesn't land that charm, so it's not going to be another kill secured. But we are seeing quite a lot of damage, considering it's now a 2-5-1 Ari. It was a 1-5-1 Ari. Quite a lot of damage coming out. Ragemaker is locked up, but he will be able to stay alive for now. The 50 caliber net lands onto Falcon, and he's going to be able to just back away from that one. He's not going to be able to get the re-engage that he was looking for. Were you trying to stop the recalls from Ragemaker, and he might have done so successfully. There is the line of traps that we've seen Caitlyn's doing in competitive play, and it seems to have worked actually. So there is the siege comp in action in the way I was expecting it to be used. So they've managed to use it for once, and it's worked well for them.
Yeah, and Highlander has the TP advantage right now, so you can just push it up, and they can force fights in mid lane or bottom lane, and you can just TP in. And Lissandra would be helpless against it, unless he kills it now. And he doesn't.
No, just a bit of damage going out. The Butler Shield is there for Highlander. However, Chaos is there in support of Falcon now, as well as Missing You. Highlander definitely going down. Dustblade of Draxar pops, and Missing You cashes in.
You can just say rip to that.
Indeed, Nino English looks to try and deter any Baron players from the Glamour girls, but they are going to be able to tell them to have a flash pulverized, and the headbutt back with Mino English is quite low. The Glacier Path will come through, and there will be the jungler going down. SLB might go down as well. The Bork active is used, and he's ignited, and he is going to go down with that last Shuriken, and that will surely mean that this Baron will now go over uncontested. They know about it. Madrix is still hanging around, hoping to do something, but Chaos is zoning Madrix off of it. The charm does land on
very low.
Not going to mean anything. Falcon is very low. He has to back away, but he is going to stay alive. So all 5 are going to pick up that Baron buff, and a well-executed series of plays there for the Glamour Girls, and they become even further ahead now, almost with a 10k gold lead. And while some of these team fights have seemed close, don't be mistaken, don't be fooled, because there's a huge lead for the Glamour Girls.
That was basically SLB and Mino English just trying to stop the Baron without their carries. Both Ari and Caitlyn were inside the base when they started to fight, so they had no damage to follow up the CC they landed. We're looking for a push in the mid lane with the 1-3-1 combo.
Oh, the pop is enough, and Growth takes down Madrix despite another good charm coming out of Madrix. So he didn't even have the ignite actually, he managed to get enough damage onto that death mark to take him down. So that will mean that Growth is allowed to put a lot more pressure in the top lane. His pressure is going to have to be checked by Highlander, but that means there are only 3 people to defend this middle inhibitor turret. Growth might be taken down actually by Highlander. Does get away with the Shadow Dash, but because Highlander's in that top lane, that means he can't be in this middle lane. And now the fight's breaking out, and there are only 3 members of the Flying Mariachis. The flash Q doesn't land from Falcon, but he is going to take down. Grerith was taken down by Highlander, and Mino English gets out with that repel. But that will mean the inhibitor going down. Surely a very good Zhonya's from Falcon ensures that the ace in the hole won't be able to tag him. And they take that middle inhibitor because of the pressure that Grerith was building in that top lane.
Let's see this push bottom lane, how does it pan out, because tower is pretty low and they're just backing away because everyone on the blue team just respawn. So
yeah, the turret is pretty low, but so are certain members of the Glamour Girls, so they're not going to be able to stay around Madrix. Trying to go aggressive with the Spirit Rush, not going to get him in range for that Orb of Deception, and Chaos is able to get out of it in the end. So the Glamour Girls just going to go back to base, but they can be happy with what they've done. They've cracked open their base. They've built up a lot of extra pressure in the middle lane now with those super minions, and they've got a lot of damage onto that bottom lane inhibitor turret.
And the Drake is 1 minute away, so they're gonna get that 4th Drake with the damage on the turrets. Let's see if they take it, and they should, obviously. Because
yeah, it looks like they're preparing to.
20% less damage from turrets is ridiculous.
Yeah, they are. Rage Mecha is pushing out this bottom lane on his own, but he is pretty tanky, so I doubt he's going to find himself in trouble anytime soon. Highlander gets a good Keeper's Verdict, and that means the burst won't do all that much. Hysterics pop as well. It means the Highlander's just going to be able to get out of that one with a bit of help from Madrix. Just threatening there. Falcon in the middle lane. I don't know what he's doing there because he is all on his own. The Zhonya's comes out, but he's surrounded by 4 people. And he will go down in the end with the help of the Glacial Fisher from SLB. Highlander, once again going aggressive, but he is pretty tanky as well. So there isn't a whole lot of bursting that can be done to that Poppy right now. Madrix going for a Spirit Rush actually to try and get in range. Stand aside does land, but the charm doesn't land onto Missing You. He jukes out of it. The Highlander does turn him up against the wall. The Highlander now finds himself in too deep. Missing You picks that kill up. And in fact, it's a double kill because the Whirling Death picked up Madrix on the backside, I believe. And Rage Maker that whole time was in the bottom lane, 1v1ing the turret. He's going to take it down in the end. He does. And that means that this top lane inhibitor turret might go down as well. And if that happens, then the entire shell of the base will be cracked open. Missing You picks up another kill onto SLB. A huge amount of burst with all of that armor pen. He's got the Last Whisper, the Lord Dominic's Regards, and another Serrated Dirk. So that is a huge amount of armor pen he's building, and it's really paying off. Ragemaker might try and take down that inhibitor, but it's going to take a while. And Miyu is pretty strong, level 18 compared to Ragemaker's level 15, but they do crack open the top lane inhibitor and the top lane inhibitor turret, and they will be able to take down the top lane inhibitor. Ragemaker might find himself in trouble, but Falcon has TP'd in there and might be able to burst down Muyu. Muyu, with a beautiful cleanse, manages to stay alive, but Grareth is now there, and he doesn't have the QSS for the inevitable death mark. The death mark does come out. A big crit lands onto Grareth, but it's not enough. However, Madrix goes aggressive, and means that Mino English is able to pick up a kill onto Missing You, and Madrix picks up a kill of his own onto Chaos, and Grareth has to pop the Yomu's to get out of that one. So they do get 2 inhibitors, and they've almost got the 3rd now. The inhibitor turret has gone down, but the Glamour Girls did overstay a bit, and the Flying Mariachis were able to capitalize on it in the end.
Mew has a lot of damage, that's true, but he doesn't have any armor penetration items. He should build like a last Vespyr or something, but he doesn't seem like it. He's probably building Bloodthirst, in my opinion. And we can see that they're taking the Drake and delaying that 4th and 5th dragon even further, and probably gonna help them more than it's gonna help the Glamour Girls, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, taking away that Drake is important because the Glamour Girls were looking to stack up the Drakes and try and get to the 5th one, but at this point it really doesn't look like they need that to end the game. They're kind of toying with their food at this point. They have such a huge lead. And they're taking down 2 inhibitors and the other inhibitor turret, so it really... it's just a matter of time until they end the game unless there is a severe misplay, so they shouldn't really need the 5th dragon at all. So it is a takeaway, but it's not enough of a takeaway to save the game for Flying Mariachis. Mino English behind Falcon here might be a bit caught out unless he recalls quickly. Chaos does find him, but the headbutt is evaded by the repel, and he repels actually to Falcon, which secures his escape, and a big amount of CC lock onto Falcon means that no more aggression will come out of him just now. And the Glamour Girls are going to pressure the bottom lane inhibitor.
I think that's probably it. They're looking to do the final push on the bottom side to take that last inhibitor and just end the game. I think they're done with this game.
Yeah, I think this game is pretty much over now. They're going to try and take the 3rd inhibitor, and that should be enough to secure them the win. A Cocoon does land on the Rage Mecha, but it's not enough to do any damage to him whatsoever. SLB was the only one following up on it, and he's not exactly a carry, so there is a line of traps being built up by Muyu, and some huge crits actually. Grareth incredibly has the Bastion back away, and Chaos finds himself in trouble despite the Unbreakable will have a Missing You's crits are just as big, and he's doing just as much damage. Falcon goes in, but finds himself immediately stunned up and can't do anything else, and they hold on to fight another day.
That was a very big turnaround. Just Caitlyn almost one-shotting Zed, and he couldn't do anything after that. He would just die if he tried. So the Flying Mariachis have a break now. Let's see if they can take any objective, but I don't think so. They're almost everyone is off HP, and the Baron is up, but I think they can't do it.
It doesn't look like they can be able to do it. They're just going to clear out some waves, try and push them out a little bit, buy some breathing room, and maybe if they win, 2 or 3 more of those fights, they might be able to pick something up, but it's a long time before they're going to be able to do that. Muyu does an insane amount of damage right now, but it's not really enough to carry the entire team. It might be in specific fights, but if Glamour Girls just maintain their stranglehold on them and slowly take down those inhibitors, it should be game really, and this Baron ensures they're going to be able to do that with a lot more effectiveness than they would otherwise.
They had no vision of this Baron and just gave it away basically. They're just gonna recall and regroup, probably gonna push again and take the 2 remaining inhibitors and kill the turrets. Just it's kind of a stomp really, but they're not that far ahead of goal though, as they were.
No, yeah, they've lost a little bit of their gold lead. I think they've got pretty sloppy towards the end of the game. If they hadn't got so far ahead, I think they'd be having a lot of trouble finishing off the game, but they should be able to... I mean, the game has gone pretty long already, despite their pretty snowbally comp, and the fact they got pretty far ahead early, so they've maintained about a 10k gold lead for a long time and not really done enough with it, so this could be a big problem for them when they come up against more formidable opponents, perhaps, in the Premier League in the future.
The thing is, Caitlyn has 400 CS at the moment, and to those 263 from Draven, it's kind of looking grim if they keep this up. If they lose a couple more fights, they can lose this game.
Yeah, but one thing to note about the AD carries right now is that both of them have reached their full potential. They've built all their items. The only thing that's needed left now is missing you to pick up a boot enchant, so isn't going to be a whole lot as coming as a result of the CS discrepancy anymore. A big crit onto Chaos does make him back away. Falchion might not have got the memo that he needs to retreat. However, he is actually staying in that bottom lane, trying to apply some pressure, or they apply some pressure in the middle lane as well. Glamour Girl's looking to choke them out, trying to do it as efficiently as possible, but Muyu does so much damage that it's not quite so easy anymore. Missing You has to flash out of that one, as well as using the Mercurial Scimitar to escape that stun lock from the Poppy, which is probably wise, because Highlander could have locked him up for days and days. SLB is headbutted away from the fight, and the Unbreakable is actually burned by Chaos there. Interesting to use that one.
Even the top lane wave is pushing against the flying Mariachis, so they have a really hard time to defend, even with the wave clear that they do.
Oh dear, Madrix says he's had enough of the stalemate. He flashes in to try and take down Falchion, but he doesn't have enough damage, and Falchion is the one who jukes away and actually takes him down in return. And Falchion, despite the fact that a lot of damage was done to him, can just come straight back with that TP and go straight back to hitting that bottom lane inhibitor. The fact that Madrix goes down means there is a lot less wave clear now, and both inhibitors go down, the bottom lane and the middle lane, and now there's just the top lane left for the Mariachis.
They had no way of defending that without the help of Madrix. We have a fight here.
Growith goes aggressive, but he actually gets a huge crit to the backside despite getting away. And Muyu is free hitting onto Rage Mecha. No one is doing any damage to Muyu here. Muyu is able to carry this entire fight. Chaos does headbutt him away, buys his team some time, but Muyu comes straight back. A big crit onto Falchion. It's not quite enough. Falchion does take the Glacial Path in and will find himself in trouble because Muyu just does so much damage. He channels the Ace in the hole right in front of Chaos, but the Zhonya's is there. Missing You does a lot of damage, but he doesn't do quite as much as Muyu. And Muyu is able to save the game for his team for now.
Very good turnaround on Muyu's side. He has that Bloodthirster, and it sustained him throughout that fight and just gave difficult time to Glamour Girls to take him out.
This game is becoming quite exciting. If Muyu can keep bringing out fights like those, and if Falchion and Growith aren't doing as much to Muyu as they ought to, then Muyu might be able to carry his team away from it. They're picking up another Drake now, and that will actually put them even on Dragons with the Glamour Girls, which would be an interesting turn, considering we thought the Glamour Girls were going to get that pretty quick stack up to Dragon 5 and close it out, but they're having so much trouble closing it out against Muyu and the rest of the Flying Mariachis that now they find themselves even on Dragons.
5% more speed on them, and on that Elise that you were talking about, the speedy spider, she's building the Raptor's Clothes, turning it into a ZZ God portal.
Oh yeah.
And she's gonna be fast.
Yeah, she is. She is certainly. It's not the same speedy spider I'm accustomed to, but it's certainly a speedy spider. It does have the Dead Man's Plate as well. The ZZ Rock portal has been placed down, so they are going to look to try and push some of the waves out. Rage Mecha is a little bit caught out, but it's just a fight over blue buff in the end, and Rage Mecha does win the Smite War for that one. Madrix just clearing some waves in the top lane, trying to get that wave finally pushed away.
We have a deep ward on the top side, but they don't have the TP advantage to use it, even if the Flying Mariachis push. But,
yeah, but even then, Falchion on that Lissandra, he's not going to be looking to backdoor all that much, because his auto attacks do almost nothing, really. I mean,
he could sell everything and buy AD.
Yeah, he could sell everything. That would be a Hail Mary going for broke sort of strategy. I mean, it might be what they have to resort to if they can't finish off this game and if they keep losing these team fights.
Let's see. I think another one is approaching.
It might be approaching. Ragemaker gets a big knock-up. Highlander tries to negate it using the W. Brerith has the charm land onto it, but he's going to go aggressive onto Madrid and actually use it to escape in the end. Falcon incredibly low. And Muyu is still free hitting. He's able to take down Chaos here now. He does take him down, and Muyu is still at full health. The ace in the hole is channeled, and that will take down Brerith. Another double kill for Muyu. Mino English picks up the other kill, and he's going to go aggressive onto Missing You. A missed charm from Madrid, but it still doesn't matter because the Foxfires are enough to take down Missing You, and Ragemaker is the only member of his team alive, and once again they're able to hold on.
It looks like this game is not gonna end until Muyu dies. Really.
Yeah, and they just can't kill him. He used
he's
the Merc
always
skin.
in the back line.
Yeah, he's got the safety of that Merc skin. He's got the he's got a lot of crit as well. He's got basically 100% crit. I think he might actually have 100% crit. So he's got the safety, he's got the sustain as well, and he puts out huge amounts of damage, and his positioning in these team fights has been near perfection.
Compared with Raven, I think he's pretty strong, and his positioning is better. Just Raven is a shorter range character, and then they're going to take the middle tower.
They are going to take the middle turret down now. Don't even have the minion wave there for it, but they don't need it, and they might take down an inhibitor as well. The death timers are still there, just about for the Glamour Girls, and they're not going to be able to get up in time to contest it. So that is very interesting. That is not something I thought I'd be seeing about 10 minutes ago.
Jesus, we were talking about it, and we were thinking the game was over. But let's see. There's another Baron here. Let's see if they can do it. They're playing too aggressively to just. Oh, and Braum is caught out. Let's see if they can.
Might be caught up, but the Unbreakable Shield does block the Prey Seeker, and nothing more is going to come of it. He is pretty tanky. Everyone's pretty tanky now. We're reaching the end game final builds. For most people now, Madrid still hasn't quite completed the build, nor has Brerith, and Falcon actually finds Mino English is going aggressive onto him, but they're using all of their tools onto the jungler, while Muyu is still there, free hitting. He's going to take down Falcon, probably Falcon does get out of it just with a sliver of health. Highlander is able to do a lot of damage to Missing You as well. Highlander gets one kill here, surely no, the Zonyus comes out, and Missing You actually takes him down, but Muyu is able to take it as soon as Falcon comes out of Zonyas. Muyu goes aggressive, the 50 caliber net towards him, but if Muyu goes too aggressive, then he'll find himself finally caught out and going down, and if that happens, then his team will probably lose the game, so he can't go too aggressive. He's got to keep a cool head. Finally, the last outer turret goes down in the top lane as well, and that is a closer team fight, certainly, but another one, which is won by the Flying Mariachis.
They're rotating top lane, trying to get that top tower down. They have a big wave behind him, and the Glamour Girls only have 3 members, but those are the 2 carries, and the support is pretty low. Let's see.
Pretty low here. Ragemaker looks to try and catch out Muyu, but he doesn't have any follow-up or any damage of his own, and that just feeds another kill over to Muyu, which means that this turret will go down, and the next turret's probably going to go down, and the minions are on the base Nexus turrets for the Glamour Girls. The next turret isn't going to go down. I got a little bit too excited there. The death timers were coming up now, and Falcon is going to be up soon as well, so not going to quite mean that that part of the base for the Glamour Girls is cracked as well, but very, very positive gains here for the Flying Mariachis, and if this keeps happening, they're going to win the game. In fact,
let's see, because they don't have any vision. Oh, they have 1 ward now.
They have 1 ward, and Mino English is able to clear it up, but there is still 5-on-4 because Ragemaker is up, and Muyu can just almost solo this Baron, actually, really. It's incredible, and Mino English's smite is what he's relying on here. Grow tries to get it, and it's actually a headshot from Muyu. That probably does even more damage than smite at this point, and he's the one who takes it down. And now they're just going to recall, and now they are the ones with the Baron.
Oh, God. This game, man. So confusing. They should be winning.
They should, yeah, they should have won such a long time ago. The Glamour Girls, really. And now, in fact, finally the gold lead has been picked up by the Flying Mariachis. They've made it all the way back. I know the gold lead doesn't really matter at this point, but they finally, that's kind of symbolic, the fact that the gold lead has swung in their favor now.
And they have the 4th Drake now.
They do, they have the 4th Drake. They're the ones who are getting closer to that 5th Dragon. That 5th Dragon will be at around 56 minutes, by the way, when it does come up. So
4th Drake and Baron.
They have 4th Drake and Baron, and they could get the 5th one if they maintain this pressure. They're going to push the bottom lane, actually, as well.
have
Falcon
that
and Chaos
easy
looking to
portal.
hide in that brush and maybe catch out Muyu posturing too aggressively. A lot of damage does go out onto him. Chaos goes to the engage. A huge amount of AoE damage goes onto the side of the the Flying Mariachis. And Madrix is the first casualty of the fight. Domino English is definitely on the wrong side of the fight. Rareth picks up that kill. Muyu still has plenty of health and he's able to just clear the waves instead of fighting. That was a 2,500 damage crit you just saw there, ladies and gentlemen. Ragemaker going back aggressive, but Muyu isn't caught up by it. He puts more damage down. He's hitting from the sides. He's got the Runans to hit 3 people at once. Muyu is taken solo, but he heals up. He heals up because he has so much lifesteal. Rare tries to go for Rogue and take down Muyu, but it's not enough. And now that is another triple kill to Muyu.
That's
and
game.
this will mean that the game is going over to the Flying Mariachis. They have completed what seemed to be impossible to us. The surrender vote has come out from the Glamour Girls, and the Flying Mariachis take an incredible win over the Glamour Girls.
Jesus, this game was so back and forth between those teams. It was so close to the Glamour Girls to win that game, but didn't happen.
Muyu is the Caitlyn mastermind. That was incredible. 90,000 damage, by the way, he did that game. That game was just insane. He did almost more than twice the damage of anyone else. The only people who came close to him were Missing You and Falcon in the end. Anyway, we're going to have to take a quick break right now. We're going to go for the break, and we will be right back with Game 2 of this series. You do not want to miss it if it's anything like that first one. Alright, welcome back everybody. We're here to bring you Game 2 of the Flying Mariachis versus Glamour Girls. This time we have Glamour Girls on the blue side and the Flying Mariachis on the red/purple side. My name is Tasty Audar, and with me once again is Mighty Waffle.
Hello guys, let's see that Caitlyn again.
There would be a wondrous thing to see that Caitlyn again. It took a long time to get rolling. He was farming the bottom lane the whole time, though, and boy did that farming pay off in the end. They hung on by the skin of their teeth. What a beautiful game that was. There is
They're
a
starting
Z
with the
ban,
same
actually.
bands, though.
Yeah, the Z ban, however, does come out, and that's from the side that picked Z last time. So Gareth Z, in all honesty, had some good moments, but wasn't impactful enough and couldn't pick people off well enough to really make a difference in the end. He was losing 1v1s to Muyu, the AD carry, after all, even before Muyu started really popping off. So the Caitlyn has been left open, actually, but that shows they might have a bit less, less confidence in Gareth Z. And yet the Draven, however, has been banned out against Missing You. That always makes sense. Missing You, a very big Draven player, of course, though he was outshone in the battle of the AD carries in that last fight by Muyu with that incredible Caitlyn performance. And the Caitlyn not being banned out.
Let's see if they pick it up. I don't know what type of ADC he plays more than Caitlyn, but let's see. Let's see if they can get something rolling bot lane. They have picked the Malphite on the side of the Glamour Girls, and they're trying to get the Elise on the Flying Mariachis.
Yeah, the Malphite pick. I mean, Malphite does pretty well comparatively against Caitlyn. I mean, Malphite's a big counter to all AD carries, really. You can just kind of ult in and then sit on them until the end of the fight and you soak up all their damage and maybe even take them down. So that hints they might be going for trying to bait the Caitlyn pick and trying to pick a team comp that will really counteract it in the end. But
and they
that might be a bit of wishful thinking. Kalista gets locked in straight away. Missing You seems to know exactly who his second best champion is and seems to think it's Kalista, so that one's getting locked in pretty quickly. We do see Braum once again for SLB.
They got Braum and Elise again.
Yeah, so they got the same two champions. Mino English had some moments on the Elise, had some very good reactive repels to actually get him out to safety, but there wasn't a whole lot of playmaking from him. SLB had some good moments in the bot lane, but also had some slightly iffy moments on the Braum, but we did overall see, I think, a positive performance from him. Chaos once again going for the Alistar as well.
The Teemo mid lane.
Unlikely.
Probably
we could
not,
see it, but it's unlikely.
We have the Lucian pick versus Kalista. It's interesting because Kalista can dodge the piercing light from him, and with the jumps. But if he can hit that piercing light and the two hits, a lot of damage coming Kalista's way. And they've picked Nautilus. It's a pick they can just burst her down with the CC that Nautilus has and Lucian just adds up to it.
Yeah, I think they've gone for the Lucian over the Caitlyn, which is interesting. The Lucian was banned out game 1, if you remember, so Muyu might even be incredibly good Lucian, and that seems to be what this is pointing to, because he's picked it over that Caitlyn, which he had such an incredible performance over. I do like the Nautilus pick as well into Kalista, because if you land that first hook onto her, or if you land an auto attack or the ultimate onto Kalista, you can chain it into a lot of CC, and holding Kalista in place is what you really want to be doing. One thing to note, however, is that Xin Zhao is being picked for Rage Mare Kerr, and Xin Zhao and solo queue have been running absolutely rampant. Those buffs have been insane, so we may be able to see some pretty good plays coming out of Rage Mare Kerr. We'll see if it translates over to competitive, but it looks like it might do because he is just so strong right now.
You have that Orianna picked up for Grinth in the middle lane. Let's see if they do the combos with the ball on Malphite or on Alice or on Xin Zhao. Even they can just murder an entire team with the shockwave of that Orianna. And we're seeing Lulu for the top lane, probably? Because we have the Braum?
No, Nautilus top lane, Lulu mid lane. That's what it's going to be. Sorry, I thought... Yeah, okay, no, I forgot about the Braum entirely, and I thought the Nautilus was going to the support role. He's going towards the top lane, Lulu towards the middle lane, and what can be deemed as 3 supports, an Elise and Muyu, and based on his last performance, he's merited having a Protect the Muyu comp, and that looks like exactly what we're going to be having this game.
Usually you have the Jinx, the Protected Jinx comp, and here we have the Protected Lucian comp. Let's see how that pans out with the Womo combo that Glamour girls have.
Yeah, they have a big one combo. They've got the classic, the Orianna Malphite, or alternatively Orianna Alistar. Both do pretty much the same thing. And if Rage Mecha can get into that and start auto-attacking and getting those crits off, as well as the, what I imagine will be Rage Blade hits onto them, then they will be seeing quite a lot of damage going in there. So they might be looking to really get a good team fight early, several good team fights early, whereas on the side of the Flying Mariachis, they'll be looking to scale up probably so they can really buff up Lucian, Muyu on that Lucian, so that he can just start becoming a hyper carry, because you don't usually think of Lucian as a hyper carry, but he can be if he has the Lulu and the Braum helping him out, as well as, you know, extra CC from Elise and Nautilus really aiding him and protecting him as well, because he's got so much peel right now. It'll be very hard to get to
But
Muyu.
it's so hard to peel against small fight. Basically, you just ults in and bursts the carries with one shot, basically. So we'll see how it goes. But even if Lucian is on point with the dashes, he can dash away from the ult. So we have a pretty interesting game in our hands. Probably on the laning phase, Lucian is going to be favored, I think.
Yeah, certainly until level 6 at least, because Lucian Braum is the classic lane, very strong lane, because the concussive blows can be procced very quickly using the double hit passive from Lucian. However, at level 6, there is Knock Up City in the bot lane for Missing You and Chaos on the side of the Glamour Girls, because Kalista ults the Alistar in, Alistar pulverizes the ground, then headbutts Muyu back towards Missing You, hopefully delivering a free kill to Missing You in the process. So that level 6 power spike is pretty big for that Kalista Alistar bot lane, but up until that point, it will certainly be in favor of Muyu and SLB, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they're gonna try and push out the lane probably, and just starve them out of farm early game, and pick up that objective on the Drake side, and just roll with that and try to force Missing You to be useless, pretty much. Let's see if where does Elise just focus our attention, if it's in the mid lane or the bottom lane. Probably in the bottom lane, of course, because you want to scale up that Lucian. But let's see. We can see the TP usage from Lulu. And I think she's gonna be a really strong presence towards the laning phase. Even if they want to engage in the bottom lane, she just TPs in and wrecks everyone.
Yeah, what the double TP there is saying to me is, if Lucian's in trouble, both TPs are going to be used to come and help him out, because that seems to be entirely what that team comp is based around. So the double globals, obviously very strong. They've fallen in and out of the meta with kind of increasing rapidity recently. We do see them still. They're on the edge, on the fringes, but Grerith is going for that more aggressive ignite in the middle lane.
We are going to load up in 3 seconds, so we'll see the masteries, the keystones they used. To see if if there's something revealing with their masteries, especially Lulu. If she brings Windspeaker's Blessing, it would be something else.
Yeah, that would mean that would telegraph completely how much you're going to be looking to protect Lucian. I think it's more likely to see a Thunderlords. You do see a lot of Thunderlords. We'll be finding out in just a wee moment. Waiting for the keystones to load up here. There we go. Okay, and it is the Thunderlords, actually. That is the more usual thing, as well as Thunderlords actually in the jungle for Mino English on that Elise, which is interesting. You usually see Strength of Ages on both sides of the jungle, really kind of regardless of the champion, but neither jungler has Strength of Ages actually in this.
And you can see that Alistar, he brings Windspeaker's Blessing. I usually use Bond of Stone just because gives you more tankiness and protects your carry more. But Windspeaker's Blessing with that triumphant roar is pretty good.
Yes,
they
certainly.
can sustain.
I think it scales better than Bond of Stone because in late game team fights you can just pop that triumphant roar, and that gives the entire team, if they're all in range, which they might well be, quite a lot of extra stats there. So that is, I don't think it's a bad pickup tool. I think Chaos probably chose the right one there.
And here we have the teams going into position at level 1.
Yep, so welcome to Summoner's Rift, everybody. We are Tasty Aldar and Mighty Waffle, and we are bringing you Game 2 of this excellent match so far between the Flying Mariachis on the red side and the Glamour Girls on the blue side.
We see an early invade spotted by the ward there, by the Flying Mariachis, but they're just gonna back off and not engage.
Yeah, a 4-man invade rather than the 5-man invade. Interesting because Nautilus level 1 is one of the stronger invade tools you could hope for, because he's got the hook, and then he's got the extra root as well on his auto attack. So, but he didn't go for it, and in the end, it wouldn't have mattered because they were spotted out by the ward anyway, so they weren't going to pick anything up. And it looks like we're going to see normal lanes as well.
We are going to see also the bottom lane for Glamour Girls to pick the Krugs and get that level 2 again over the other bot lane.
Yeah, it would be very crucial for them to get level 2 first, because the Lucian Braum level 2 is, I mean, of course, with its Lucian, the classic level 2 power spike. I'm sure everyone knows about it by now. But especially when added with the extra synergy Lucian has with Braum, means that those level 2s can be quite fearsome. So it would mean a lot for Missing You and Chaos to be able to try and get that level 2 first and try and bully Muyu and SLB away from the wave. They are arriving to lane quite late.
We can see in the top lane, actually, they have a pretty standard choice of items, basically, for with the Doran's shield and I don't know, the Doran's ring doesn't. It's saying that he's gonna be aggressive in the early game probably, and trying to pull him out, but I don't know if that's gonna work with that regen from Doran's shield.
Yeah, I don't know, that these Riptides are doing quite a bit of damage to Falchion. He is chunked to around 40% health, so the Doran's ring is doing a little bit of work, but nothing too major. The level 2 power spike in the bot lane is negated by the fact that Missing You and Chaos are under turret, so not much aggression can be put onto them without taking some turret shots from SLB and Muyu, and I'm sure that's not something they're eager to do in the early game.
We don't see an invade from Xin Zhao on the jungle of Elise. Elise is going for the gank on the top lane though.
She is, but there is a ward in that brush, so Falchion will know about it and will be able to react accordingly. He does back away, however it's not really in time, as the hook, the dredge line does land, forces the flash as the cocoon landed as well. However, Muyu is alone. SLB has not been protecting him for that moment, and Chaos tries to engage but finds the concussive blows propped onto him, and Muyu will be able to get out of that one alive.
That CC lock from Nautilus, just forcing the flash from him, it's really important. He's gonna be forced to TP back and not lose the wave, because this way is kind of low on resources, basically. You can see a little push in bottom lane and some aggression in middle lane.
Yep, there are both Thunderlord's procs going off, some aggression slightly going in favour of Madrix, but one thing to remember is that Growth does have that Ignite in his arsenal, so the fight can be turned on the basis of that. Chaos going aggressive again actually, and Muyu might find a lot of damage down onto him.
But there's a ward that spots him. Let's see if they try to kill Madrid.
Yep, Grerith is chunked down though, quite low actually, and Mino English is hanging around that middle lane as well. He was on a ward, however, so Madrix is going to be safe for now.
Let's see if they have some plan to... Oh, and we have the invade from Elise on the wolves, getting that wolf that spots everyone that comes into that part of the jungle.
Yeah, that's...
And
That's a big pickup, actually. Getting the Wolf Spirit in the enemy jungle can be really very good, because it's like getting a deep ward, and she's probably going to be able to get a deep ward for it as well. She doesn't actually have a ward, so she can't do that right now. Muyu does turn a bit of damage back down to Chaos after the engage, as we've been seeing quite a lot of in this bot lane. But we are seeing Missing You and Chaos having the better time of this lane phase here.
You can see still Nautilus kind of pushed out the lane for the blue side, and Xin Zhao, if he comes to it, he can just gank that lane and knock him up when he uses the dredge line to escape, and that cancels the movement.
Yeah,
So-
certainly a well-timed knock-up there from the Xin Zhao would be very beneficial. Some grasp of the Undying action in the top lane. Despite the Doran's Ring, there's not really too much damage coming out of these fights.
No,
since the
not
first
anymore,
bit.
not anymore.
No, and Rage Mecha is heading up towards the top lane, but he was spotted out on a ward, and Highlander will use that to just back away, use that knowledge to remain in safety.
Because that pink ward doesn't see the ward there.
No, I guess it must
it's-
be just outside of the range.
Yes. Interesting. It's an interesting placement for the ward. Because he must have known that the pink was there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Mino English placed it there while going across towards Invade. I think that was probably more likely, actually. So I think that the pink ward hasn't been spotted out. Either that, or that Highlander really didn't feel like clearing it out with those incredibly slow Nautilus autos, though I think he probably could have expended a little bit of effort.
Oh yes,
just to
the
make
ward
sure.
was from Elise.
So, Rage Mecha in the top lane, and he is gonna get this knock-up onto him. Another knock-up, and Falcon uses the Unstoppable Force to secure himself first blood.
And that's first blood going for the Glamour girls, and Elise is trying to trade that kill for a free break.
Yeah, and seeing as they know that Rage Mecha is on the top side, that is the standard trade to Dragon for the kill in the top lane. And in fact, it's
And
going to be
they're gonna
traded
get the Rift
for the
Herald.
Rift Herald, because Falcon and Rage Mecha are going to turn onto that Rift Herald. Probably shouldn't be too hard of a takedown for him. Chaos hanging around, but he has no abilities he can throw over the wall to attempt to steal. Amino English's smite was on point anyway, and he is able to take down the Dragon. Or at least I believe it was.
Yeah, but that will give the Malphite some pushing potential, and just bullying out the Nautilus from lane and just not letting him do anything should be really okay. Malphite is not opting for any magic resist against Nautilus,
No.
and going straight for that Bami Cinder.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because he really wants to be stacking armor, because Muyu is the telegraphed threat from this team right now. So
And
Oh, a big engage from
Elise.
Chaos actually. He goes in, and Missing You is stacking the spears up into Muyu. Muyu is exhausted and goes quite low. When will the Rend come out? It's not going to, because Highlander TPs, and now Missing You is the one caught out. A good cocoon from Mino English as well as the Volatile Spiderling secures the kill. Mino English picks it up. Highlander now trying to go aggressive onto Chaos, but he can't land the auto to root him in place, and Chaos will get away from it in the end, using the Pulverize to escape. However, the fact that Highlander is TP'd to the bot lane does benefit his team. It helps him pick up a kill, but that means that Falcon can push that top lane, and seeing as he has the Rift Herald buff, that might mean that top lane turret is going to be in some serious trouble.
You didn't see it, but the Elise took the blue from Lulu. That means that she won't get as much time in the middle lane as she could. And even though she has the TP and she can teleport back, she'll not have as much sustain as that Orianna.
Yeah, watching Falcon try and chip away at that turret as Malphite, it's kind of sad, really. Those also do almost nothing to it. Despite the Rift Herald buff, it's still on pretty good health. If that had been anyone else other than a Malphite in the top lane, we might have seen the top turret going quite low there. But I guess Highlander was aware of that and was able to actually Rage Mecha with an insec in the middle lane, knocks Madrix back, and Madrix has to flash away, but the shockwave is there from Growth, and it will take him down. Growth incredibly low. Surely that will be returned by Mino English. It is, and a 1-for-1 trade in the middle lane.
And Malphite is going middle lane, so
Oh, it's
they'll
not over
probably try
yet.
to kill Mino.
He could try and kill Mino. Mino is playing pretty defensively, though, so it shouldn't be anything too much. The pink ward is in that brush, so they know the Falcon hasn't been spotted. But Highlander also knows that there is not Falcon in the top lane, and Mino just should be aware of that. However, he is looking to go aggressive onto Rage Mecha. Rage Mecha does have very little mana to fight with.
Yes, that ult
The bait
available,
doesn't
that
land.
unstoppable force. and they're just not gonna encounter each other. Oh, and these guys he is spotted. He places a pink. I think he's going top lane, nevertheless, just to clear out the wave that's coming.
Yeah, the wave is hitting his turret. He doesn't want to lose too many minions, so he has to come back towards the top lane. And that means that Highlander has walked down towards the river. He does spot the pink ward in the end, actually. Tries to take it out, but Falchion is willing to defend this pink ward, and actually he has the better of this fight. Uses the Grasp of the Undying well, and Highlander's actually just going to go straight back to it, but he's not going to land any autos into it. I'm not quite sure what Highlander's planning on here. Maybe he's planning on turning it, but Mino English isn't showing up towards the top lane all that quickly. He might do now simply to clear out the pink ward, which is exactly what he does in the end.
It's basically
he'll be staying around afterwards.
It's basically two walls slapping each other in the top lane.
Yeah.
They won't kill each other, basically.
No, they're not going to be killing each other. Really, Highlander could have just stuck around probably and started auto-attacking that ward. He probably would have got it in the end, but... However, Chaos in the bot lane does go aggressive onto SLB, but there's no real follow-up for it, and it's not really going to mean anything in the end. Just a bunch of burned mana, really.
Ragemaker is hanging around there, though.
He is hanging around, and they do have some pretty good pink ward control in those bot rushes. Those two pink wards were both pinged out, but that does mean that Ragemaker knows he's not been spotted so far. He's going around the back, actually. They might be looking for a turret dive, but there is a ward in that brush, so Ragemaker can't go any further without being spotted. It would make sense to go for the dive, though, because the Unbreakable, and Ragemaker is actually waiting out of vision of the ward. He knows the ward is there, but he's waiting out of vision of it, but now he is spotted by Mino English, and the dive will be cooled off.
You have the roam from the middle lane.
Chaos was looking to lay a trap there, but he finds himself in a trap. Muyu's going incredibly low off to the side, and Muyu will be rendered to death surely. The Ren doesn't even come out. However, Ragemaker is very low. Falchion with a big ultimate knocks up two people there, and SLB goes down. It's a double kill for Missing You. Madrix incredibly low. He's going to get taken down probably in the end, despite the whimsy. Mino English also going down. That's a triple kill now, and the flash auto from Falchion is what takes it down in the end. And that is a positive fight for the Glamour Girls.
Even Madrix died in middle lane, but meanwhile Nautilus is stopped and pushing. He had no TP available for the fight, so he did what he can.
But one thing about Nautilus pushing in the top lane is, I mean, I said that Falchion on the Malphite was bad at pushing down turrets. I mean, Highlander's not much better really on that Nautilus, so it could be a while that chipping those turrets away before either of them go down. In fact, no, I'm through.
With that definitely.
Ragemaker goes aggressive here in the top lane. 3-town strike comes out, but he's just going to knock Highlander up and walk away in the end. The bot lane turret did go down, as well as the turret in the middle lane. So 2 turrets taken down for the Glamour Girls, and they don't lose a turret of their own quite yet.
We can see that they're losing in towers again, like they did last game. But as experience has told me, I don't know what happens with these games. Let's see if the Flying Mariachis can turn around the game and just help themselves.
Yeah, they might be able to take down this turret. Perhaps not quite. Chaos is showing up, and he will be able to push them off the turret in the end by the look of things. Another Rift Herald looks to be taken by Ragemaker here.
Missing You almost has the Fate's Call up, so
we could see some more aggression.
That.
Yeah, Missing You in a very strong position, has that Blade of the Runkin completed, as well as an extra dagger and some Swifty boots.
They are going around to the Drake side, so...
But however, Mino English is on that bottom side, so if Missing You and Chaos go too aggressive, Mino English can try and turn it around and then make it a 3v2 all of a sudden. And that might be exactly what's going to happen here.
Like
Chaos, the concussive blows timeout on Chaos, and Muyu's not going to be able to stun him up, and so nothing will be burned. The Unbreakable will held onto by Chaos, not forced anything at all. In fact, Madrix heading down towards the bot lane, but as Grerith and Ragemaker are both heading down as well, it's a 4-on-4 here in the bot lane, and Falchion is walking down on his own. That will leave Highlander free to auto-attack that turret, and he has the TP advantage, so if absolutely necessary, he can TP down. So, this could be a 5-on-5 team fight in the end over this dragon.
They have the Callisto Ren, so...
And there is the TP. He's taking out the turret. He's TPing in. Now Falchion gets a one-man ultra. That's not what he was looking for. Highlander is ulting Ragemaker, and Ragemaker goes down straight away. Falchion quite low. A decent shockwave, but it's not enough to take Highlander down as the wild growth goes out onto him. Muyu headbutted over the means he can't do too much more damage. The culling doesn't quite take down Falchion now. Rarith is trying to turn the damage back around onto SLB, but Muyu trying to turn it around. Muyu still has plenty of health, but he's lacking mana, and he might not be able to do anything more. Highlander quite low here. Muyu does get sped up by the Whimsy. The dredge line does land, and that means that Muyu will pick up another kill. And another one onto Chaos as well, despite the fact that Chaos managed to turn one around after taking the Fate's Cool train straight into the team, sacrifices his life for another kill.
And that Windspeaker's Blessing saved Oriana for a little longer, and so that they could get that kill on Missing You. It was something that I've seen people use in solo queue, and it's kind of unexpected when the heal from him just heals up a carry like that.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that the Drake was taken in favor of Glamour Girls.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just going ahead and just pushing the waves and getting the advantage they need.
Mm-hmm.
We can see Liz hovering over the top side. If they
is hovering, and they might look to go rest onto Falchion. The Riptide and the Dredge line both land. Falchion rooted in place now, especially seeing as a Cocoon has landed onto him. He's very low. His shield has been broken. His spirit might be too, as they're going to look to take him down. The Riptide is what secures it, and Highlander picks up the kill.
I think he was trying to get away and get close to the wall to flash over it, but with that E from the spider farm, he wouldn't get very far. Let's see if they're trying to do a mid lane push with the Elise and the Braum and the Lulu.
Yeah, they might be looking to push down the middle lane, but Muyu isn't anywhere near the middle lane. He's not going to be going there anytime soon, so they're not going to have that AD damage threat onto AD threat onto that turret. However, Muyu does show up in the bot lane, but he can't really 1v1 Missing You at this point. Missing You has the recurve bow as well as the book, so he can stack up spear after spear into the Lucian and rend them all out. So I doubt Muyu will be actually going for any sort of engage in that bottom lane.
And Muyu does not want to be popped, so he backs off and just does Grump. We can see Highlander and Rage Major bustering them in the top side of the middle lane.
The Dredge line lands onto Grareth, and he is ultied up as well, but Rage Mare Kerr is there doing damage to Highlander, but he's not got enough damage. A good shockwave lands onto 2, and the Unstoppable Force hits those same 2, picking up a double kill for Grareth with that command attack.
As we were saying, the Wombo combo is just shreds out team fights, and Glamour Girls are trying to team fight, but versus this team, they just can't. I'm sorry, the Flying Mariachis are trying to team fight, but versus this comp they can't.
SLB very low, has to flash away because of Grareth's autos, and now Missing You is going aggressive. Forces another flash from Madrix. Missing You takes a couple of turret shots on the backside as a result of it, but this might mean that the Glamour Girls are able to pick up this turret as well. And this is looking good for the Glamour Girls, but so was the last game, and we know exactly what happened there.
Let's see, because they don't have that many objectives besides the bottom tower and the two inner, the outer and the inner in the mid lane. They have one Drake only, and they don't have that much of a substantial lead on the Flying Mariachis.
No, yeah, I mean the lead at this point last game was certainly greater than it is now, and they managed to not use that to finish off the game. So one thing that's very similar to the last game as well is the fact that Muyu has been spending the vast majority of his time in that bottom lane farming himself up. He has by far and away the most farm in the game so far, and I can only imagine that's going to keep going higher and higher. He looks to take down this turret in the bottom lane, but there are two people heading towards him, two very beefy targets in Chaos and Falchion. But while he's in the bottom lane, his team pick up the Rift Herald again, and Mino English is actually the one who takes that buff, and they're probably going to look to siege the middle lane while he pressures the bottom lane.
This is also taking a substantial lead over Malphite on on the CS department. That could lead to a disparity in the top lane, but seeing that Malphite has 2 kills and 4 assists when Nautilus only has 1, we'll see if they can do what they're up to in this team fight.
And I
right
believe
now,
Ragemaker has his sated Devourer now, as well as the Rage Blade, so he is really hitting a big power spike now for that Xinjiao. And they might be looking to use it here by pressuring the bottom lane, and there is a wave for them here, and they might be able to just take down this turret for free. There is a response coming through for the Flying Mariachis, and they might be able to push him off. Muyu getting buffed up by that shield there, he's getting sped up as well, but he can only really auto-attack Chaos, and Chaos isn't looking to take that much damage at all.
Sorry. Faction went to the top lane to stop the push from Highlander. Both of the top laners have the TP available for them, and they can just do that every single time they want. Just TP into the fight when
the Glamour girls secure that dragon, and now Chaos looks to knock Mino English back into his team, but the repel is there, and that will buy some time. Mino English does go down in the end, but Ragemaker is hooked out by Highlander. Highlander tries to put more damage down onto him, but Highlander is the one who actually gets taken down. Falchion on the other side trying to fight with Muyu, and Muyu is able to make him flash away now. That was a double kill for Missing You, as well as the dragon going over to the Glamour girls, so a positive moment for them.
You could see the headbutt from Alistar on that Elise. He headbutted him away from the shockwave and basically saved him a lot of HP doing so. Even though he went down pretty quickly, it should have been a cleaner fight than that.
Yeah, the fight was positive in the end for the Glamour girls, but there is a little crack in communication we were seeing there, because that was not quite the synergy they were looking for, particularly with those two champions who do synergize naturally really quite well. So could be an issue going forward for them, but at the moment they're still extending their gold lead. It's only up to about 3k right now, which isn't as much as they'd be hoping for, I'm sure.
They seem to be afraid of the Flying Mariachi, the Glamour Ghost to start Baron, but they're just gonna take the top tower.
Yep, that top turret was incredibly low thanks to Falchion's hard work, chipping away at it day after day after day. Must seem futile in the end. Ragemaker, he's caught down. The concussive blows land as well as the cocoon, and Muyu picks up a free kill there. And this might mean that the Flying Mariachis are looking to go a bit more aggressive. Baron is up, but I doubt they're going to try that just now, because it is only the 22nd minute after all.
The Flying Mariachis are doing exactly what they have to do. They just have to pick up the solo kills and just push them out and avoid team fights, just because of the combos they have in the Chaos Girls, the Glamour Girls side.
They are looking to siege this middle lane turret, but there is some decent wave clear with Grerith Missing You as well with that Ruinous Arcane. Can clear the waves pretty decently. Ragemaker is back up now, so they're about to lose the one-man advantage they had, and that whole time they lost a big amount of CS there to that bot lane turret. The turret must have taken quite a beating as well, actually, and Muyu, I'm sure, is crying at the fact that wait, never mind, because the hook lands onto Grerith. Grerith does splash out of it, and he gets away in time. Highlander goes in deep, but he gets wild growth. That was a huge Nautilus, but it didn't matter, because his team are losing the fight. Missing You is exhausted, and that's his attack speed, thus slowing his movement speed as well, really. And that's one kill picked up in return for Muyu. An interesting flash from Mino English doesn't really accomplish too much in the end, but that fight was turned around at the very last second there by Muyu, and that fight ultimately is 1 for 2 in favor of the Flying Mariachis.
And that flash from Mino was him trying to use the Q to finish off the Malphite.
Oh! Whoa, okay, right. So there is the Ludens and the Thunderlords, and that means that Missing You, he was overstaying his welcome completely. He was hanging around that turret, thought he could try and clear the waves, but he could not. He was absolutely destroyed by the Glitter Lance, and he goes down as well.
Jesus, that's a lot of damage coming from the side of the Flying Mariachis, and they need to be careful with that. Their carries cannot be caught out like that, like Oriana just did, because she'll just melt.
Indeed she will. And now Highlander is pushing the bottom lane. He might be looking to take that turret. He has an Iceborne Gauntlet now, as well as the Rod of Ages. So a sort of a higher damage and sort of more aggressive build from Highlander on that Nautilus. But it is a pretty standard build that we've been seeing recently. He's not going to quite be able to take down that turret. It comes within an inch of its life almost. But Grerith is there to clear the ways. Highlander might go up for one last auto actually, but the Riptide comes out instead, and it doesn't really do anything in the end. He is hanging around in the bottom lane still, though, because Mino English is there as well, but it's a long time until another wave approaches. However, he's just going to tank the turret and use Mino English as well to take it down. There it goes.
Basically, what I'm seeing a lot is on the side of the flying mariachis, they have a lot of wave clear, especially with the glitter lens and the Nautilus depth charges. The Riptide, sorry. They can just clear waves and push out and siege. Also, they have the potential to cut out every single person that tries to engage on them with the cocoon. But we'll see if they can siege anything for the moment. We have the Drake coming up in 50 seconds, and they'll just positioning themselves to try and get it.
Yeah, that Rift Scuttler was taken a bit early, and that will time out by the time the Dragon's up. So there's very little vision in the area on the side of the flying Mariachis. Highlander goes a bit aggressive onto Falcon, but this is as much of a wet noodle fight as it was earlier, and not much else is going to be happening. Madrix brings a bit of extra damage, but Falcon can just walk away from that one. However, SLB was looking to cut off Falcon, but now finds himself cut off from his team, but stand beside me means that he can just jump from Madrix, and he will be alright in the end.
Just stand behind Brom, and he'll help you. You can see the mastery icons doing the BM work there. And they're trying to ward, but they just can't with that attack speed from Callista and on all the people there.
Oh, Rage Mecha might be caught out here. He is the Dreadline now, but a good pressing sweep ensures that he stays alive for now, and now he's looking to turn it around onto Mino English. Highlander with the depth charge knocks up several of them on the backline, and Missing You is going quite low. Meanwhile, Muyu's culling is only hitting the ulting Alistar, and I'm sure that's not the target he wants. Highlander, for all his efforts, goes down in the end. A good shockwave actually, and as well as the unstoppable force. That was huge there, and Mino English is going to go down as well. This is surely going to be the ace. SLB very low. They're probably not even going to bother killing him. They're going to chase him down and try and take him down. He's going to try and get away, but it's probably going to be the ace. Maybe not. Rage Mecha just trying to catch up with him. He's definitely going to get the kill. He doesn't quite manage it in the end. SLB gets away with his life, but it doesn't matter. Functionally, it's the same as an ace as they take down the dragon and now can look to push out the waves.
Let's see if they try to do Baron, because they can do it with that Rand from Callista and the shields from Oriana to just sustain the tanks. But we have 3 seconds on Nautilus and 5 seconds on Elise, sorry, and oh, but they're doing it. They're trying to get. Oh no, they're
the
just
TP in from Highlander meant that they were deterred from it. He had to burn his flash instantly as soon as he TP'd, but the TP was positive in the end because it did ensure that the Baron did not go down in favor of the Glamour Girls. So.
But this way, the Flying Mariachis can do the Baron themselves.
They are looking to do the Baron themselves. Muyu was spotted dashing into the pit on that pink sword, so I'm pretty sure they know what's happening. Rage Mecha is in the area, but he can't really get in there. Aside from dashing in, but he might be able to try and do it. He flashes in, he tries to steal, but it's not there, and Rage Mecha finds himself going down. Muyu picks up that kill. A TP is coming from Falcon now. He's looking to ult in, but that shockwave was lackluster. And now the Unbreakable will is timed out on Chaos, and Chaos will be going down. It's timed out now, sorry, he goes down, but Drix picks up that one. Missing You, posturing too aggressively, finds himself punished for that as well. And these fights are back and forwards, but that one was in favor of the Flying Mariachis.
Missing You even had to use the ult to escape, and not looking good for them. It's not looking good for them. They just oh, the minions got the bottom lane tower down.
Consolation prize.
Exactly. Everyone dies, but they get the bottom tower. Nil.
Yeah. Hashtag were.
But let's see. They just need to play a bit more passively and not engage as much as they've been doing. Simply because they can't win those fights they're trying to do. And that's a lot of damage on Mew, coming from Grith.
Yeah, when we see Growth and Falcon teaming up to successfully land their wombo combo on the two carries, like we saw in that dragon fight when they nearly got the ace, it went incredibly well, and that is an incredibly beneficial for them if they can land it. However, if they land it like they did in that Baron fight, that's not going to be winning them any team fights, and you can see that the likelihood of success for the Glamour Girls really rests on the landing of that wombo combo. The depth charge comes out, but that's not going to be enough to save Highlander. He goes down, he's caught out too deep, which is a bit of a boon there for the Glamour Girls. They might be able to use that one-man advantage now to try and push out the middle lane, but they are facing Baron buffed up minions on the side of the flying Mariachis.
Let's see the items on these players. We have the Last Whisper already done, the Lord Dominic's Regards already done on the side of Lucian, and on the side of Callisto we have that Blade and the Runelands completed, and she's going for the BT to just finish off that build with a lot of damage and sustain.
Yeah.
Also the Rage Blade and the Sated that you pointed out earlier with the Spirit's Visage to help with the sustain with the W. On the other hand, we have the Ludens and the Morelos for the poke and the sustain with the mana costs, as well as the Frost Queen's claim to just slow the targets and get to them. And we see a lot of tankiness coming from Nautilus, but not as tanky as the build coming from Malphite. Going straight for that Iceborne Gauntlet, Sunfire Cape, and then ZZ Rod Portal.
Yeah, the ZZ Rod Portal.
Must have loved that item though.
Yeah, the ZZ Rock Portal is seeing a lot more love recently, and I can really see why, because you can see how annoying this can be, because Highlander has to go all the way to the ZZ Rock Portal to cancel it, and it'll take him certainly a long time to do it, and he's trying to kill the minions along the way as well. But if he goes there, last time he went down to that area which the ZZ Rock Portal's in, he was caught out and killed. However, he does have his team's support now, so they should be able to catch that ZZ Rock Portal at least, but it is a pretty decent item, and it does give a lot of resistances as well.
They are trying to get a pick here. The Death Rush, is it gonna work? No, they're spotted by the Spirit Wolf.
Alright, okay. Muyu was having none of that. He saw the ball go onto Falcon and just flashed away instantly, despite the fact that nothing was used. A bit preemptive, but it might have been good in the end. Rage Mecha does engage on Camino, but Camino is taken quite low. Will he be able to repel? Probably not, because the shockwave lands onto him. Muyu is free hitting the whole time, but he's exhausted now, and he's not free hitting anymore. He's free dying instead. Chaos gets the pulverize onto two members there, and Highlander isn't going to be alive for long. That's a double kill for Growth. SLB flashes away, and Madrix looks like he's got out of this one alive in the end. SLB makes the minion stand behind him. Behind him is actually in danger right now. A bit selfish perhaps from Brawl there, but that is a very clean team fight for the Glamour Girls, and they might be able to get this inhibitor turret down.
Yeah, they have a banner of command on that melee minion, so they should get that middle turret.
They have done indeed, and the inhibitor's going to go down as well.
Probably
good
trying
from
to
the Glamour
Drake.
Girls.
Drake is up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, if they stay for that entire 20 seconds, though, everyone will be up, and Highlander does have that TP. He's the only one who's not really going to be able to get there in time, but it doesn't look like it's going to be contested. This will be another free dragon for them. That will lead them to 4 dragons now, and if they get to this 4th dragon point, that's something they never managed to reach in the last game, and that was something they needed to reach in the last game to help them finish it off, because it provides that extra pressure on the map, and they have it now.
And again, that 4th dragon with 20% less damage on towers, they're gonna look to just siege and even fight under the turrets, because they're not gonna... Oh, and we have a pause here?
We do indeed have a pause. The game has been paused. We don't know... Okay, no, apparently there's a little bit of lag issues. It shouldn't be too long until the pause is undone. Nothing too major, no big hardware issues or anything like that. So, right now, the Glamour Girls are ahead. They're not as far ahead as they were last time, but they're looking more decisive than they were last time. And if they can keep getting positive teamfights with good shockwaves and good unstoppable forces, and if they can catch out Muyu and punish him for his lack of QSS this game, then they really ought to be able to take home this win. Muyu, performance on this solution hasn't been quite so good as the Caitlyn, but he's been more active. He still does have the most farm on his team, but he's actually being outfarmed by Gareth, who is, to be fair, having to clear out all the waves. But the fact that Muyu did that early preemptive flash around the Gromp just before that fight happened when he thought Falchion was going to engage meant that when he was engaged upon towards the end of that team fight, he had no way of escaping. There was a wall next to him. He could have flashed it away, but he didn't have the flash up, so he wasn't able to do that in the end, and he was punished for using that flash too early.
Okay. I think we're going to be back to the game. And
Yep, play will resume in 3, 2, 1. Here we are. Welcome back to the game. Mino English are clearing out a pink board.
That pink board action. I think they're going to look again. I just noticed Elise is going for the tank build again. Cinderhulk on Elise, going for the probably the Deadman's Plate after that.
I imagine that will be a Deadman's Plate she's building into, as well as the Abyssal Scepter. That does bring a bit of AP to the build, so she does pack a little bit of a punch, but she would pack much more of a punch if she had that Runic Echoes, that's for certain.
It helps with the damage coming from the other team's side, because Malphite does a magical damage, and Oriana's ult, and everyone else's, and it does give him a bit of damage as well, because it lowers the magic resist of everyone on the other team. Let's see, because Elise is trying to get to the top side and getting Missing Jew, but the
culling
is
does
up
come
in
out of
30
Muyu there.
seconds.
Baron is in 30 seconds, and it looks like both teams are very, very aware of this fact. The culling came out of Muyu onto Rage Maker, but it did quite a decent amount of damage. The full channel didn't land, and he was able to just heal it up a bit with the Triumphant Roar. Mino English almost finds himself caught out, gets away by the skin of his teeth there in the end. And they might be out-rotated here as the Glamour Girls look to take down this turret, however. Madrix is there to try and clear the wave, as well as the Volatile Spiderling from Mino English, and they should be able to hold on for now.
And meanwhile, Facian is in bot lane and duking it out with the Highlander.
Yeah, I think he can win this fight, actually. I mean, not that the fight will ever have an ending, really. Highlander does have the level. He actually does have the shield as well, so I might be wrong on that one. But these two top laners, they're not going to kill each other anyway, so Falchion just has to keep applying pressure, and the threat of if Highlander leaves, then Falchion will be able to take that turret. So that's really what this is all about. In the top lane, they're still trying to pressure that turret. The Baron is up now, and that pink board wasn't cleared out by Chaos, interestingly. He did walk over it, I believe, but maybe didn't spot it or whatever. There's another wave coming into that top turret. They might be able to take it now. They do have the minion as well. And Chaos is the fast engage. Madrix, he's the wave clear, and he's going to be going down. Not quite the great wild growth just in time keeps him alive, but he is forced away regardless, and the turret does go down for the Glamour Girls. That achieved exactly what they wanted. Highlander finally works out there's a ZD Rot in that bush, and he's going to try and get rid of it. Rage Maker has 2 stacks of the concussive blows onto him, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Gareth finds himself in trouble, but a great shockwave to disengage. However, Rage Maker knocks 3 of them back with a Crescent Strike towards Gareth. Gareth has to flash out, but it doesn't matter because so much damage came out of Rage Maker and Missing You, following up from that great shockwave from Gareth. And the Glamour Girls win another fight, and now they're going to take an inhibitor start, and probably the inhibitor as well, in that top lane. In fact, they're going straight to the Nexus turrets. They're going to try and end it here. And Falchion is trying to get to it to help out as well, but he's occupying Highlander's time. And if Highlander isn't there, then there's nothing they can do. Muyu tries to make the hero play and save the game, but he goes down. And this is going to be GG. Glamour Girls going to pick up their win in return, make this series 1-1.
It was a good game. It was more balanced than the previous one, because it was just back and forth the first one, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this game.
Yeah, this was truly a really great series, actually, because that game for a long time could have gone either way. Missing You did manage to carry on that Callisto in the end, so he managed to bring his team through. There were some great shockwaves from Gareth as well, so they did manage to get it. Despite that game seeming closer, the Glamour Girls did manage to find the finishing touch in this one. That's probably all for us for right now. We're going to go to a break. I think we have another game to bring you off this one. Not entirely sure about that one, depending on the situation with the game that didn't manage to get played yesterday. But regardless, I will see you later. Bye-bye.